Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank, өзгеретін уақыт келді.
Қазақстанда демалуға болатын көптеген керемет орын бар. Бұрын ол үшін интернеттен ақпарат іздеп, таныстардан сұрау керек болатын. Енді Каспий Travel'де Қазақстан деп аталатын жаңа бөлім пайда болды. Бұл жерден демалыс орнын тиімді бағаға тез әрі оңай таңдай аласыз. Каспий KZ қосымшасында Қазақстандағы демалысты таңдаңыз. Каспий KZ Қазақстанда жасалған.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group, жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We've got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks, and more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
В Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше для этого нужно было искать информацию в интернете, спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Каспий Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспий-КЗ. Каспий-КЗ сделано в Казахстане.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent
Құрметті ханым.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of Digital Bridge 2025. The first panel session is dedicated to the topic of from the first pitch to the first check. We are joined by Aidana Pirkazenova to be the moderator for this panel session. Thank you. Greetings, dear friends. First of all, let me thank you for joining us today. We will talk about the first investments. I guess you know that the first pathway to financing for an entrepreneur is very hard. You need to know all the possible ways and barriers to this goal. So we will talk how to get to the first check and how to make investors believe in you. So we invited several experts to join this discussion. I think they will be very insightful. So let us invite the first speaker, Adilbek Kamiev, EA Ventures CEO, Sanjar Mirzagalam, the CEO and founder of Defect AI, Gulnur Kalimuldina, the founder of Mirai Tech, Ruslan Rakhambai, the investment director of the Quest Ventures, and Baujan Aitleo, the founder of Accelero Startup. So let us start with the first question to you, Sanjar. As of today, Defect AI is attracting investments as of today. So what is your strategy to start the first talk with the investors? Thank you so much for inviting me to this session. This year we're starting a new project. We are starting the sales of our MVP and relying on various resources. So we did our best to reach the first MVP. The way to the investment was really difficult. The first investments were the angel investments. For the recent 1 to 2 months, we've been in negotiation with several investors. We tried to never stop and keep up. Among other things, yes, we were working on our first pitches, trying to attract our first investors. I was a Stanford student, and I gained not only knowledge but experience as well. And I tried to do my best to find fellows and peers to build a network or a community. And now I leverage the contacts that I have obtained when I was a Stanford student. We are trying to find new ways, new paths to investments. We understand that the field, let's say, is very small, and we learn lessons from every project we do. We are collecting all the metrics and decide whether we should move forward or stop at the level that we have reached. However, we are now receiving our first checks. However, fundraising is, let's say, a labor and time-intensive endeavor. So the first question will be about the fundraising. How many times have you heard answer no, and why? Well, the investors, when they meet the incoming pitchers, they're not closing the doors completely, because there is always an opportunity that the startup will grow into something good, will develop, and the investors may invest in them in the future. For instance, if as of today the metrics of our startup are not in line with the investor's mandate, they would inform the startup. But there are recurring meetings of the pitchers with the investors. So every month or even every week, there is an email distribution list that is sent out to the investors with the updated metrics. And the inventors will look up those metrics and they will see that a certain team has grown. And probably at this point, they could be supported, they could be funded. So how do you decide which investor you should start with? Well, in the investment, there is a due diligence process. And the founders of startups are looking at the investors and trying to answer the questions whether they could trust the investor. They look at which startups the investors have previously put money in. They are looking at the ethical side of the investors' activities, whether they have been investing in gambling, for instance, or cryptocurrency. And we look whether this matches with our values. We look at the startups that the investors have previously invested. And we're also trying to find intelligence on what kind of negotiations the startups have maintained with those investors. So we see, we look at the story of their relationship. Barjan, when is the good time to contact the investor for a startup at this stage of a new idea, or maybe later? Well, let me talk about the Accelero first, my product. This is the way to walk through a platform that aggregates the information about all investors from various open sources. Should we lack certain expertise, we can find, for instance, a tech startup that could support us with building a certain information system. Before we started our business, we worked in outsourcing. We gained a lot of experience there. We implemented many projects. About 500 projects went through our hands, and most of them, all of them, were implemented via the Accelero platform. After some time in the platform, we found new clients, and everything we made in our first business, we invested in this new project. We worked in the bootstrap mode, and we are not regretting having invested into the platform. Well, coming back to your question, there is no direct answer to that, because Startups are all diverse. Some of them require bigger investments. Some need investments only at a later stage. So we first came up with a more or less developed product, and only then we began looking for an investor. When you started fundraising, you worked via various programs. So what is your experience? We worked on a bootstrap mode. And at first, we didn't need much money because we had our own business. They were revenues coming from clients. But at a certain point, we began seeing the AI evolution. And at a certain pivot moment, we began attracting investments. We met various investors and we tried to, probe our network to find investors via people that we already know. We also went to various forums, conferences, and we were supported by the accelerators, for instance, Most Hub Ventures. So a couple of investors, they made a soft commitment for $100,000. But we were not in a hurry, to attract investment. We were looking for the smart one, for the smart investor. We also went to several foreign accelerators, and they had really good programs. We looked at all of them. But then we contacted with Astana Hub, with Silkway Management, and we're very thankful to them because they explained how to do the B2B sales in the American market. For instance, there were many insights that we gained from them. And we tried to use every opportunity that this platform provided. However, we understand that there is a highly competitive market in the United States. So after looking at the American market, we somehow adjusted our strategy. We understood which market segment is the best for us. So we keep moving into the American market, having met the venture investors after growing through accelerators. We decided to work further with the Astana Hub to attract investments. Well, based on your experience, what kind of advice could you give to new startups? Well, there could be many pieces of advice. Considering that we started fundraising at, let's say, a later stage, but I think that for new startups, it's best to start fundraising as early as possible. As soon as you have a certain idea, start looking for your first client, for your first investor, and they will be they will give you the first feedback whether your idea or your product could enjoy demand in the future. Gulnur, Mirai Tech, your startup, Mirai Tech, is about science, it's about sport, it's about research. So how easy it is to attract investors today, or what kind of other sources of funding can you find today? Thank you. Mirai Tech is a special project. It has been through good times and bad times. So this is a scientifically based technological project that has been developed for 5 years. And now we are trying to take our sensor technology to the world market from Kazakhstan. This is a sensor that is put on your limbs, and in a couple of minutes, it will tell you what kind of trauma, what kind of medical conditions you have in terms of your skeletal, muscular characteristics, what kind of physical activity is most recommended for the type of build of the body that you have. So I am sure that this startup has a good future and will give good impact. We are developing the startup based on science and technology. We already have a ready product, and we are preparing to enter the foreign markets. So as of now, such special projects, such scientific-based projects, should they attract venture investment, or should such startups look for other funding sources? That's the thing I've been thinking about for about a year. How do you commercialize, how do you monetize the new technologies? We looked at grant financing, we looked at possible commercializations. We thought that venture investment will be a shortcut to money, because like you have a chance to rapidly build and start selling your products in other markets. So our idea was to sell it to big football teams like Manchester United or Real Madrid. So you should have gone to Almaty for the Real Madrid match to sell it there directly, probably. Well, talking about Central Asia in general, are the investors ready for such products? Is the market ready for this product? Is the valuation prospect good? Well, we've been thinking also about the way we should develop our startup. We attracted Just Ventures money for young startups. They supported us. But as of now, we need more money. So we need, let's say, a more expansive fundraising. So we are now in the negotiation with Kazakhstani investors. We are going through the due diligence process. But I'm sure that there will be a shift in the venture environment in Kazakhstan. As of now, the deep tech startups have shown that there are many chances to penetrate other markets. Mirai Tech has many advantages, and they have already been demonstrated. And we want to scale up this project. Of course, there will be many changes since we are shifting from science to startups. But I'm sure we will get to the outer markets. You mentioned that you got supported by a young venture capital company. Do you think that the science-based startups should go to the venture markets? What should they do in general? I should say that you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid of competitors. You just keep moving forward with the best team you can have. You know, to be where we are today, we've been recruiting our team with great scrutiny. That is why today we're not afraid of any competition. Thank you so much, Gulnar. Let us move to the investors from startups. What would they tell us about the first investments? Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, content ventures in discussing this content in Kazakh is like really great. Because usually we talk about ventures, about angel investments in Russian. So I think we need to talk more and more about it to come with more insights. As of today, there is a great demand, and it is growing, for content in Kazakh language. So I think the more we, enrich this discourse in Kazakh about ventures and startups, the better for the new generations that are growing in Kazakhstan. A venture is just a chapter of a bigger EA group company. And we were looking for a global partner for a plug-and-play endeavor, and we found a global partner who works across the board, starting from the United States down to all other time zones. So we wanted this kind of partner, and the current goal of our foundation to reach Europe, to reach the American continent, and I am sure that we will perform. So the 20 million euro venture fund that focuses on high-tech, AI, mobility, sustainability, and e-commerce. However, the issue is that we need to find our focus. There are many beautiful startups.
We should keep investing, shouldn't be just obsessed with one, keep looking for startups and try our best to lift them up to the highest level so that it could be displayed at international global level. Our internal goal is certainly to gain revenue out of it. So we cannot discard the financial side of this equation. So we still profit company. So we draw a lot of value out of this cooperation. So hopefully I replied to your question. Indeed, we hear a lot about American startups. However, if we think about European or Asian startups, how are they different? If we look at startups in different regions, if we compare American, European, and Asian startups, I don't think there's a big deal of a difference. The difference lies in funding. As a knowledgeable man of the local market, I think we are short of investment. There are plenty of investors, say, in Europe, and therefore they're trying to pick the startups. They have a great pool of startups, either because of low funding or any other reason. We need to work hard on stretching. However, speaking of Europe, they have abundance of funding, and they have wonderful opportunities to consider their startups, and investors able to provide upfront funding, and it's much easier to get upfront investments from the beginning. However, here we consider a startup for a long time. Well, in Europe, it's to the opposite. They are selecting startups. However, we are at the local market. We're thinking how it's going to work, whether it will fly or not, and then we will start investing. I have worked in corporate sector for 20 years, and then I moved to startups. At the beginning, I wouldn't get the gist of it, and I couldn't get my head around why we need them. While in Europe, they immediately see a profile of a startup. They have profound experience, and they certainly rely on that. And why don't we learn from them? Learn their best practices on how to invest, and let's study the experience. I'm not saying we're doing anything wrong. However, nevertheless we develop investment startups, and so we have good progress forward. We are learning to move fast and make prompt decisions. So these days, in the age of IT technologies, the one who works fast will be able to earn fast, and that's why we have to keep up with the time. As long as you're hungry, if we look at your company again, what startups are you giving priority and the bulk of your attention, and what do you expect from these startups at the beginning, at the inception phase? At the beginning, at its earliest phases, some digital metrics are not working to its full capacity. We don't have economic metrics. There are only forecasts So we should be thinking and considering what markets are attractive for which startups. We're looking at the team expertise, and that is certainly highly important. Can they achieve their goals? To what extent they can do it? So therefore, there is a great deal of work and effort that we put into it. So we have to work face to face, and by studying, by scrutinizing the startups inside out, only then we'll be able to bet on them, to put our money into them. When just talking in person, we can see whether they have this fire in their eyes and whether they're truly motivated, and we can tell whether he's capable of achieving something or not. We're also looking closely at ethical side of startups. So as investors, we are not just investing, giving the first installment money. However, these partners could be our lifetime partners. So we first and foremost look at the person, at his personal traits. If we see a friend in that person, then it definitely has all what it takes to move forward. So it all comes down to the personality. Now we passing the floor over to Ruslan. So I was the first investor through this program. What were the changes? Thank you very much, dear Aidana, dear guests, welcome. VC venture investment language is English, and that's why talking in Kazakh about it is my first time experience. So before I answer your question, I must say that Quest Ventures is a fund that is located in Singapore. When we arrived to Central Asia in 2019, there wasn't any fund. There weren't any startups. There was just a handful of them. And the open, transparent investments were really very few. And for that reason, Kazakhstan Digital Accelerator Project started this project, which is called Quest Venture. So for us to organize it, we set it up. More than 70 IT companies were put through this program. As we say, we have supported 70 projects. We gave them first investment. Acceleration took 3 months, and we trained them. And during the pandemic, there were a lot of entrepreneurs and businessmen. They didn't know how to develop further, how to get connected with the investors, and we helped them set it all up from the beginning, and that was around 70 entrepreneurs. If we look at at startups, more than half of them have been put through our acceleration, and we did Eco Investors. It's the first IFC at the Astana International Financial Center. It's the first safe, or the first envelope, and the first investment documentation. Everything was well set up and well prepared. The type of documents that had to be prepared, how they should be arranged, and everything. We help launch it all along with Astana Hub. We did our first projects, and over 5 years, just like you saw yourself, these major changes were made. Nothing was done before, and now there are different startup projects. There were 5 or 6 foundations. They have been active in the investment, 100 grams Silvet and other projects. They exit foreign markets, and it's all thanks to the efforts of our colleagues and in the ecosystem. And I think that's bringing its value and fruit. Indeed, in the development of ecosystem, you have put in a lot of effort, right? And therefore, investors in Asia, what are the strategies? What are the tactics? What are the what makes them different and so special? And what are the whom are you working with? Speaking of Central Asia, Singapore or Silicon Valley, we're always looking, and we always tend to apply the most applicable practice. When we came to Kazakhstan and Central Asia, we didn't change our strategy. We were looking at the pattern that the international investors were using, and we stuck to this one. We chose something permanent and constant, and that was European model of investment. As you know, we worked in an ecosystem, and we found our partners, and we were trying to build it up to an international level and attract the investment so that they could be brought to the level of international startups. We were doing our best to make sure that our startups know the English language and could speak the language of foreign investors. So we launched the so-called ABC of investments, like the basic principles. And today I hear these IT professionals, the highly competent young men and women, and yeah, I'm delighted to see that they are attracting not only domestic investors but foreign investors just as well. And yeah, we're interested to see development of these skills. There is no end to it. It's a continuous effort, and this certainly takes a lot of time and patience. And if you dislike this person, if you disregard that person from the beginning, there is no chance you can build a successful business with them. So we better off to choose a partner that we are comfortable working with. So all our projects need to enter the international markets. We need to have this ambition, and the developed markets are Singapore and US. These are large capacity markets with great depth. There is this national, there is a entity. For example, if we look at international, we as Central Asia having hardships of to enter international markets. However, we need to have these ambitions to still strive for that, and I like ambitious people. So when you assess startups, what properties should a startup have so that you can immediately say yes? Through our entity, we indeed made a lot of investments. A year or 2 years ago, we built a major portfolio. We had a huge fund, pre-seed stage. It's not. It wasn't only about idea that we were focusing on, but we would pay a lot of attention to the team and the expertise and the talent. So team for us was certainly put first. We were checking whether they have enough expertise, whether they're competent, whether they're capable to analyze their work, whether they have the right unity. And when they get their funding, how they going to start? Will there be any disputes or arguments? And I was afraid that there could be a lot of fights between them and battles, and that's why I have my gray hair, that can get even more gray. I was afraid of that, and that's why I would always put team first. If the team is well set up, well balanced, and the idea seems to be valid from the market perspective, but what market they are looking for? Do they have the right scalability? That was certainly other aspects that we would be looking at. Whether there are other competitive startups, if they are well developed or not. But again, first and foremost is the team that it all starts with. Yes, fully agree. That team is crucial. I have another question for you. I know you're getting a lot of proposals, and but how would you choose among all of this plentiful proposals, and what should startups do to draw your attention? Is there any right format? How they should address you? Should they send you a short summary, or what? What's the right way to look for funding? Well, you should be trying to explore all options. There is no one recipe. You shouldn't be dropping or disregarding any options, not only via email. And when you have the right update, then you can send it to an investor. And maybe once a year, once a month, or even every week, it's worth sending your proposal. And at some point, they would consider your question. For instance, I'm getting more than 1,000 proposals a year. I tried my best to respond to 10 of those per week. So basically, the more you send it, the more likely you'll be noticed. So from time to time, we're trying to look at these proposals. So don't waste your chance to send your proposals, and it will be considered at some point. we always consider how interesting a certain startup idea is, and we send our reply, and then if everything turns out to be positive, we hold negotiations. Make sure that you take business cards and make acquaintances with investors. Never sit and idle. Be mobile, be active and agile. Keep networking and find your investor. If it didn't work today, it might work tomorrow. Today might be the day. So you can be. Some could be offended, that they weren't given a chance, that they weren't considered, and they stopped sending their proposals, their messages and suggestions. However, if you are truly interested, keep sending, keep insisting, remain active, and only then you stand a firm chance to win this. Thanks for this highly useful tips for our startups. I have a following question for everyone. What's your take? Do investors and startuppers see things differently or similarly? What's there in common between them? Usually, I tend to agree that the sooner they start the startups, the better. They would be bringing and bearing their fruits earlier than later. I have a following suggestion and a tip for startup. I have 3 books that I like to read. Venture Deals is the first book that I would like to recommend. It tells you about the way the contracts that you better use, what are the stages that you need to reckon with, and it's a highly useful book for startuppers. The second, well, this book was translated into Kazakh. It's about thinking and the mindset. You can get into the minds of venture investors, how they see things. And the third book, how'd you raise it? I can't really remember. I won't remember the details, but it tells you when investors don't hear the startuppers, when there is no linkage, no common language. The ideas won't be implemented, will come to fruition, and they, as startuppers, may be preparing their best speech and trying to display the best intentions, and that's what the book is telling about. And when you get into the shoes of a startupper, you will better manage to establish the rapport with them.
Well, first of all, I think when you have come up with the developed idea, you need to, of course, look at the mandates of your investors. So to get to your first receipt, you need to understand whether the mandates of your potential investor are in line with your ideas and expectations. Well, the pre-seed is the global benchmark that everyone understands. But if we talk about our IT colleagues, at the pre-seed stage, they are looking for angel investors. But I think at the pre-seed stage, you should look for equity-free investment, for acceleration, for grant funding. Because if you start with the angel investor first, well, they are very diverse. Some of them have ethical standards, some do not hold high ethical standards. And we are a small community. We know each other very well. And if we know that there is a certain issue with a goodwill or with ethical standards, if like the word will spread around, and on the next day it will be really challenging to find an investor. This is not only a Kazakh reality. This is something you can see in the Silicon Valley, in Southeast Asia, in Europe. Please do your due diligence before you join efforts with your first angel. Know very well who you take money from. We have noticed, we have Astana Hub. There are several incubators, several accelerators. So look for, clean grant money or something of the kind. Well, as it's been mentioned, we have gone through several accelerations. We used the money that we received from the first client and reinvested that. Then we got in contact with the Astana Hub, and we attracted venture investments in the amount first 600,000, then $6 million in the post-money valuation. So having taken this money, we were actually also not very aware what round that was. Was that a bootstrap or some other round? So sometimes even the founders are not very sure what is the best way to act at different rounds. But this is actually the first time we are declaring about this big win of the 6 million USD. I think you need to prepare yourself very well for pre-seed, for the fundraising stage. You need to think really well which investor you're going to take equity from. Probably you should think about joining a bigger network to have access to investors overseas, like in China and so on. So after thinking it all through, I'm sure that you will unlock your potential better. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Thank you for coming, for sharing your experience, your insights. Frankly, talking about venture investment in Kazakh language is a great start for us, and it's really interesting. I am hopeful that the audience found it useful and insightful. I would like to wish you all success and checks to all of your ideas. Thank you so much. Please, let's proceed for the group photo.
Здесь влюбляются, вдохновляются, начинают новый этап. Здесь свой уголок, свои люди и первые шаги. Мы хотим, чтобы таких мест было больше. Поэтому строим дома, школы, больницы, мосты, парки, стадионы. Мы строим среду для человеческого потенциала, чтобы развиваться и расти вместе. BI Group – ваша среда для жизни, комфорта и развития. Пора купить машину Eurasian Drive. Первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities. including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We'll got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks, and more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different aim zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Следующая панельная сессия посвящена...
Our next panel session is dedicated to seeding, financing, planting the future. So the moderator is Pavel Koktyshev, the co-founder and CEO of Most Holding. We'll talk about the seed funding for AI disruptors. I want to shout, like, give me more energy, more noise. So you give us energy, we give you money. That's clear. Clear case, because investment is about human relationship eventually. So what's unique about this event? It starts in time, it ends in time. I am really impressed by the scale of the organization. I would like to thank Astana Hub, the Ministry of AI and Digital Development, and many partners who supported this event, and we are happy to be a part of it as well. As Most Holding, we are one of the first private ecosystems for business support. We've been in business since 2011, before it became mainstream. But now we can see that this topic is popular enough to attract huge audiences. If you look at the number of halls and the exhibition downstairs, everything is about ventures, everything is about mechanics. Sometimes it may seem that all of those talented businessmen, they just evolved by themselves, but this is wrong. I can tell you that entrepreneurial talent is important. However, the investor support and the contribution from the ecosystem is very important. The cross-cutting topic is AI, but if you remove AI from our panel session topic, everything will be applicable to fintech, to big tech, even without AI. So this is the caveat I had to express. And let me introduce our today's speakers. The panel is constructed in such a way that we are covering various perspectives and various aspects of the support to aspiring entrepreneurs, the businesses that are in the early stage of pre-seed and seed of their business life. Our various funds, angel groups, public agencies, or big international companies respond to that. Marat Tulubai is with us, founder and CEO of Activat VC. Adil Nurgozhin got lost somewhere, although I told him where our conference room is. I will introduce him, but keep in mind that he is not here yet. He is a managing partner at Big Sky Capital. He is one of the early investors in several projects as an angel investor and as an institutionalized fund. Gazis Ilhanov, VC head at Presight. Tigran Bekmulin at SQV Ventures, our friends and partners from Uzbekistan, and Dilshot Jorazada, the CEO of Taj Invest. He is a big businessman, the friend of Kazakhstan, very famous in Central Asia. Happy to have Dilshot with us today. So without further ado, let us dive into the discussion. Activat VC and Marat, as the founding father of the angel investment movement in Kazakhstan, one of the first investors who this year is celebrating at least 2 exits. And I recommend following Marat's accounts in social networks because he is sharing his wisdom and insights quite actively, and his interviews are very interesting. In one of the recent interviews, you talked about your strategy, early entrance and early exit. Could you tell us why? Greetings, friends. Yes, this is our strategy in Activat VC, early entry, early exit. So we analyzed and saw that the highest growth of the startup value is early in the path. And this famous curved shape, when at first everything is difficult, but then there is a high soar of the curve of a startup, and after growth curve, you see a plateau, and the startup stops being a startup. It becomes a company like Google or Meta with a steady and gradual growth. So we chose this part of the curve. We understood that this is where you catch all the X's. This is where the company grows exponentially. However, this is the area where the most risks are. So when I'm talking about the golf club curve, you must understand that there are meteors falling from every point of this club. So another startup died at some point of this curve. Not all of them get to the top. But targeting early entry is something that we found to be working from our expertise. As Pavel mentioned, there have been 2 exits already this year, and by the end of the year, there will be another one mature enough to exit, and next year, another one. I'm not naming them yet, but the information is there. But I will have to, until the end of the session, take those names out of you. Otherwise, I'm a bad moderator. Well, this is a well-formulated thesis. I'm sure that required a lot of experience on your side. Andrei, Adil, sorry. You are one of the first angels in Kazakhstan before AFC appeared in the market, before all intelligible schemes were in the market. So could you give us a comparison? What happened then and what happens now, how this industry is moving on? This is really a big question. I will dive into my memory pool right away. We have some time. You can give a couple of names who were obstacles in your path. Well, I can see that there is movement. We have a great community, very active, very advanced. Today we have 10,000 people who got registered for this forum, but previously they were like less people. It's much better than J-Lo or Backstreet Boys on a big stadium. When we were transacting, we worked under the LLP, according to the national legislation of incorporation. Even with 1%, if you enter a stake in an LLP, you might get into trouble, depending on the appetite, of course. When AIFC was established, we worked on the Zerde hub together with Pavel, our moderator. We've been collecting the document bundles to make sure that this pattern is working properly, and Quest Ventures were entering Kazakhstan to roll out the first 30 startup on AIFC platform. Not only startups, they were transactions. They were contracts, they were documents. Where we were then and where we are now is like earth and sky. We are the trendsetters in the region, and we are not stopping. We need to keep working. Well, in a nutshell, there should be no excuses that this path was very difficult. No, there is nothing difficult, nothing. You just need to keep working. I'm just not gonna, name you the entire recipe. Well, this is where we can, halt this session and go home. Well, to you, Gaziz, I have known you for a while. You've been one of the founding fathers as well of Astana Hub, and a big international corporation that entered Kazakhstan with investment and technology. I know that you have AI in your name, so you are the person who is supposed to give us the relevant comments. So what about the decision-making process for a big integrator for an AI startup? Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this discussion. So answering your question right away, AI fundamentally, I think everyone would agree, it fundamentally changes the logic and approach to decision-making. Previously, we used to think with certain biases, and we used retrospective analytics to take decisions. Today, thanks to data availability, thanks to high-speed processing of the data, we can take decisions based on the patterns and insights that people, humans, could have missed, could have omitted due to their own personal experience or certain biases. Presight is an Arabic company, and a major share of their clients are in the Emirates, and one of them is the UAE government, the government of Dubai, among others. And we are implementing smart city solutions. All of the roads are equipped with traffic cameras there. And before we began this project, we thought that the major violations were speedings. However, it was far from the truth. The government kept penalizing people for speeding. But actually, the seatbelt is the most popular infringement upon traffic rules. But even in Germany, according to their experience, the faster you go, the safer you behave. You know, the danger is if we're not fastened, we can, fly off through the car window. Let me explain to Astana people. Your penalties, all penalties are yours today, Gaziz. We're not going back to Kairat. We are not claiming all those penalties to Kairat. This year, we signed a PPP project with the City Hall of Astana, and we hope to roll it out this year. Well, many people hope that you won't roll it out for Astana. Well, we have good partners in subsoil use. ADNOC, he is within the top 10 for mineral production. We are conducting seismic survey and exploration for them. You know, exploration is something that you used to be doing very randomly. But with AI, it's not just the gut that tells you that this soil must have some oil. No, thanks to the sensors and IoT devices and data extraction and modeling using petrochemical, petrophysical formula, we can get much better predictions and insights, which saves billions of dollars to corporations. AI dramatically changes the logic of decision-making, makes the process faster, and the decisions are much better informed. You can applause at any time. Tigran, you are representing the corporate sector in this block. Together with Gaziz, you are representing a bank, the venture chapter of a bank. In Kazakhstan, banks are prohibited from having venture funds. Uzbekistan has a slightly different structure. So what are the challenges you're facing today? And what is the goal of yours in terms of investment, and how important AI is in this process? Well, first of all, let me thank you for the invitation, for giving me the opportunity to represent my fund. Well, the goal of this fund initially was to expedite the process of the bank's transformation, because the startups, they help implementing solutions faster, accelerate the development, boosting the revenues. And we have wide access to merchants. We are bank #1 in terms of revenues in Uzbekistan, over 40,000 clients, merchant clients. So the implementation of solutions would enable us to develop faster.
But the problems remain as following. Infrastructure is lagging behind, it's not there yet. There are no rules for AI economy implementation, and the legal framework is absent, as well as as well as sandbox. So these are the challenges we face in Uzbekistan. However, many people follow the path of in-house development, and for instance, in our relations with startups, we don't have close relations except for freedom. Yes, we come to this forum together as a group. However, everyone is trying to get its piece of a budget. Oh, I'm sorry for I didn't mean to say that. Setting up a fund is about accommodating people from outside to embrace them in your team. Yeah, why did you follow this path? It's a lot harder to build it inside, you know, with the corporate approach to introduce these processes. Takes up a lot of time. It's much easier to pick a ready solution off the shelf rather than to build it on your own. Are there any bank representatives in this conference hall? You might be hearing it, but that's what the best, the highest income Uzbekistan bank tells us. Dilshad, I know you as an entrepreneur, as an investor, right? At some point in time, you became a civil servant, right? What can the state do better and should do for the development of this ecosystem? Let me start by saying one big thank you to the organizers for this warm reception. We couldn't even enter the conference hall yesterday. Yeah, I'm delighted to see it, though we couldn't make it to the room, because the region is booming, is prospering. I have 17 years in private equity, in private business. It's a classical firm. We have 3,500 employees, various projects, and then at some point we realized that we need to do some venture projects. We have around 9 to 10 startups in Kazakhstan. There's a funds. It's the bridge and it's the White Hill project, and we see that it's a wonderful opportunity for Uzbekistan to make a leapfrog, and the country is undertaking plenty of interesting measures. We have a program until 2040 for the development of entrepreneurship, with a major emphasis laid on AI. There is a separate UN resolution for regulation of AI in Central Asia. I'm sure you heard about it. It belongs to our president, Emmanuel Rahmon. And yeah, regulating AI has always been disputable, but we chose self-regulation approach, and without interfering into startups for the first 5 to 10 years. There are precedents when some tend to control medical field of AI, and that's why it's struggling. So I believe that in the first 5 to 10 years, you just let them go, you know, and there is a UN resolution on self-regulation on that end. The government has to provide infrastructure, conditions, favorable conditions, set the benchmarks. That's what the countries on Central Asia do. It's all cemented by success stories and similar events. We have 2 events in October in Dushanbe, and 25th, a separate session dedicated to AI. So I would like to use this platform to invite you, where you can familiarize yourself with startups and so on, make some large steps forward. That's what's happening in Dushanbe, in Uzbekistan, as part of Central Asia. Well, thank you very much indeed. The role of 55 group and Dilshad's role is crucial in the region, and I believe this it's a two-way road. Coming back to Marat, this Tajik company called Zipl, it's one of your entry early entries and early exits, and it's a great example of this wave in Tajikistan for IT development and AI development. It's probably one of the brightest founders and the most fervent adopters of AI protection. When you were entering, did you choose AI or what? Yes, AI. That was 3 years ago, and it was obscure back in those days in the region, and yeah, with a solid education and outlook, a young man came to us and told us all this. It was absolutely new. He told us what we can do with AI, how to speed up all processes and scoring in financial institutions, and that immediately resonated with us. And last year we did our exit. And what were the key takeaways from this case? Again, this was another proof to what we read in the textbooks, that team always comes first, because Adiljon has always been the driver, the driving force, and still remains to be, and takes the whole team to new heights. The second thing that we saw is that startups from these small countries, relatively small countries such as Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, even Kazakhstan, and its immediate orientation on large market did work out. Adiljon was saying our product is not designed for Tajikistan. It's designed for the region as minimum, and now they're conquering Dubai and the rest of the region. And another thesis is that I mentioned that you don't need to be scared when you do your startup, saying that we are small sandbox, we are fish tank or something. But then, if you think globally, you can immediately grow into a regional company and keep on growing. So, let's consider it with the case, another case, and draw more feedback. There are 2 cases. Super top university, Adiljon, works with B2B, and Hickswall. These are 2 completely different projects with absolutely different focuses. And Hickswall didn't finish university from Ivy League, and they work in 2 completely different segments, like B2C. So Adil, your fund, Big Sky, has been practicing this slogan, B2B SaaS. How this word AI influence impacted your strategy, and what can you tell using these 2 projects about B2B and the prospects and the advantages that the future holds for us? Do you still believe that our region should belong to B2B SaaS? I believe we should remain disciplined, focused, and keep our promises, be systemic. It doesn't mean that AI didn't influence our strategy or didn't introduce some changes. We have been observing this for the 4th year, and the first 2 years we were strangers to it because we couldn't understand the substance. And in the last year, we invested 8 to 9 startups in the Silicon Valley, and they're all about AI. And we look at the depth and the vertical line and the depth and the depth of knowledge in this industry. Second of all, we look at the product itself and the foundation model that it's based off. And the third is architecture, right? Yeah, you need to get your head around it, and we managed to work it out. And this is what it should be based off. There is a lot of fuss these days about it. Yes, we entered at some cycle, and hype is not about B2B. Is the reason why I invested in AI and exited. I earned 1S more. I waited 1 year longer, like I did in Norgosh as an angel. While at Hicksville, we gave up on this deal. There were some doubts, especially after you talk to Murat. But we have to remain well disciplined, and keep on working as we promised, as we planned. Though it doesn't mean that we missed something. We invested in a number of companies that are doing agentic AI. These are enterprise solutions. We invested in voice-to-text solutions. I'm not going to be talking about it, but you will just hear about closure of rounds. Again, it's about business case and retention and B2B. And once this hype fades out, and we will find out who remains to live and to operate. And I have a lot of respect for Adil, because he is not running around, and we agreed to meet at 10:45. He was downstairs drinking coffee. I will not miss anything. As for my personal money and investment, I'm just having fun, you know. John, I met him. I just like this person and his intellect. AI, yeah, it came later. I just enjoyed this founder and this person. This is a big difference between Murat and the fund, and he has the right for that. Could you give more clarification? We are institutional investors. We have investors who give us money, limited partners. We are responsible for this money, and we have drawn this money for a particular thesis. There is a mandate and there is a policy, and we just religiously stick to it, because our goal is to remain understandable as to an extent it's possible in our business, and manage our portfolio. If we lose our focus for each hype, we will just lose the trust of our investors. And it's a marathon, you know, it's not a sprint. We have to be systemic, and that's the main difference. If I'm an angel, I can do whatever I want, you know. I can lose it, I can exit, I can change my mind, you know, I can exit later, you know. I can do whatever I want, it's my cash. And it's the big difference, you know, and it gives you plenty of flexibility for the angels. And that's where the core advantage lies. Yeah, it's the time when you tell the community of startuppers one big thing, that venture investors are also fundraising. They're also convincing investors, and they're not flying private jets and driving expensive cars, because it's about long-term, you know, so that there was a solid performance of the entire portfolio. And now maybe Gazis, it works differently for you, you know. What if they come up with something different? What if they do Precite, not AI, but MI? Well, it's only AI at the moment, but perhaps you're still keeping a close eye on this promising trends. And can you tell more details to our attendees about the novelties that we can expect, the technologies, the trends that you are looking upon? In G42, Precite is part of G42. It's a group of companies, and it's one of the largest AI holdings outside of US and Europe, which we call Global South. And every year we hold this type of retreat where Ben, CEO of the group, sets the direction for the movement down the road. And Precite, as being part of the group, we pick our spots. following World Economic Forum this year, Bank, having talked to all big tech representatives, has spotted the following trends. We see that the most important these days is aligning infrastructure for AI, because it won't fly without infrastructure. And another important factor, it's a bubble, right? It won't be moving forward no matter how hard you want it. So building infrastructure, data centers, GPU, there's microchips, high performance microchips, supercomputers, quantum computers. This is all where it's heading. You might have heard the recent news. G42 has declared cooperation with OpenAI, Oracle, Cisco, SoftBank, and so on. We announced UE Stargate. It's an OpenAI project with $500 billion to build largest data centers with some ridiculous, exorbitant computing powers. The same project will be launched in the Emirates, and it just tells us that it won't move ahead without infrastructure. Second element is data. You need to generate adequate, clean data, because even if you look around at the internet, if you sell an apartment, the price will drop if you use OpenAI. I don't know if you heard about these cases. Around 2 years ago, at Fidelity, a news came out that GameSpot dropped, just because in Twitter there were a lot of posts made. So AI is developing along these two factors, and these are the main trends where the main players will go to. So yeah, this is the main direction we're heading to. Now, Tigran, over to you. How is the entire process moving forward? You can probably tell how you're selecting team these days, how different you are from other colleagues, and how else you're supporting it besides money. Well, like I mentioned, bank can become a client itself. It's a great advantage for a startup. You're not obliged to invest only in this project that revolve around the bank products and your primary business. No, actually, when we invest, we're considering some startup, and we're thinking how we can support them, how we can help them, because we're trying not to invest in the projects that we understand nothing about. So when we're trying to assess our skills, we're asking them how we can help them, in which way or form, and we're considering collaboration with Domino, Whitehill, Big Sky Capital, so that startups were easier to enter international markets, and the other way around, to enter Uzbekistan. You're considering acting as a fund and be LP fund. We're trying to be not just a fund that is giving out money. No, I'm talking about the relations with other venture funds. Okay? Fair enough. Now, Dilshad, I have a similar question, but it's from a standpoint of a government structure. So how do different players, including maybe the funds or the corporations that want to bring value for the market, that would like to build up further, are there any particular tips that you would like to share? Plus, you're holding forums, you're attracting investors. What's going on in Tajikistan, and what investors can do with you these days? I've been in public sector for a year, around 2 years maybe. Yes, exactly. So what I realized over this year, that the government is really desperate to do something, but not necessarily knowing how and with whom. So the communication should be well aligned, and the civil servants and the managers need to have a clear vision whom to engage. The will is there, but how it should all be connected remains unclear. After the pandemic, after some geopolitical shocks, if you look at the Central Asia, which country have responded rapidly to this turbulence? Because this power vertical that should be sending information up and down, that's where the trend remains, and that's how we want to move forward. As to what can we do, there are plenty of instruments like this forum or the one that will be held in Dushanbe. It's a great tool, it's a practical tool, and it's not about the role of the state. The government will collect its taxes and it's happy with it. So it's an interesting journey.
So, deviating a little bit from your question, I have seen the following thing. We are all, the business angels, are united by the belief in a Tajik startup that became first regional and then international. So this is a distinctive feature of all of us, is that we all invested in Zippo, some earlier, some later, some are still there. They're trying to, to push us out of there because there are certain steps, there are bigger funds, because we risked, or we invested, and X5 is not enough for us, and we know that it might become a unicorn. But, it's classic that in small font, there are certain conditions that are written about the small LPs and small co-investors that should leave at some point. So looking at you, I remember myself believing in Zippo. I still don't understand properly what they do exactly. At that point, it was even more difficult. But I looked at him and I understood that maybe he's not lying, that he knows what he's doing. And then reading various papers and books and watching YouTube, we understand that this kind of valuation is also quite legit when you look into the eyes and understand something, because some startups have a nice shell but have no soul, have no proper content. So this was a small deviation. So government is supposed to do some global things, and we must do the rest. As for the national strategy for AI development until 2040, Tajikistan was the first to initiate that in Central Asia, and about 5% is the target by 2030 something must be in the GDP. So we need to see the outcome in the structure of our GDP. The global things related to ecosystem, the infrastructure, and the rest should be done by the regional community. And they must cut us some slack, I mean, in terms of taxes. Well, we have time to discuss that. So about certain preferentials, have been 240 exemptions in terms of tax, in terms of customs throughout the history of Tajikistan. So if you start investing, for instance, into a hotel construction, there are many privileges related to tax and customs preferentials. So one of the initiatives of our government and the implementer is Aziz John. We are building an AI area. It's a free economic zone in AI, the first one in the world, not only in Central Asia. And what we want to do is to sign a single contract with the government so that this area AI for 15 years is fully exempt. It's free of everything, so that the regional and international players become our residents and export their services. So such preferentials and such exemptions are really important. That is essential indeed. But they may cut us some slack, but they may just cut us, At 10:23, a person from the National Chamber of Commerce texted me and said that you probably know already that there will be amendments for the enterprises that enjoy a special tax regime. So something can be taken from the IT people. So how do we respond to that? And how important is that? Well, I think it's a question for you, because, these are events in Kazakhstan, so probably you should answer. When you're developing an industry from the scratch, a war is war, a la guerra como a la guerra. This is one of the carrots that you should offer. It's not just a project, it's a puzzle that you're building. You need some exemptions, you need tax cuts, you need some benefits. We all know that because we've been building that together. We've been at war with the tax administration as well. But as soon as there is some maturity of the industry, as soon as there is some momentum that the government sees actually, we understood that the tax administration was unable to do anything, but the Kaspi has taken the country tax-wise from shadow into light. But then in every jurisdiction, it's about the same. As soon as they are in the light, as soon as our transactions are not in the shadow, there will be a kind of a transition in the tax administration, which shows that we are a mature country, we are a mature industry. You know, sometimes the tax administration may ask you, well, where's the money coming from, looking at our beautiful, tremendous conferences? Because big money is made in silence. Halyk made 2 billion, for instance. I will keep talking about it because I want this money to be back to the economy via lending, via funds, or whatever. But it's still the fact. But now our transactions are transparent, and the tax administrations wants to see the revenues. But I think we are still not mature enough. We will be in 3 to 5 years. We need time to grow. Well, that's really true. It did happen when Astana Hub was being launched. Adil was a part of the public sector, so was I, and the ventures were not in existence at the moment. In Belarus, there were many tax exemptions, and we are in the same economic union we were at the time, and we still are, so we saw it logical to sync our tax preferentials, our policies. And we didn't yet see the IT companies making good money from big contracts at the time. So this is a good industry that used to reinvest at that time. Now we're talking about institutional investment, now we're talking about funds, and this is a sign of maturity. However, we need some more consistency in whatever is done in this domain. Sometimes some of the actions, some of the responses are premature. Marat, you have commented a lot on that, about the public policy and so on. Well, we are local people. We will find our ways, we will find our loopholes, but let's talk about the example of Kazakhstan. As of now, we see a wave of foreign investors coming in. And it's pretty obvious that when people come from outside, they say, we don't want to get into all of the intricacies of this market. And this reluctance may actually null the impact of this big forum, for instance, that was organized with so many efforts and emotions. Well, first I would like to reflect on the previous inputs and then answer your question, Pavel. I was flying from Almaty, and in the plane I was seated next to a businessman, not a venture, but a traditional, let's say, conventional business. And what he said to me was that he was a part of the association for a big industry with big transnational companies that build big manufacturers in Kazakhstan, and they said that now in their community there are talks about relocating the offices and plants from Kazakhstan to Uzbekistan. This was something really, really disturbing for me. As a patriot, I asked, what happened? So the overall public policy, the tax code, are, as of now, let's say, not too appealing, but they relocated like a couple of years ago. As a former public official, I regretted hearing that. As of now, the region is showing real competition for investment, for manufacturing. The BYD battle was lost by Kazakhstan. Now they are stationed in Uzbekistan. NVIDIA, well, the NVIDIA battle we won. We offered something to lure a big player in. So there is real competence among the regional states to invite not only giant companies, but startup industry as well, that brings the future about with tax exemptions, with infrastructure, with good relationship. So Dilshot, I would like to share in response to your input. My feeling is that such small economies as Estonia or Belarus, they made leapfrogs in IT once and became well known via such applications as Skype, the world of tanks, and they became famous for that. And the feeling is that if small economies focus on a specific sector and make targeted moves, this industry may become disruptive and go beyond the envelope of the local market and make companies international. Well, I don't want to debate the word battle. However, if we take a global look at that, there are so many big techs in the world, so many activities that, well, there is competition indeed. That's pretty obvious without any optics. But on the background of this competition, we jointly find new names, new faces, new businesses, and I often talk to my own team when they are sensitive about the topics of big investors coming to either that or that market. Why is Murat Abdrahmanov speaking here? Because he is our speaker, he is our investor, don't hands off him. But actually, it's much easier in reality. In Kazakhstan, I'm not talking about people commensurate to Murat, but super rich people, high net worth people, are as numerous as 17,000 people, 75 in the Forbes list. Recently, with the partners, we counted how many of those 75 we personally know, and we found out that not too much, actually. Only a few. So according to Adel, we need to work hard. We need to keep working. So within this competition, or friendly competition in the region, everyone must find something that will bring them to a bigger achievement, because in aggregate, that will bring more resources altogether for the region. However, there are many big people, many big investors, many big events taking place in Uzbekistan, and we see that here in Kazakhstan. We say, like, we need to make something bigger. Well, what do you think? Well, I think we need to stick together. Therefore, we won't be viewed as some kind of a region, but like a big CA community. So talking about CA, Central Asian, within the recent 2 weeks, we altogether have traveled across the region. Last year, together with Mansour, we were in Tashkent. The colleagues came back from Baku. So we are pretty active in terms of exchange. So the last question for this session, so what can we do together in such a way that, as Tigran rightly mentioned, that we are perceived as a region you want to travel to? Yesterday, there was an important comment from Mr. Strebulaev. that if you go and ask 100 venture capitalists in America which regions outside US are promising, CA is hardly likely to hit the top of the list. So what should you do to be the top of the mind of the big investors? Tigran, let us start with you. Well, this is a complicated question. I think Adil will support me here. But I think we need to hold more events like this to be more visible, and we need to work harder on the ties between the business community and the government so that we come as players in partnership. That would accelerate our development. Well, it's like a last toast from you, Adil. Okay, let it be a toast. We're a small region. Nobody needs us but us. Therefore, there is nothing to fight for. There is nothing to dispute about. We need to reach agreement among ourselves. There is no difference between me or Uzbek or Kyrgyz, even genetically. I don't know what this battle is about. Let us first build something big together, and then we can think what we can share or what we can fight about. 85 million is less than Vietnam. It's a bit bigger than Thailand. This is basically nothing. Yes, we are growing. We need more transactions with ZipLAI. We have colleagues in Uzbekistan. Aloka invested as well in Tajikistan. There are no investors yet, but we will fix it. We will be there. If I am not entering, my portfolio companies are entering. I want them to enter and let the best one win, because there is no difference, actually. We need to look at the portfolio in its entirety. If ZipL is working well, there will be more jobs, there will be more talents. In Dushanbe, in Hujan, there will be more talents, more transactions, more money flows. All 85 million should be happy about good transactions. Proper startups, not supported by big businesses or government, but built from the scratch by common people from Almaty. I want more ZipLs like this. We need to put ourselves on the map. We've been working on that for so long. Maybe it's our problem. Maybe we were doing something wrong. No, we are the only industry that is doing everything right. We are pioneers, and we must be open. What distinguishes us is that we're fast in negotiating, transacting, and so on. Unlike industries with big egos, we need to grow fast. The faster we grow, the better. We're doing everything right. Unlike mining, subsoil use, we're doing everything right. We need to keep going. We are pioneers. And it's actually finally the time that I feel that I'm welcome in Uzbekistan, in Azerbaijan. You feel it even at the gate to the country, at the passport control gate. You feel as if you have come home. 1.5 million people are crossing the border every year between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and it is great. Those are artificial borders. If we keep going like that, we will have a great region, great market with great demographics and good brains and talents. Nothing impedes us, actually, from becoming this coherent region. Gaziz, de facto, you are already seeing us top of the mind for Preside, but how do we jump higher so that we welcome Sam Altman here, not in Abu Dhabi next year? Well, based on my experience, I gained in interacting with US funds, institutional big tech companies, including Europeans. Nobody knows Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan or the region in general. Not even IT. They don't know about the existence of those countries. We need to conduct awareness campaign like fora, conferences, and so on, but that's not enough. We need to make targeted moves towards a single goal. For instance, at Preside, we launched an accelerator program that is different from others, different from Alchemist Cham, because we target a very specific objective, generate interaction for the companies that are being accelerated. So we're taking a company, we're taking them to the R&D pipeline of Google or Facebook, we're giving them some kind of a POC, and if they do it good, they are awarded a contract. And this is how we're making them scalable. So this is what we did. This is, yeah, pretty refined manual work, and we need to keep going. Tilshot, maybe a couple of comments from you to wrap up the session. There are many thoughts, but indeed I agree that the region must get together, must get coherent, must produce joint products. There must be a Central Asian Forum, not separately, Dushanbe, Almaty, and so on. Well, Central Regional Venture Forum, let me advertise for the first time in Almaty in 4 years. Next year it's going to be in Tashkent. I know there have been initiatives for Central Asia, a single visa. From Tajikistan, there was an initiative. There is Startup Stand that we need to develop together, and I know that there are a practical initiative for Central Asia in the Silicon Valley. There is a trend, there is understanding, there is a wish. 85 million, I think, is a big market with huge prospects. According to UN ESCAP and their predictions, the next decade, hundreds of billions will be invested in Central Asia. So I think this is an attractive market as of today. Yes, for certain external players, we are yet not well understood, but we need to develop the ecosystems that the economies of the countries are investing mutually.
And the other way around, we, as a smaller economy, as opposed to other countries, we're looking at them not as competitors, but we know that these are large companies that are entering Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, but they're entering also Central Asia in general. So we, in waiting mode, can make it better, adjust it, everything takes its time. And Central Asia is posting great promises and hopes, and well, the session is running out. There is no time left. I got a kind reminder, and indeed, we heard a lot of important thoughts. We all echo this thought that it's a major collaboration and it's worth developing it further. Have a great day, everyone. Now, this panel session is over. We thank our speakers and the moderator for a insightful discussion. We declare a short break. Now, after the break, Series A as a point of maturity, role of the founders, capital, and ecosystem.
Организаторы, мы можем начинать, да? Или тут нет организаторов, наверное. Тогда будем начинать. Всех приветствую. Спасибо, что пришли.
So welcome everyone. Thanks for coming. And I think this is the most interesting and exciting session for startuppers. My name is Irjan, and I'm a partner of 7 Ventures, and we invest into startups at early stages. And we've come here to discuss how to grow to Series A. I'm a partner of MA7 Ventures, so we're going to talk to the founders of large companies. Would you allow me to introduce everyone? Let's begin with Murat. He is my partner, my teacher, my visionary, the coolest venture investor in our region. Askar Belizbekov, CEO Kazakhstan Venture Group. It's a new fund of funds, the most awaited one, and he is the most important person that should catalyze the success of our ecosystem, right? And to combine it, to put it together and catalyze. So again, Askar Belizbekov, Janadil Taldibayev, founder of the most successful Kazakh edtech startups that was scaled at MENA and Asia region, has attracted 9 million. According to estimate, it was 100 million, right? It's a super cool edtech startup. Now, the headliner of our firm is Alex Mashabov, co-founder of Higgsfield AI, and the most rapidly growing startup in the world. Now, in our panel here, we should have had Roman Alnetsov, and unfortunately he felt sick. He's a founder of Grand Games with more than 70 million revenue, and with estimation, according to valuation, more than $75 million. What unites them all together, all our founders, is that they have development and R&D in Kazakhstan, and they sell it around the globe, right? Let me put it into context. What is Series A? We know pre-seed, then followed by seed, and then MVP, product market fit. So Series A is when a startup approaches product market fit and proves that the model is valid. After Series A is scalability. Before Series A, experiments, hypothesis, the most the riskiest part, and the simulators, and we have founders that have passed through the stage. The classical valuation at Series A is $50 million, and with the revenue $10 million. Talking about new business models such as AI, then Series A valuation are much higher there, just to put it in context. Series A is $50 million, around 10 million, revenue 10 million. So here is the short statistics. In 2021, it was thought that you can do Series A if you have 1 million revenue. In modern realities, in 2024, on average is 3 million revenue, to start speaking and start attracting Series A. Therefore, let's begin talking to our stars, to our starry panelists. Janadil, over to you. We would like to hear more about metrics that in your code plate. So let's talk about Codeplay first and foremost. And how did you enter foreign markets? What was the logic of your thinking? And could you please share your scalability? We have scaled up to 13 countries: South Korea, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, UK, MENA, Qatar, Saudi, and the Arab Emirates. MRR for the past academic year, we work with schools, B2B, and for the last year, by May we had 1,800,000, and from September 3,500,000. So we have this surge each year in September, because if we start selling from January, they get connected from the new academic year, right? From September in many countries. And right now we changing our model to work not only with schools but with governments, moving from B2B to B2G, because all states, all governments these days are trying to introduce AI discipline, and now we're going to teach AI as a subject from 1st to 11th grades. Speaking of our scaling strategy, we began with those countries where the situation is similar to ours. And in our countries and in Southeast Asia, we entered through the partners. So we know that there is a company that is already selling something to the company, either software or hardware, and then with these partners, we try to approach the schools. And where we could do it ourselves, in Uzbekistan and Qatar, in Saudi, in MENA, we also had our team. So we had two pathways where we either bring our team over or we just use a local distributor or partner that help us scale it up. Thank you. Would you let us know if you wouldn't go for scalability to ramp it up across the world, but remained in our region in Central Asia countries? How long do you think would it take to grow to these metrics with the current valuation that you currently stand at? Probably a lot longer, because foreign expansion, we were just looking for the right market, because in Kazakhstan we faced a lot of resistance from the beginning, and this exit to foreign markets was something we had to do. So we were looking for the least resistant pathway. We knew we had a relevant product, where the problem statement in Kazakhstan is similar with Kazakhstan, where they need to master programming, digital skills, digital literacy, and we were looking where we could promote it in Uzbekistan, then Azerbaijan, and then many countries. Like I said, we had to go for it. Had we stayed here, so most probably just wouldn't work, and even not making it profitable. Had we not bet it and put it at stake. We will come back to your pivot a bit later. Now let me move to Alex. You work in the most competitive niche on the cutting. It's in the cutting edge technology, Gen AI video. Your competitors are big tech giants with immense budget, best team. Can you tell us how such a small, minuscule startups that has operations in R&D and marketing in Kazakhstan compete with companies coming from the Silicon Valley, China, and so on? So if you can shed some light on that. Thank you for your question. Let me begin by saying we need the mic. We need the mic again. Awesome. Let me do a short review of the market. There are incumbents such as Google. They have a DeepMind laboratory and distribution via YouTube. There is a ByteDance with their distribution via TikTok, and they have their own AI editor, CapCut, and the most successful startup in the world is OpenAI, and these are our primary competitors as of now. If we look at the main startups that are also producing video AI for social networks, then I think we are well ahead of everyone in terms of volume and the growth pace, and it's time for us to compete with the giants of this market. The main one, I assume that we are 1,000 times smaller in terms of our resources against to them. If you look at GPU capacity, they have hundred thousands of or millions of GPU. Then we have thousandfold smaller. However, we still remain competitive. First of all, because we built a large partnership system network with various AI laboratories across the world, and primarily thanks to a clear focus on social networks. We have a team that is dedicated to that. So what's going on in the US in open AI, oftentimes they don't have the focus that we attain, and the way that we work, oftentimes these are 100 hours a week. In OpenAI, it's not though a 40-hour week, but certainly not 100. But so thanks to our hard work, focus, we remain competitive. You're known for your hard work culture that you just mentioned. So how you manage that? You have a new release almost every day. So where do you find your staff and talents, and how do you motivate them to be so hardworking? It's a great question. A little bit about myself. I sold the company for 166 million. Yeah, in the background of Revolut, it's a lot smaller, but if you look at actual exit, it's one of the largest exits. And I thought that besides three founders, so it's myself, Gregor Kachenko, and Viktor Shaburov, we have first 10 members of the team became dollar millionaires with exits comparatively low, 106. We're now building a story of around $10 billion. You know, it's obvious that we have a huge financial uplift because we're giving our staff options like US startups would do according to the market rules. However, it seems like there is a high level of education and ambition to deliver a product of international level, and we have this wonderful opportunity to let them unleash their full potential and their talent. Video AI is an absolutely new field. A video for social networks were built with a smartphone in the past. You had to go somewhere to film it with your camera and so on. But these days you can do a video with AI without having a smartphone at all. It's an absolutely new field, an absolutely new game that was never possible before. With 3D movies, they did exist, but they were for YouTube, for cinema. But having such technological methods of making content for social network wasn't there. And it's a new method, and I think that every other video in 10 years will be generated with AI and with the help of Higgs fields. And when we do our release nearly every day, 5 times a week, we learn fast, and thanks to this quick iteration, we can be more successful than Sora from OpenAI. Yeah. Before we move to the investors, I would like to say a few more words. Classical statistics on seed rounds in the world, who is going for Series A, is only 10%. So only every 10th of seed round achieves Series A. And now talking about successful cases out of our region, less than 10 companies have achieved Series A by metrics and have managed it. Virtually all of them are working at international markets, so it's really hard to achieve Series A metrics working exclusively at Kazakhstan markets or neighboring countries. We see that at Astana Hub, according to the latest statistics, there were 1,500 companies, but unicorn statistics is less than 10%, a lot less than that. So now moving on to ASCAR and the long-awaited fund of funds that is designed to create more startups that should go for Series A and beyond. So if you can just briefly take us through your agenda. Thank you, Murat, Iljan, for the invitation. I have a question for the audience. Who understands what is fund of funds? Even I don't really understand it fully. I think you weren't honest, dear audience. So now let me just fill this gap in knowledge. And in fact, our goal is to gather capital in our fund, which is called Alem Ventures Fund, and to distribute this money across Kazakhstan, the region, Central Asia, the Caucasus. We call them underlying funds that are having licenses these days and that are actively investing in startups. And we believe that Kazakhstan Venture Group is a managing company that has a license at AIFC, and we're expanding our license further. And through Alem Ventures Fund of Funds, we are planning to invest in all funds that you can find in Kazakhstan, in the region and globally, so that you could mitigate your risks. So why does this matter? Why it's the high time? Because time to market is the most appropriate time, most appropriate moment. Yesterday, with the help of Astana Hub and the Digital Forum, we held the first in Kazakhstan LP Summit, and we had people from US, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Azerbaijan, and other countries. All in all, it was $160 billion under management, and it's an ambitious goal to fill with our funds with this money. Why is it's the right moment for time to market? Because we consider ourselves to be a startup, but the main goal is to support first-time startups. Those who have a license, small experience, but fund management is not significant. It's nearly absent. So why we need it? In order to increase the number of funds, increase the number of startups, the quality. I really enjoy what Alex has mentioned. If you listen to this attentively, he mentioned focus 3 times. And that's what we are often, unfortunately, lacking. And the goal that we see it for ourselves is to increase the number of startups and funds, and the strategic goal is to evolve them into corporations. What Murat has been talking about in his lectures. What's absent in our ecosystem are the strategies. Who is going to buy? We know one buyer who is buying it all, but that's not enough. There definitely should be more, and we're meeting them daily, regularly, so that we could spur this market forward. And this should give a cumulative effect that should boost managers of this fund to create vertical funds for these corporations. We will get new high-quality startups. Like you mentioned, 1,500 companies, but that's not enough. There should be definitely more. And I think this opportunity to set up not only vertical funds, not only increase their numbers, but also give a chance for the managing funds to help get invested at later stages. That's the primary topic of this panel, to get the money that we're missing. Why is the government doing that? But let's look at any global example, even US. Remember, we discussed there was a US program that was built back in the 60s, 70s, and all largest venture funds, they came from this. They stem from this program, And indeed, there is not enough government funds, but there are quasi-public. To a lesser degree, 2/3 of this money is the money that flows from private investors, from corporates, and that was very brief, but we certainly hope that all these initiatives will help us give the right impetus for a new cycle of our development and ecosystem development. We see Series A startup in Kazakhstan, they all have revenue from abroad at large. And the new generation of founders, they realize that they should immediately go global. And still, we spoke about it 5 years ago, and it still remains relevant. Well, the thesis, let's practice it here, and then let's go there. And maybe it's not valid. Maybe we should immediately move global, so fund of funds, these managers, this GP, what should be the ideal mandate? Only the local startups, with focusing on the local geography, or that are having mandate to go for global projects? It's a great question. I'd like to deliberate on that one. Again, we are supporting both. We see it clearly. If we are building, incentivizing our corporation to build vertical funds, then these verticals or companies that are going to get funding through these funds or unlikely to get demand. Maybe it's just a cross-border, but going abroad far away is not going to be interesting. So there might be companies that will be, the founders will be creating the products for these corporations that will be end users. So we are not excluding this part. We don't know how it all will result in. However, taking into account these discussions that we're holding with mining and banking sector, we see that they have a great deal of interest.
And we say that we shouldn't do it independently. It's the professional who should do that. And it's not the corporate venture. We call it hybrid corporate venture, where we see joint monetary efforts of QVG and corporate sector, which pulls a fund that has to be administered independently by an independent administration company. This is relevant for those who already have independent licenses and the external market, because the company may find some use cases for the corporations here in the internal market and externally. From my venture expertise, I can say that if you're building your startup and you want to grow and want to first try it out here and then go externally, well, it's a common mistake. People try to do something here, and with the traction they have, they go to the United States with a certain cap table, with a certain luggage, with a certain valuation. According to the feedback, there is a mismatch. The track record in Kazakhstan or even Central Asia is not exactly relevant in that big market. And it's not that big for this kind of valuation. So there is a kind of a collision, a kind of a mismatch. So when you go out in a global market, you need to go down to zero. You need to start building from the scratch. Murat, you have been in the industry for over 10 years. And I think your experience is the biggest. And I saw your system developing from copycat or geographic arbitrage models, from such models to innovation models like Higgsfeld that starts building products for the entire world at once. So will you keep investing into copycat models or first mover advantage that work for our region? If we look back at the history and the trends of our market development, as early as 7 years ago, we mainly copy-pasted various projects. We would say, we have a time machine. We don't have to invent a bicycle. Let us not look for a market fit for new projects. Go to Moscow, and you will see what happens in Almaty in a couple of years. Go to Silicon Valley, and you will see what happens in Almaty in 4 years. Just copy and paste. As soon as you gain experience, you may make some adjustments or modifications. This model has been legit for a certain time. That's how we got Choco Family project, Alexander Lee projects. Most of those projects are copy-pastes that were made by really talented entrepreneurs. And they successfully sold them in the market of Kazakhstan. And the messenger that was sold to Avito from Kazakhstan is another good example. So we enjoy looking for projects that would go to external markets, but local projects are good as well. The copy-pasted projects are hard to scale because in bigger market there are definitely similar red ocean projects. Therefore, trying to conquer some share of the market would be too expensive with less margin. But if we look at local markets, we have the Prosper Pay project. We financed it for a couple of times already. But this model was not conceived in Kazakhstan. It's not revolutionary, but it addresses the real pain point in our market. Payments from salary to salary on the same day. It has a social impact, and it allows people to get their salary in time and buy some food for their children instead of going for micro-lending with a very high reaping of interest rates. And we finance it, and we are sure that we will sell this project successfully because the sales horizon is not that high in terms of the amount. $50 million, well, maybe not too big, but 10x, is not something that you can easily find. It is still good money. And we enjoy finding such projects. And our rule is not to enter a project if we don't see the exit yet. Of course, it's hard to develop such projects in bigger markets. And exiting directly in Central Asian markets and Kazakh markets. So we work from the scratch with the strategists. We get their feedback, and we are working on that transaction 2 years before it is done. So my question is, all startups as of today, they are proclaiming themselves as AI startups. What is an A startup in various verticals of B2B? To which extent it has to be AI first? If we talk about the high-tech industries, if there is no AI, the valuation is down. Why AI is such a prerequisite for all industries? And how to make sure AI is not only in the name? Well, there are no startups without AI in their names, without AI prefix, because it's a cross-cutting disruption. All industries have been affected by AI, even the most conventional ones. Even big corporations now have AI development departments because AI automates many business flows, routine processes, even sophisticated processes. Therefore, those who harness it, they will stay in the market and they will reduce their costs. Those who don't harness it, they will lose a lot on the costs and they will lose in the market. There is no question of either implementing or not implementing AI. Otherwise, you will lose 10% of the market every year. There are big global models, big LLMs, and there are some startups that are called shells that are probably not important, but there are thousands of cases that must be automated with AI agents. And there are tens of projects, dozens of projects who are working in that niche, and this window will be open for 3 to 5 years. And thanks to the vibe quoting, the development costs are down. So if you have an idea in the morning, you can have an MVP in the evening because it's fast, cheap, and efficient. Thank you. So the first round was 30 minutes. We have talked about important things that you can go outside the country and start growing fast. And the second round, transitioning from AI, let us talk about the pivot courage and understanding of pivot. Our market is affected by the following. Many startups, they get stuck in the same stage. 2 to 3 years, they take a bridge and so on and so forth. They're not pivoting. So startup gives radical growth in an ideal situation, 200, 300%, like Higgs felt. If you are not growing double or threefold or triple, you're not a startup. Something is wrong with you. You've already built a startup without AI elements, classical tech startup in the red ocean, but you still managed to find your place in the foreign market. And you curbed your competitors, and you're not afraid of pivoting. Tell me about your thinking. Why is it important to pivot? As has been mentioned by Murat, if you're not adding AI as a prefix, you will get stuck, and sooner or later you are dying. So this is something that we understood when we were just starting. And we were thinking about adding AI to our product, not just for the sake of the hype, but to further develop our product and improve it. So we have two approaches to AI. Use AI as a content. Previously, we conducted digital skills training. And the demand for the digital skills training product was declining. Invisible at first, but then we actually noticed that the decline is really serious, that people care less about digital skills or coding. The AI hype is now inside the minds of school principals or other stakeholders. And we understand that we need to transition to AI skill training, but how to do it best? First, we thought that we will be training AI as a subject rather than just digital skills. Several countries have recently announced, like China, UAE, and Kazakhstan, that AI will be a part of the school curricula. However, in the Emirates, the announcement was that in September 2026, AI would be one of the subjects, but they don't have content yet, and there are no specialists. There were no coding specialists who could properly teach children. We had this problem. We didn't address it, and we have now switched to AI. There are not too many experts, and how can you match their expertise with the teaching methodology? Well, it's another issue, but we had to resolve this issue. That is why we switched to the new model, and our current team that was focusing on development, it didn't fit the objective of building AI as a subject. The next challenge is the use of AI technology inside the product. The first objective was addressed more or less successfully, but when we understood that we need to build our own model to be scalable rather than use someone else's, and there are not too many talents to ensure it is done, and I understood that I need a star team, but I cannot engage them in code deploy because that would be too cumbersome. So we decided to start the Paradigm Shift project to build sovereign AI models. And I pivoted not only the project, but my own brain. So Paradigm Shift is working on sovereign AI tools for education and sports. I would like to highlight it for the startuppers. 100 million company is not afraid of making a pivot. Windsurf is a competitor to Coursera. Via Series A, they raised a big amount for a totally different idea, and they understood that they were going their own way, and they pivoted. This is the biggest acquisition in AI. I think they were bought by Google. Don't be afraid of pivots. 100 million companies, multi-million companies are making pivots. If you are valued less, don't be afraid of start over or pivot. Alex, the question is as follows. You have big experience in building fast-growing companies, faster than Lovable, faster than Coursera. Initially, you owned a technology that was more efficient and cheaper than similar technology. That was your attraction point. Then you had a good iteration speed, and now you're showing virality. You have many users. You're focusing on distribution. So technology, distribution, or speed, there is no one thing that can make a startup successful. But what's the most important here? What are the modes? And what would you recommend? What would your tips be for early startups in AI? This is a good topic. Indeed, we enjoy attention, and we enjoy the fact that we are fast growing, but we need to share how we got here. We understood that AI-generated videos were a brand new market that was going to grow exponentially, but the question was how we enter the market, how to become a player. Before that, we had two attempts. The Kicksalot AI is the third idea that we are implementing. Initially, we thought that the adoption of video AI will start with the simplest formats, the videos that were made on mobile phones, because this is the simplest content format ever existing. But if we talk about unit economics, it's not changing against generative AI too much. Historically, if we look at mobile app, the retention is very low. And in general, mobile app users, they pay less than the desktop or website users. If we look at the most successful late-stage startups like Canva and Figma, both of them are similar because they're desktop-oriented apps for creative collaboration, for creative professionals. And Canva is a 4 billion revenue company, valuated at about 30, and Figma, a hit successful IPO. And the next one, I think, is Hicksfeld. I understood that in October 2023, but I was doing something else. And it took us 18 months. I understand that we only have 8 minutes left, but I think it's important to share the following. Something that is probably not hitting the name of the panel, but important to mention. Indeed, as it was said, the seed and Series A is still a search for a business idea. It's not yet scaling. If we look at the names of the Hicksfeld investors, those are the best funds in the world. And at the seed stage, we had 20 investors. And at the moments when the pivots are happening, it's important to have the investors who are indeed supporting you. I can say honestly that we were indeed supported only by Murat and MA7, although we have like a really star team of investors on paper. However, there is a difference between paper and reality for an early stage startup. It's a struggle between whether it's gonna work or not gonna work, whether we can believe the numbers. We had an investor who was, let's say, of use to us, but according to statistics, 90% of investors are neutral. They give you money and they forget about it. And one of the investors we had, who unfortunately was very negative about pivots, he took them for, the weakness of the team, the weakness of the founders. But I must express my appreciation to Murat and MI7 for their support. Because despite everything, it's really difficult to find at an early stage the support of investors who would support you at the difficult moment of pivoting. Thank you, Alex. Oskar, I wanted to switch to you now. Other countries have launched the funds of funds a while ago. There is already some expertise. So what I'm saying is that the understanding shared by many that when Hicksfeld raised the round, and it was registered in Kazakhstan, but all world companies are de facto registered in Delaware, US, an offshore state in America. All companies that grow outside Kazakhstan, if they are changing the jurisdiction or they are becoming global companies. It's been covered in social media. The incorporation place. European unicorn would be registered and listed out there in the States. So there is experience of investing by citizenship, like in Greece, with their successful funds, and they are investing in their diaspora across the globe. So what's your view of this fund of funds story, and how can you grow new fund of fund managers in Kazakhstan? Thank you so much for this question. Indeed, that requires a deeper elaboration because we have less than 5 minutes. Indeed, we support not only Kazakhstani startups or regional startups, because when we talk among ourselves, we understand that Kazakhstan is, with all due respect, is the leader, and it has the AFC platform, which gives a great boost. Secondly, our region has great potential. Last week, I talked to Tim Draper's partner. We were talking about potential partnership, and he said, "I love your ideas."
And I thought maybe he was just interested in receiving money. He said, even though you can give the money, but your region has more upward potential than the Middle East. They have plenty of money, but very low human capital. And it's not just a matter of numbers, but the quality of human capital. And we spoke yesterday about family offices that are coming and investing in such funds, and they all notice that the quality of our human capital is great. And Hicksfeld is a great example. So we strongly believe in that, and we're planning to develop this further, and we're planning to invest not only at the funds that are registered at AIC or in Kazakhstan, but invest in those funds that, for example, Seri Kaldıkulov from ESL, Jas Makishev, those who stem from our region and that are supporting our community, it could be Southeast Asia, etc. So what comes to training, it's one of our mandates, and we're planning not only invest in funds, but we're planning to invest in supporting our community. So these are acceleration programs, incubation programs. This could be small amounts, however, the money and the network is all there. However, there should be global names so that our kids wouldn't go to Malaysia, Singapore, US, and DLP is a big deal, and we're talking to top-tier funds that we're planning to build LBGP education. Naturally, I have a question for you, Murat. If a startup is stuck with a startup for a couple of years, say they radically changing the business model, starting over, and needing money for a new idea. If a startup is stuck within 2 years, then I'm not going to talk to them, because as we say, mistakes is part of the process, and one has to change. And some founders are really having a hard time admitting their mistakes, and they keep polishing their model until the end, unless they run out of money entirely. Unfortunately, this happens. What I can tell, you have to be more flexible, admit it rapidly, draft new hypotheses and test them. While venture capitalists are looking at it very positively. What do you mean you're stuck? There is no product market fit, that what means you're stuck. And these attempts to scale it up out of this dead cat is not leading anywhere, and we're just writing off such companies. You cannot do anything with it. You cannot do it all for themselves. In my last minute, I would like to say to thank Alex and Rizat for this miracle. I'm talking about Hicksville, of course, because it's a game changer. You know, these are the guys that put the stamp on the entire region, quality of human capital. That we can have such companies of the global level, and indeed we were looked upon by some large funds. Once Alex left, they got united with Alex, and there were some super cool American funds started calling me, and I was wondering. They were asking who are they and where are they coming from. They couldn't believe where is Kazakhstan. And now they all it very well. No need to explain it to anyone, and it's a big deal for Omar. I would like to say that Hicksville is not alone. We have other great companies such as Zimran that have become #1 in Newsweek Education and Learning at U.S. continent, at American continent. So we have our second project in ACI by Bakajan. It's a small language model that is trained for a small, narrow segment of financial audit in U.S. They raised a round with General Catalyst, and now they're having another round. Cannot yet announce it, but you will hear it shortly. It's another story. And we as investors are real headhunters of these talents that we're searching through the entire region. We have our talent is our second oil, you know, is our new oil. We'd like to thank all the panelists for their attendance. I think it was truly fascinating. Murat gave the conclusion, a message for startups: begin your company in those industries where you have asymmetric advantage. And for investors, venture success is real. Founders proving that they're building every company. There are 100x investment. So everyone should go into venture business. Thank you.
Series A как точка зрелости, роль фаундеров, капитала и экосистемы подошла к завершению. Мы благодарим наших спикеров и модератора за глубокую содержательную дискуссию. А сейчас объявляется перерыв. Форма напоминает.
I guess before we proceed, now switch your mobile phones into silent mode and let's begin. Thank you for your understanding.
Your phones to silent mode and keep the hall quiet. Thank you for your cooperation.
Итак, давайте начинать. Всех
Okay, so let's begin. I would like to welcome everyone. My name is Anwar Linzat. I'm a CEO at RS Bootcamp. Today we have with us Alibek Sultangazin, Chief Investment Officer at Global Ventures, B Global Ventures. Let's give a round of applause. Muhammad Mahmudov, Regional Director of Plug and Play in Uzbekistan. Gulmira Akinbashina, Managing Director at Berike Bank. Alim Hamitov, Rockstar and CEO Most Ventures. And a Rockstar from Azerbaijan, Hussein Mahmudov, Head of External Innovations at Pasha Holding. Now, thanks everyone for coming. We are set to talk about corporate innovations. Our panel session is called as AI as a Bridge. Can startups and corporates bet on shared future? It's no secret that for the past 5 to 7 years, our startup and venture system has been rapidly developing. Every year, we see more and more venture funds in the region, not only in Kazakhstan, but let's look at Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan. Around 10 new venture funds were set up. And all in all, there are more and more strong startups. However, there is one catch. One very important participant of this ecosystem is not moving rapidly and is still lagging behind. These are corporations, and that's what we gathered here for. I have two proof for this statement. I always look at podcast called Bridge that engaged a person who mentioned there were plenty of hackathons, program acceleration, but at the end it all ended up in towards PR materials, reports, and there is no implementation taking place. And another example that I often give is a famous investor, Bakhter Niyazov, who is comparing our ecosystem with a vehicle, which has one of its wheels having a square shape or is entirely absent. In our opinion, we need to make sure that this wheel moves along in sync with other wheels, just like the funds, startups, accelerators, and other market participants. Most developed ecosystems, seeing the corporations as the main institutional core that develops the ecosystem. These are large players, telecom, banks, industry, pharma, and other sectors that are opening CVC funds. These are corporate venture funds that are looking and investing in the startups that are making competitive advantages or optimizing various costs in production. And it's a lot more complicated. In our case, we have only one venture fund. It's called My Ventures. At the moment, actually, there are no other professional players besides those that are working at corporate level. So let's talk about it today. Why didn't corporations become key partners of startups in Kazakhstan? Isn't synergy between venture startups possible? And can AI become this catalyst and this linking bridge between startups and corporations? Let's think where this gap is. Is the government or startups or corporations are at fault? Let's figure this out. And my first question is for you, Alibek. Alibek has a rich experience in corporate innovations. He was in charge of departments at Astana Hub. He used to work at Tech Hub and IFC. A lot of corporate accelerations, did work with UNESCO and UNDP. So my question is for you, Alibek. Why do venture funds do global, such as global VC, need corporate innovation. Why did you go for corporate innovations? I know you did a joint study with corporate innovations. Why did you do that? And overall, we need to be cognizant of the importance of potential exits for venture funds. What should change, in your opinion, for the corporate innovations to move faster, in your opinion? Alibek, over to you. Yes, thank you very much, dear Anwar. And first of all, I'm excited to be here with you today and to share my experience in corporate innovations. As we discussed with Anwar, the goal, target setting, about what we do, and it's filling the literacy gap for the industry, for the market, for Kazakh startups in the IT sector. Yeah, and they have high performance, but corporate innovations are not fully explored. First, I encountered corporate innovations in the way that I know them and continue the exploration in 2018 when I joined Zerde holding, along with my former colleague Aset. We went for corporate innovations. Aset was in charge of corporate innovations at Astana Hub. I was in charge of the similar work at Zerde, and we were thinking with my colleagues how else could we support startups. We had incubation programs, we had acceleration programs. There wasn't much said about venture, and we were thinking where can we find money for startups. We could either find some orders for them. There were some well-established IT companies that needed support with orders. You remember the previous portal of Astana Hub, from state bodies. The orders would come from state bodies, from corporations. We did a mini hackathon with TCO, following the result of which one company won pilot projects and 2 startups tried to implement their solutions. Corporate innovations, speaking at a general level, it's a great opportunity for a startup or IT company to implement their solution, be it a pilot or an off-take contract, so that later they could embed it into the structure of corporation. Now, after a number of years, as Anwar has mentioned, a corporate player is probably the main client. Generally speaking, who would participate in IPO, M&A, once the startup reaches this stage. Now, we prepared some slides. I will not be reading them out at great length. I just recommend you to take a printed version or just download it. As Big Global Ventures, this is our 3rd report that we prepare. 2 years in a row we did a study of venture market in Kazakhstan and the Caucasus countries and Central Eurasia, as we call it. This is our 1st report on corporate innovations, thanks to our management at Kazakhstan Investment Corporation and Big Global Ventures. We, as a venture fund, decided to go for it because at the end of the day, the startup that you have invested should be sold to someone. This is absolutely natural for startup development. And this has been my belief all the time, that corporations in Kazakhstan are the wealthiest and most developed players. If you want to scale up abroad or you want to go big in the region, you still need money to feed your R&D, your runway. And I got really excited when our general director, Nurjan, he supported this idea from the other end, by saying that corporations should and can invest money in development of startups. Startups can also gain a lot of competence by interacting with corporations. And those sectors where Kazakhstan has historically strong: mining, metallurgy, mechanic engineering, telecom, IT, oil and gas. So startup that has good traction, as MVP is well developed and he's successfully selling it to some businesses, can either customize their solution or make a tailor-made solution for some large player, oil and gas sector, for instance, and so on. And with the participation of people from this company to materialize a solution that would be well recommended or approved in Kazakhstan, and then later as a benchmark, as a industry benchmark, could be exported abroad. What can work in Kazakh oil and gas can work equally well in Saudi oil and gas. Agriculture solutions and know-hows could be exported to Canada, Australia. Thanks to having a huge landline, telecom has been historically strong. So we can export it to countries with similar weather patterns. And speaking precisely about the study that the team of Anwar and our team from the Bridge did with the participation of B Global, the primary problem is that though it's 15 years of system development, our IT, it comes from the top, that you have to rapidly integrate, or you just realize yourself that you are losing the market and you just need to quickly integrate something. And thirdly, your market share is shrinking. So IT is a tool to quickly solve some problem. You want to do some breakthrough. In my understanding, corporate innovations should be part of your strategy at strategic level. So first and foremost, companies need to revise their strategies and to see IT not as a quick solution of the day-to-day problem. Though, and I'm not talking ideally about a 10-year period. With the help of AI, what we have planned even could be achieved within 5 years, So it should be comprehensive, but it's an action plan and you need to revise it now and then. And the second point is there is a great deal of blurring the responsibility. I work at Bayterek at a department, and they were asking, like, can you fix my microwave oven? And I would say you're not coming to the right person. So when we're talking about innovations, this is IT department. There are holders of this process. There is HR, document turnover, for sys administrators, this device management, Power BI analytics is reporting to shareholders and so on. So after the strategy, you need to crystallize who is the holder of which innovation, token, workflow, ERP solutions, and so on. And the third is facing resistance within the company. When we were optimizing process at Kazakhstan Housing Company, when I came to do an interview on business processes, they said, are you trying to come up with a system that should replace it? There is a great deal of resistance at middle management level and at the level of regular staff, and changing corporate structure is not necessarily my competence, but I believe that when the first two pillars, such as native update of the strategy with innovations and AI, and the second is clear delineation of responsibilities, division of responsibilities of who's responsible for what. From top to bottom, it will reach to a regular staff person. That he doesn't need to do this duplication. What he writes on paper, send it to 1C, and then in PowerPoint. He's not silly, Or he would say, "Yeah, I'm happy with this resource. If there is no need for this redundancy, you're using Casper, right? You're using ChatGPT because it makes your life easier. So once it makes this process painless and really making their life easier." That can share bottom up to the top management, so that the management could report to the government authorities or shareholder. He would not only support it, but be actively using it. No need to go through the slides. My mission at this session is to ignite your interest in corporate innovations. That could be inside the team, it could be external with engagement of consultants. They could be called differently in different countries, but again, thanks to the work of digital development ministry, AI ministry, back in the days, we have a well-established form of corporate innovations. And my colleague has been head of corporate innovations at AIFC. So I welcome you to explore more on that, because at the end of the day, in Kazakhstan and abroad, the primary player whom we can sell as a successful startup are large corporations or the state, or companies that are state-owned or with government state-owned enterprises. we're not only investing, but we're also sharing our competence. We're happy to support startups so that they get not only investments, but also could try to fit in this system and gain opportunities to represent their solutions at corporate level with our support. And RS Bootcamp, thanks for leading this track and offering this opportunity that is highly demanded for within the region. And I'm happy to take your questions. Yeah, here is our study along the QR. And looking for your feedback.
Thank you. I have a question for Gulmira. Gulmira is representing Kazakhstani corporations, so you will have to answer for all of them. As far as we know, well, Bereke talks about the innovations, and I know that Bereke focuses on corporate innovations. However, where are the real pilots? Where are the actual startups? Where is the acquisition of startups? Or other decisions have to be taken at a higher level? Not the way it is done at Freedom. Maybe there is a fear of not being accepted in startup acquisition. Considering their high valuations, there could be some issues for the management. There could be some witch hunt. Maybe certain attritions or firings or sanctions. Maybe this is the fear that you have when you talk about acquiring startups, so we shouldn't expect any corporate innovations from a big holding in Kazakhstan. Is there the so-called fear to assume responsibility, or you have a different view of innovations? Greetings, dear participants. Thank you for this multi-layered and open question. These are the questions that move the discourse further. As for the innovations, I think that developing innovations can be approached differently. One of them is acquiring startups and integrating their solutions. We know this path. We understand the pros and cons. However, if we talk about Bereke Bank, we have a different vector. We are building our internal teams. We are creating services and products. And we are building a partnership model via our APIs. We are not buying for, big headings in papers. We do it for our clients, especially for small and medium businesses. Maybe there are certain pilots with startups that you are running. For the last 2 years, we've taken a systemic approach to innovation, and we implemented the international methodology called SAFE, which makes pilot scalable services. Anora, you know really well that we have started the third stage of acceleration. For us, it's a kind of a testing ground where we join with startups and tech companies to verify hypotheses, test product solutions, and understand which solutions are relevant for our clients. Recently, we collaborated with a startup, and we conduct together an AI-driven market review using big language and mathematical models to promptly analyze and process open source information. In general, as a bank, we have implemented several unique cases. One of the recent ones is fast currency remittances to EU, US, and China for businesses. We launched it together with an international company, MasterCard, and Bereke Bank is the first in Central Asia and Eastern Europe to actually do that. Our bank APIs are open, and startups and digital platforms can integrate our services payments and settlements directly into their products. As for the startups, we can see that the startup market is overheated. The valuations sometimes are overstated. The client base is not always there with the startups. So instead of expensive acquisitions, we decided to build an infrastructure for cooperation. From my perspective, this is a more sustainable development path. As for the teams, what I've described, the collaboration with startups, acceleration plus the SAFE methodology application, has taken us to the point where we have a mature culture of working with cross-functional teams at the bank. And all decisions are taken by boards, responsibilities are shared, and even errors are viewed as lessons, but not as a pretense for a witch hunt. Well, a round of applause for this answer. Hussein, the question is for you. We know that Pasha Holding is a major player in the ecosystem. There have been many activities of Pasha Holding this year. There have been integrations in the internal Pasha Holding companies, and we know that it's a multi-profile company with various classes of assets, banks, industries, immovable property, real estate. So there is an opinion that innovations are developing only in the markets where there is a fight for the client and high competition. And we can see that the innovations are moving only in the banking sector, where the market is overheated and it's hard to compete for a client. Now we see a battle emerging in the telecom market. So what can be a spur or a trigger for other corporations in the industrial sector, agricultural sector, pharmacology in our region to boost growth in innovation somewhere beyond telecom and banking sector? How can we make this wake-up call, especially in the sectors where government is heavily present and the market has already been delineated? We would like to know more about Pasha Holdings' activities in this area. Can we expect full-fledged M&As in the nearest future? Thank you. Greetings, everyone. So in a nutshell, I think your opinion is correct. Where we see active competition for the client, where the client is within one click from you to your competitor, the price of the client loss and the share of client loss is quite big, which actually encourages companies, corporations make something new in their businesses, implement new projects, new products, new processes via internal developments or via cooperation with startups. Where there is no competition, including in the domains where the government is heavily invested, national companies are present, well, competition is not that high. We can see that in Azerbaijan, and I think no other country is an exception. So it could sound as a cliche, but competition is the growth driver. So what can be done? I'm not sure if there is a silver bullet for that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a subject for discussion. There could be options. One of the tested methods, as Alibek mentioned, is the top-down approach, where the government's role is big. If there is a national strategy for innovation development in the areas that are lagging behind finance and telecom, the government may artificially spur competition by new standards, by imposed API standards, and benefits, of course. Talking about benefits or incentives, and corporate venture funds. However slow you are, however big you are as a monopoly, when we talk about profit numbers, that couldn't be a driver for you. So national companies, if they implement corporate standards, that would encourage them to behave like real corporations. If we talk about Azerbaijani case, Azerbaijani Airlines, for a long time they've been a monopoly. Well, off the record, they've been a monopoly in the market, and they've been working with losses. After a corporate center was established as a superstructure in this Azerbaijani Airlines, they began implementing corporate standards, and success became obvious in terms of motivation, in terms of a streamlining of business flows, business processes, and openness for cooperation, as we see from the outside. Talking about the Pasha Holding and what we do, answering your question, we have fingers in a lot of pies here and there. We did buy startups from Ukraine, locally, marketplaces, payment systems, digital wallets. However, as of now, no M&A activities are planned. On the one hand, that is a negative situation. On the other hand, it could be a positive situation. You know, it's great to have Pasha Holding as a player in the market, like Freedom in Kazakhstan, who buys startups. However, on the other hand, the curse here is that the market would be dependent on a single player, and one corporation cannot indefinitely keep buying companies. Therefore, we need to develop ecosystem. We need to let other players in. We need to involve them because of this competition clause. And there are many ways to work with startups, as it's been noted. You can collaborate. We have venture clienting, and as a corporate center, we allocate a certain budget for our corporations that may, let's say, talk about their pain points and address them via certain external solutions from startups. So we are financing or subsidizing, if I may, those stories. And when the corporations see the real use in that, they see that the numbers are going up, they actually enjoy that, and they start budgeting that, and they start working with startups. But for this to happen, well, there are many ingredients. What's important is the relevant corporate culture. If we talk about us, venture clienting has been developing actively in banking and insurance that are, of course, heavily regulated, but very well developed, and they have a rich portfolio. But if we talk about retail or real estate management, we are open, and our program may cover them as well. But we don't see the movement from their side. We don't see great willingness. So we need to properly build the cooperation with such companies, with such startups, because they are facing uncertainty as well. And the corporations see no competition, as you mentioned. Everything is, let's say, stable, predictable, and there is no a wish to ruin your life by your own movements. What's important here is the leadership's visions and the vision on the part of national companies and the government as well. Thank you, Hussein. Having surveyed the corporations, we found out that the corporations are open to working with startups. 100% almost said that, yes, they want to work with startups. But why? And what are you going to do with a startup if your pilot is successful? Well, the answers were ambiguous. Most of them don't want to merge or acquire them. They want to work under standard B2B models, where a corporation is working with a startup under the standard framework. Almost all of them, around 80%, answered it this way. Well, Alim, it's a fact that the market is growing. We learned how to invest, but exiting is a bit more challenging. As Hussein said, Freedom is a player who keeps acquiring startups. A couple of months ago, they bought a Steogram from you. How do you create new Durovs, new Turlovs, so that your portfolio is well deployed in the market and let's say well sold in the internal market? Because not all of the startups are global. The majority of the startups as of today are the players that are working in Central Asia. Do you think that AI can be the factor that can unite startups and corporations? Alim? Greetings. Thank you so much, Anwar, for the invitation. Before I answer, Anwar, well, okay. I wanted to ask the audience, or maybe ask the show of hands, who is representing a corporation here. So this is your answer. This is a session about corporate innovations, and there are no corporations here. Did they know that Digital Bridge is on these days? I think they may have known. Do they know about the session? Well, if they would look for it, they would know. Well, I understand that the organizers, the hosts, engage with not only Biriki Bank. I'm sure that you called out to other corporations. But for me, this is a kind of a kitchen talk in a small company. You know, this is a platform where the corporations could meet venture platforms. Are you upset about this fact? Well, I'm not upset because we are developing quite successfully. We're not just investing. We are entering foreign markets as well. But, you know, I wanted to single it out as a separate thesis. This is not only your pain point. When we conduct our forum, we also invite corporations. We see more of them, but not as many as we would like to. So that was the first statement I wanted to make. This session is really great, but I think it's very indicative that we don't have too many corporations here. There is a hashtag called Turlov will buy. It's both funny and sad. There is also a Telegram with the same Telegram channel with the same name. Well, this is probably something that came from that Telegram channel, and you know, under my posts, people use this hashtag. I don't mind it. So why corporate innovations are not developing with the momentum that we would love to see? Let us have a look at our economy. 70 to 75% is B2G. These are businesses working with the government. Why would they go out and involve others into the B2B story? Because you have to work on the product, you have to work on the distribution, you need to be able to package, you need to be able to negotiate. In this market, you just need to negotiate with the government, come to terms, go through a bid call, and you can enjoy your profits. So mainly our markets are monopolized by someone. I know, wherever we go, it's oil and gas, it's agro, it's logistics, and there are always big players. It is normal for a young market, but since I'm on the stage, I would like to use this opportunity and say that I wish that this share declines. If we keep doing the same year on year, this is what our president says, that we need to boost the share of small and medium businesses in the market. SMEs are about the same as startups. It's just that the startups work in the tech sector, and with minimum costs, they make great things, make money, and run further. So to have more Turlovs, you need to work on the B2G, B2B segment a little bit. I know business people who work in B2G, and I said, let's be frank. If we switch off this B2G story, how many companies will still be competitive against other companies or foreign companies? Global and Volt enter the market really smoothly. And I know how hard it is for our companies. And it's not about competencies, it's about resources. They have more resources usually than our companies. So what I'd say here is I'm really glad to see Berike's experience that they are moving towards this. But who does what in venture? And you mentioned Turlov, and BI was about to do the same. Nurlan Smagulov established my venture. So there are cases, but they're not numerous. And all of those cases, they start from the head. They start, let's say, top down. If the top doesn't want it, nothing happens. And who are the biggest stoppers? Who are the biggest blockers to innovations? CTOs, technical officers. And we have CTOs in the audience as well. We call them CDO, digital officers, innovation officers. Well, I'm sure it's temporary, but CTOs, they have certain budgets and they need to somehow allocate them. And startups come to them and they say, well, we can save you money. But they say, no, the CTOs need to bloat their budgets. So before there is a will at the top, nothing happens. So we need to work in this direction. We need to shape culture. Statistically, by 2028, all corporations in America, if they don't have their own innovation venture area, it means that they don't exist. It's like it used to be before during the dot-com era. When you're not online, you don't exist. So the same will happen here in 3 to 5 years. So the first thesis is top-down approach. And the second thesis is that we need to build a culture of competition so that the management is eager to do that.
And it was well captured by Elbek that it should be part of the strategy. It shouldn't be short-term, like let's automate sales or something, but it's more about strategy. And the venture investor, their portfolio, I just thought about it. There have around 40 companies, and we're trying to make sure that to the extent we should make them scalable. And they don't see any exit here, they see it only abroad. And for corporations, it's a missed opportunity where they could enter at a low valuation and then make good money once they do exit abroad. And there is a great potential. So hopefully the message that I made it here, unfortunately there are very few corporations, but hopefully the messages will still reach the recipients. We'll pass it on to the corporations. And our final speaker, Mohammad, is representing Plug and Play. I hope everyone knows what Plug and Play is. Plug and Play is a large technological hub, accelerator, venture fund, and we've been, along with William, at Silicon Valley. We went to Plug and Play office, and the one thing that I remember most is there were a few walls with the logo of the corporation, covered by the logo of the corporation, and then I got inspired to do that in Kazakhstan when I saw these multiple logos from around the world, different corporations. There were Samsung, General Motors, and so forth and so on, you name it. So they have a dozen of unicorns that includes Google, Airbnb, a few more companies. Muhammad is representing Plug and Play in Central Asia. He's in Uzbekistan. I have two questions for you. Is there any secret recipe for the corporate innovations to move ahead, and move quicker, and so on? Is there any element that we don't know, and how Plug and Play is is convincing corporations to work with startups? And the second question: earlier, a few years ago, Plug and Play opened in Kazakhstan. So then something went wrong. And as far as I know, you have some plans to open offices, to have your presence in Kazakhstan. And I asked them, if I may ask you, do you make some bets on Kazakh corporations? Thank you, Anvar. Your story is inspiring. Because first time we met, I remember you told how you went to Plug and Play. It inspired you. You started creating local versions of Plug and Play in Kazakhstan. And over 3 years, seeing the success of Bootcamp is certainly impressive. Now, speaking about Plug and Play and the secret of success, there is no magic. I would say, first of all, this is our scale, because we have offices in more than 60 cities around the world, and we are well integrated with ecosystem around the world and across these countries. And we have a huge playbook where we store information on more than 100,000 startups. And therefore, when we do some successful project with them, it's all thanks to the word of mouth. It brings even more corporate clients. When we talk about fintech sphere, that's how we started working with France. You know, there was a lot of interest seen by Deutsche Bank or Spanish banks, and we started working with them even more, thanks to the word of mouth. The second key to success when working with corporations is precise scouting. We have as I said, we have a big playbook. We have access to all startups around the world, and when we are approached by some corporations with some painful points, we're trying to give them targeted solutions instead of just being general, something that is fashionable at the moment or some hype topic. So we also organizing targeted work for them with the corporation themselves. We're holding boot camps, we're teaching personnel of these corporations and so on. So trying to diagnose this corporation, we're trying to identify these painful points, and then we trying to provide some targeted solutions through our network. And the next most important is test hypothesis, pilot of concept. It shouldn't be protracted. Or Plug and Play does it within a number of weeks. That's how we validate our ideas. So that the startup is not losing interest with the corporation, and the corporation doesn't see too lengthy process, and they don't start losing the interest. So overall, these are key components of our success of Plug and Play around the world. As for our presence in Kazakhstan, we have worked here before the pandemic. The market was just only emerging. Startups were coming up, and we started making our first acceleration programs. And even back then, we were willing to see some corporate M&A or exits, but the system wasn't ready for that, as well as the corporations. And now in 2025, even at this panel, what are we hearing? We're hearing that the corporations are not yet ready to work with startups. However, we see major shifts and changes. We see that corporations are becoming more and more open, and we're observing the market. We are in close touch with the stakeholders on the market. We exploring opportunities, and once we see some good opportunities, maybe by the end of the year, we will launch some industrial program in Astana or Almaty. Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you, dear speakers, dear attendees. We slowly wrapping this up. We heard a lot of opinions, and I have the final blitz. These are supposed to be answered shortly. Quick questions. How would you invest 1 million tenge in which startup? Tenge, 1 million tenge. Are you sure tenge? Yes, tenge. Well, if it's 1 million tenge, then in front of my CEO, that's my just personal subjective opinion. During AI, nobody knows how it's all going to unfold. I would personally invest in something that invaluable. You know, these are business processes and people. Even people will be laid off, they will be working somewhere anyway. So with application of AI, I'm convinced that these startups will be working with unique, reliable data. There's a stuff. These are the vacations and so on. So. Because those who come from corporations, they know that's a whole zoo of SaaS solutions. There are around 200. Some corporations have 250 SaaS solutions, and the future belongs to those who make one startup that uses one source of data, knowledge, for rippling, yield, and so on. Dudox in Kazakhstan made this pivot, and they're not using it only for HR system, but including device management in the future. Stuff comes in, they give a laptop, a MacBook, and it's all registered immediately everywhere. IT department, HR, accounting office, and everywhere. It's the thing is not in AI agents. You just invent them, you just introduce them to some sector, and you make a disruption in one sector. What AI startup would you invest in, Hussein? Over to you. It's not a fair question. I don't know what you can do with 1 million tenge. $2,000. Oh, it's not much. Unfortunately, it's not that much. You can do a lot with it. Maybe some vertical AI solution, perhaps. I personally like agrotech. But you cannot do a lot for $2,000. But I would still go for that because education is least developed compared to other sectors at the moment. Wow, it's a tough question. Gulmira is the only representative of Kazakh corporations. And the only representative of beautiful ladies in Kazakhstan, the beautiful gender. I'm sure I would invest my money, no matter whether it's 1 million tenge or dollars, in a bank, because it's 18, effective annual rate is 18%. So it is slightly lower than that, by the way. And this AI solution into these processes and products that are working with small and medium enterprises. This is automation of some solution. And perhaps it would be interesting to invest in some processes that are related to foreign economic activity so that we could help our Kazakhstani companies that are trying to export things to enter international markets. Thank you, Gulmira. You will probably call a dozen, no? One 1 million tenge, well, that's not much. It's probably just for one meeting with this company, Hicksville. I visited semi-final of the startup battle with 3 school teams. I wasn't the only judge. They didn't move forward. However, I think we greatly underestimate a young entrepreneurship. We need to need to develop it when the person is 23, 29. Even these days, we need to create this entrepreneurial mindset once they are at school. I had this interview that by the age of 20 or 12 or 13, every person needs to have experience of couple of failures. They launch it, they didn't work out. They launch it, or they didn't. I would give it to some startup. I don't remember all the names. I will give to one that is called Sado, or let me advertise a group of folks. Hopefully you will support them as well. There's school students from Nazarbayev Terechel schools from Almaty. No, it's not NIS, but physics and mathematics. They're really desperate. They made a startup while at school age. And there was a guy. His name was Anwar. I would give him 1 million, as a sponsor. no problem with that. I would support them. 1 million for them is a decent money, you know, to try something out. This is decent money, yeah. Muhammad, yes, Anwar. Our original headquarters is located in Tashkent, so I'm based there in Uzbekistan. And one of the things that I oftentimes see in Uzbekistan, and I saw it in Kazakhstan, is a lot of IT startups, technological startups in fintech and so on. But in deep tech, I don't see that many startups. I think the emphasis should be made on that. And Kazakhstan, with its rare earth metals and so on, is a big player in that field. And maybe, I don't know, but I haven't seen yet one startup in mining or mining sector overall, you know. So yeah, we should resort to Alim. That's what I would put my bet. Thank you, dear attendees, dear participants, dear speakers, and we certainly hope that corporate innovations are going to develop even quicker. Let's meet in 1 year's time and discuss it again. Thank you very much, everyone. Dear guests, the panel session AI as a bridge, can startup and corporates bet on shared future is over. We thank all the speakers and the moderator for an interesting discussion, and we Greetings. We're delighted to welcome you at our panel session as part of the Digital Bridge Forum. The topic of our session is catalyzing innovation in Kazakhstan and Central Asia through institutional capital with the initiative fund of funds with having the budget of $1 billion. Kazakhstan is currently in an interesting economic position where new initiatives are created, new ministries of AI were established, and our guests are the main architects and leaders of these initiatives. It's institutional capital, Kazakhstan Venture Group, Kazakhstan Investment Corporation. These are family offices and representatives of private investments. Now, allow me to begin introduction of my panelists. On the left from me, we have Murat Abdurrahmanov, MI7 Ventures founder, entrepreneur with the biggest experience of investment in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. Then we have Didar Karamsakov, chairman of the board of Kazakhstan Investment Corporation. Then we have Askar Belizbekov, a leader at Kazakhstan Venture Group, CEO and a fund manager. And then we have representative of a family office, Shengiz Zhaksebek, Almaty Asset Management. And we have Asset Abduali, founder and CEO of Silk Road Innovation Hub. Delighted to welcome you, and let me begin with you, Askar. We know that your main topic of this forum is generative nation, and leaders of this initiative and venture group. How do you see a concept of generative nation, and how will this concept look like, and what will change in the next 5 to 10 years? Thank you for the invitation, and thanks for this opportunity to participate. The concept itself, and by the way, we spoke a lot about it at the panel with Murat. It's the richness, it's the wealth that we have in our region in Kazakhstan. Is what we're betting on is human. I'm talking about human capital. It's the cornerstone of generative nation. You can give it different definitions. However, I believe that this is the primary part that we are making emphasis on, and these are the things that we see has a great upward potential, including international institutional investors. And in Kazakhstan Venture Group, according to its mandate, and its geography is divided into 70 by 30. Including international investments, following Rise Research Agency statistics of 2024, 45% of venture investment in Central Asia accounts for foreign investors. What do you feel this mandate favoring foreign markets when the volume of investments is covered by foreign investments? Well, indeed, there is a lot of information. It's at high level, very general. But who are these foreigners in actual terms? Who are these foreign investors that you're talking about that are covering the lion's share of our investment? The target is $1 billion. Just for those who are unaware, but is the targeted amount. It's not like we have 1 billion in hand and we're ready to write off checks for 100,000 for everyone. No, we got a commitment from Kazakhstan Investment Corporation to the amount of $30 million, and that's an important milestone in the development of our entity and ecosystem, and along with KYC We have our commitments to invest in our fund, more than $100 million. It is slightly over 10% from targeted size of the fund. So having $100 million in our fund, we're planning to distribute it the other way around, like I mentioned. The primary focus is going to be Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and the Caucasus. And once we're approaching our milestone of $400-500 million, we will start switching to the model of 60-40, 70-30 to our target indicators. Not right now. The primary goal is to develop our region, develop our country, our talents. So it's our primary focus.
Well, I think it was soothing for the local fund managers. So the first closure has a certain mandate, and there are certain mandates for the full expected size of the fund of funds. I know that the Kazakhstan Venture Group team, at the moment of the fund establishment and fund manager assignment, were looking at various benchmarks. We explored the Yozma project in Israel. When they were investing into their portfolio funds, they were only closing 40% of the fund size, and the rest, 60%, was supposed to be covered by private investment. What is the model that is expected of Kazakhstan Venture Group? Will you have any similar requirements in entering certain funds? It is important for us to remain private in terms of funding and attracting funds. A third of money is quasi-state, and a third is private money, family offices, corporations, high net value individuals, and this is the model that we are going to maintain so that we don't become a quasi-state entity ourselves one day and be affected by certain constraints. You gave the example of Israel. A short remark to that. What they have today, well, this is the result of 3 decades of effort. It's not just us, it's not just QIC, it is joint and standing effort. And the last question, according to many findings, including the RISE Research Agency, time to money for a startup is about 2 to 3 months. This is quite a long period. Do you think Kazakhstan Venture Group could be somehow increasing this period for the startups? Or I know that in narrow circles you talk about corporate governance, but I think there might be things that you could share, some positive things that could influence the statistics. Good question. We do not invest directly into startups. This is something you should understand. During the sessions, during the digital bridge, people would come up to me trying to pitch. And I'm saying that we do not invest directly. We have the fund manager that is present here. We have Murat Abdrahmanov who do it best. Our goal is to invest into the funds that have licenses in AIFC, but with the mandates to invest in Kazakhstan, in our region, Central Asia, and Caucasus. So the requirements in terms of corporate governance, well, first of all, we are registered with IAFC, and we're keeping, let's say, the longest distance from the governance model. We are moving towards more autonomy and independence. And our board regulation has it that there must be 1/3 of independent directors, and there are no government representatives on the board, so 3.0 standard, and so on. It's not only about being independent, it's about demonstrating transparency. We hold regular meetings with the community in Astana and in Almaty. We're open to meet other communities. At Digital Bridge, we met Azerbaijani, Uzbek delegations. We are completely open. And this transparency is pretty much traceable, so should market have a longer wish list, we're also open. Ditar, the next question is for you. As we quoted in the beginning, we see a lack of investment in the later stages of venture investment, and we know that QIC has good experience in working with private capital. What is the role of KIC in the late stages of startups development? I understand that the model can be similar to Kazakhstan Venture Group without direct investment, but we know that Series A has bigger checks than seed and pre-seed, and they are prevailing in the region. So I wonder if there are any initiatives or tools that KIC is planning to implement or already implementing to close this financing gap. Thank you for this question. Let me tell you shortly about the report that you mentioned today. We did it together with Mackay and Riz Research, and probably KBG will join us next year. And we understand that in Kazakhstan, 60% of transactions are mainly pre-seeds, like several $100,000. If we talk about Series A, where we see checks starting from $1 million, we have less than 1% of those. Funding is always lacking for startups. I mean, out of the disclosed transactions. According to the reports, some of the a certain share of transactions are not disclosed. So we understand, and we understood when we were preparing this report, we understood what kind of contribution we could make. So at Bridge, CSA, and B, there is a gap in funding, a lack of capital, and we could close this gap. As it's been discussed this year, we joined the Alem Fund run by QVG. So QVG, I hope, will close this gap partly. And this year we're planning, or maybe early next year, we want to launch our own venture fund under the management of our in-house GP, Global Ventures, that is registered with AIFC with capitalization up to $30 million. And they will close this gap, $1 to $2 million checks. Secondly, you talked about the Israeli experience without even talking about external fund management. Our goal was that out of the 30 million, 50% would be fundraised and attracted from market. We talked to MDB and other markets. Not everything can be done at the expense of state. While I was working at Kaztec Ventures, that was the major VC player in the market, we understood that there are life cycles for a startup, pre-seed, seed, and so on, and that was affected by the lack of funding. So startup lives until a certain stage, and without money, they just stop their life cycle. So one institution like KVC cannot keep supporting the same startup at all stages, entering and exiting, entering and exiting. This is probably not right. I'm glad to see KVG and other startup. So there is experience that we could use, and the way we see our task is to close the gap in terms of Bridge and Series A. I had a question about sectoral imbalance. We see the prevalence of fintech investment, where the less representative medtech and agrotech, and what kind of tools KYC uses to address those issues in our market. But now I can see that there are certain tools available. First of all, your in-house fund manager where you determine the mandate and your investment via side letter. Thank you so much, Didar. I have a question for Murat. Everyone knows here in the audience and the panelists know that you have rich experience in investment. I know you are one of the first to talk about the fund of funds, the institutional capital development. Today, we finally see that under the leadership of Askar Velisbekov, Alem Ventures Fund was set up. How will that influence our market? This is a real pain point in the market. We talked about that 2 to 3 years ago. We finally registered the fund of this year. But actually, we needed that 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and now we still don't have the money. This is a great event. There are so many startuppers, so many founders, so many investors. Last year, Kazakhstan invested 76 million in ventures, according to RISE report. Ask the public agencies how much government money there is. I think the answer would be less than 5%. There is financing gap in the market. You know Choco family, where is it? It was sold to Freedom, it was sold to InDrive. Why? Because the money that you need for the next round, at least $10 million, they were not available in the market. Choco family was a ready-made Kazakhstani Yandex, but they didn't have the money, and there is still no money. I hope that the fund of funds will start working this year. We're all waiting for that impatiently. And as we've always been saying, it is undesirable for the public authorities to launch their own direct investment funds because a government fund is not always market-focused. And according to the previous experience of public investment, well, we see that there are many failures, 100% failure. I'm not going to disclose fully that traction, but I think people know what we're talking about. About $100 million are missing in the market, and we need it like year. The participants are running out of money. We need more money. We are market leader across Central Asia. This year, Uzbekistan is deploying over $200 million. Our startups are already standing in line to the Uzbek funds. We cannot finance one and the same project time after time. We have certain risk limits for every company. So what are they going to do? They will start selling themselves again for some money to strategists. We are talking about growing unicorns. We do get unicorns, but frankly, we send all companies outside the country. There is nothing for you to do in Kazakhstan. You won't find money here. Go abroad and find money there. I hope that with the fund of funds, this problem will be resolved. Thank you. Do you think such partnership, what kind of partnership, what kind of joint activities are possible between you as private capital and Kazakhstan Venture Group? We are happy. This fund is needed. We need it like air. Without it, our ecosystem is getting suffocated. We are open to cooperation. Thank you. I think it was important to hear from the opinion leader. That was emotional, but I hope it was okay. I have more questions for you. We've been exploring various benchmarks, and one of the bright examples is the Korean venture investment company that invested into portfolio funds and created over 9,000 startups. Do you think it is possible to achieve the same impact and how soon? And how can you efficiently increase the number of high-quality startups? You mentioned that there is no money. Well, let's say there is money. What other tools can be used? Well, more or less, the founders are abundant. They are professional, they are talented. We have pre-seed investors that are still able to do the seed, but we need more sponsors. But there are certain institutional requirements to fund managers, and they are proper requirements. But you know, the fund managers are not falling from the sky. So we need special programs to train fund management, like Emergence GP by EBRD. We need to do the same. We need to give them opportunity to train, to get trained. We need to find money to train the fund managers. You know, engaging foreign GPs is not a solution. Good GPs are needed at home. The ones who come here won't be the brightest ones. So at least 5 years ahead, you could have supported such training programs to make sure that in 5 years we have dozens of professional funds to invest institutional money. But you know, such companies, such managers cannot appear from the thin air. Yesterday, the team of Aset Abdoualiyev and Askar Bilisbekov conducted a great event for investors, and they discussed the role of corporate venture funds. As one of the experts, the most competent in the venture market, what is the role of corporate venture markets and how important is it to develop it faster, to get this culture here as soon as possible? So we are talking about the role of CVC, corporate venture funds. There are many enterprise-level companies in Kazakhstan, and corporate funds are very important. However, the attitude on the part of the quasi-state sector is, let's say, top-down. You can do nothing, we can buy something from abroad. But I think this wild capitalism time is moving ahead. We need to start believing in our own people, and the executive managers of our quasi-state sector should believe in our people. You know, when we talk to people in private, they understand everything and they support. But today is a pivot moment. The software generations are changing. New products can be bought with less money. Kazakh companies see a chance to reach this sector, which is very conservative. And nobody in the world, except for us, Kazakhstani top managers, will not help Kazakhstani startups. Nobody needs them in the world. Only we need them. Top managers, state, quasi-state, private sector, open the doors to our companies. Open new gardens. Open corporate venture accelerators. First of all, it's something that they need. And it's a chance for our companies and the need for our companies to access this highly conservative sector. Thank you so much. It was important to hear this. The next question goes to the family office representative, Chingiz Jaksibek. Thank you for being here. We don't see family office representatives too often. We're happy you're here. My question is, usually family offices have long-term investment horizons. And we've discussed with the panelists already that late investments are in shortage. So what's your opinion? How relevant it is for the family office audience in Kazakhstan? Thank you. Well, if we talk about the family office institution, it's not the classical family office in the States or Anglo-Saxon system. Those are divisions of big businesses who are a part of the holding. Historically, we can see that before 10 years ago, the major investments that were attracted to the sectors and support, the first money came from big businesses, including Murat, Aydin Rahimbayev, Kines Rakeshev. They were on the front line of those venture investments. Those are people who were nurturing this culture. So progress is something that you won't see in the short-term horizon, but in the long term, we see a trend that Kazakh Ventures Group and the government in general and the head of state say that AI is the priority, as well as digitalization. So we see some movement. So if we take a more systemic approach to that, well, throughout my career, I was working on the investment of institutional investments, pension funds, and so on. So to unlock this potential, 100 million, even in the context of Kazakhstani resources, this is not a big number. If you look at the assets of insurance companies, it's about several trillion tenge.
So we're talking only about insurance, not to mention investment and etc. So we've discussed it thoroughly, that jointly the regulator, the national bank and the government will have to develop a number of changes to the regulatory framework, so that the allocation of investment funds, insurance companies, broker and dealers could be allocated part of their capital without making additional reserves, and so that up to 5 or 6% were introducible, and then 100 and 200 million could be easily coming within a year, and that will create enough liquidity so that such future companies could make some exits through these funds, and through which the institutional investors can invest. That's one part. Speaking of family offices and global assets under management of all family offices, and these are around $4 trillion. Of them, around 25% are alternative investments that include venture investments per se. So, so it's a historical work, historical trend when such investors undertaking this risk, trying to chase after higher income, and also to diversify their assets, What if he was always in one type of activity, for instance, real estate or oil and gas? He's seeking diversification of his assets, and then that's how he comes to this first alternative investments. And the logic is following. We see some shifts, but the quality of these shifts should be controlled. And we need to interact at this crossroads and the interface between the players that are sitting here, for family offices, and given that we would like to leave Q&A for our audience open, let me merge two final questions. One is for you, Cengiz. You mentioned the role of the state, of the government in terms of regulations, and that should allow them to invest into alternative type of assets. What else is necessary? Some measures, guarantees, protection for family offices, so that the presence of family offices was more outspoken and prevailing in the form of venture funds, for venture funds. And when the government is investing something, they're setting some short KPIs such as new jobs and long run there's a more tax collection. So what KPIs are you setting for yourself when you're coming up with such initiatives in investments? Coming back to your first question, I believe that we as an investment enterprise, we are assuming this type of risks upon ourselves. So the guarantee of the state or someone else guarantee is not necessary, is not representative, is not indicative. If someone is coming to you and guaranteeing some revenue, most likely it's just a scam, you know. And we're talking here about high quality infrastructure and high quality legal and regulatory protection. If the government will ensure decent protection of rights, appropriate relations between investor, borrower, owner, if they at IIC this is all available, for example, it's all done, so it's a great incentive for family offices to carry this forward. And in fact, all investment departments of multiple business people are not just sitting idling, but they keep investing. So a matter of guarantees is not really acute relevant for family offices. As for your last question, I think we need to see the following. The first one is profitability that the fund can get. Speaking of horizons, on average it's around 5 to 7 years. When entering some startup, it's a matter of of a particular sector. If it's fintech, it could be longer. There could be some startups that could be integrated into holding structure, like it's done with corporate venture funds. And if there is access to move further than IPO, then it all comes down to the cycle of the market. For instance, those who went for Facebook IPO, these early investors, I mean, who got attracted by Facebook, first the price dropped down, and those who managed to to remain calm and sit and wait, and then they squeezed maximum profitability out of it. It's all very selective, and the key factors here remain diversification and hedging, country-based or by the type of the assets. If that is possible, then you can hold this asset even longer. Yeah. Thank you for your opinion. And now I said the next question is for you. International experience and local experience shows importance of external factors such as M&A, entering international markets. So how Silk Road Innovation Hub help to bridge these gaps for startups in Central Asia? How are we helping to enter the market? I mean, to scale it and build these bridges and fill these gaps. We see that startups, given that there is deficit in late investments, like the example that Murat gave from from not far away, when they're trying to seek for exit pretty early, or they get obsessed by operational side of business to lower their burn rate. Such bridges as Silk Road Innovation Hub, we see it. Your mandate that such startups can come to you and use your instruments. Yes, thank you very much. In fact, it's a very important session and a panel, and it was very well captured. Murat said it greatly, that only $80 million in Kazakhstan invested in startups, and we see this shortage because in the valley, not many startups come as they could. Because startups are getting some money, and Kazakh, you can build a successful business in Kazakhstan, but it's not worth of 1 or 2, 3 billion. But in terms of revenue, right, as a startup. So the problem is that the companies that are being launched here, they remain here because they attracted by success. They make in $1 or $2 million a year. It's a relatively decent money for Kazakh market, and unfortunately, you cannot drop it. You know, it's like a baggage without a handle. You know, they see it's the ceiling. Businesses grow maybe 5 or 10% a year, and that's business that you cannot just give up and leave it, and because you have people, counter agents, and so on, counterparts. So the most successful startups are the ones that are oriented to U.S. market from the beginning, that are not trying to build it here inside the country. They immediately go for the big market, and a good example here could be Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, with somewhat similar economy, with similar human capital. But why in Ukraine alone they have around 8 or 10 unicorns, 15 unicorns in Ukraine, and 5 of them emerged in the last 2 or 3 years, and that's during the war. You know, you can imagine how talented they are, how strong the economy is, because in Ukraine founders they are targeting foreign markets. That's the main difference. In Kazakhstan and in Uzbekistan, markets are relatively big, but it could be somewhat small factor that, let's put it this way, that can give you medium money. You know, at Silkway Innovation Hub, we're giving a platform for the guys that want to go for US market. We have an office, we have a lot of programs. We are 5 minutes away from Stanford University. It's a platform where our founders come. So we help them to meet US funds. Sometimes we invest, we make a syndicate, we go with angel investments. We'll go for it, but what the problem is, US funds and our startups having hard time to draw attention of American funds. We need to draw the attention somehow. We have our national fund. Yeah, I know that some are investing in foreign investment funds. And Kazakhstan Startup Corporation shows this when they were invested into the Global Venture Fund. And thanks to this investment, QYC said, we're giving you money, but you have to draw more attention to Kazakhstan. And after that investment, 500 startups was approaching us, and they said we have these requirements, and 500 Global have invested in 5 or 7 Kazakh startups just because KYC set these requirements, this prerequisite, and that's why it's crucial that we use this money appropriately. And as Murat has well captured, foreigners that are raising money here, they're coming here because they couldn't raise capital there, in their own country. And we're receiving this third C-class foreigners. Well, we think Michael he's a great specialist, but in fact he's here because he didn't manage to raise capital there. But we have already a plethora of talented managers, and that are capable of striking great deals. So the role of all funds is important, and let's invest in fund managers in our region that are emerging fund managers that are building their first venture cases. You touch base a lot of questions. I said, I know you're traveling a lot. You're speaking on behalf of Kazakhstan, on behalf of Silk Road Innovation Hub. You're well represented at the international market. So, in your opinion, for the success of the fund of funds at the global level, what measures are required? It's a great question. We often come to the Middle East. The Middle East family offices and sovereign funds, they invest, if not billions, but then dozens, if hundreds of $millions into venture funds. Just name me, tell me one Arab company, a startup that we know of from the Middle East. No, there isn't any. Why is that? And we kept telling that you invest, you're pouring hundreds of $millions, but you're just giving it for free, and this money is not coming back to your economy. So for QEG, we're to be successful, it's important for us not to just pour money into American funds, but set certain requirements. That's point one. Second example is Saudi Arabia, a Saudi venture company. This company tells that we're giving you money as long as you invest in Saudi Arabia. As a result, they have 20 venture funds for 3 startups. And so they hike up their evaluations. They started raising 20, 30, 50 US dollars, and at the end it didn't fly because they were obliged to invest in Saudi Arabia. That's why we discussed it with QEG at the summit. It's important that if we give money for our emerging managers, fund managers, let's not limit them. Let's not limit the investment geography only by Kazakhstan. Yeah, it's great that they have positive attitude to our region. Because they're associated with our country, they can have a founder or co-founder from our team from our region. That could be key to success. So potential experience could be both successful, not successful, and we need to build a successful story of QEG. 4 minutes left before we conclude, and let's give a chance for our audience to ask questions. And please make sure you use the mic.
I have a comment. I'm going to speak in English, if you don't mind, to Asset. I think that, to be fair to Saudi Arabia and to the Middle East, we have so many startups. And female startups alone in Saudi Arabia is more than the entire startups for EU. Just a female. And if you be so kind to visit Saudi Arabia, I can show you around and you will be impressed. So although, and we discussed that yesterday, that although we like to invest in Saudi Arabia to benefit our economy, but we're open to the world. And we're plugged into the world economy. And we love Kazakhstan, we love this part of the world. And I think you guys are doing great. By the fact that I am here, is an evidence of how well we are entrenched in the world economy. And so yeah, next time you're in Saudi Arabia, please drop by and I would love to show you around.
I'll be there in November. Thank you.
Еще вопросы?
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thanks for this excellent panel session. I drew a lot of insights. I'm making a study on corporate venture capital at the moment. I don't know whom should I ask exactly. Maybe there will be some volunteers to respond. As you may know, Ilyas Tribilayev just also mentioned this. Corporate venture capital is not that strongly developed in Kazakhstan. What could be a barrier? How do you see it? What's your take on that? Is it infrastructure or low number of high-quality startups, or ignorance of these venture norms by CEOs, or where the problem lies? May I reply? 65% of our economy is associated with the state. These are quasi-public companies, and large enterprise-level companies account for 65%. And one of the factors is that performance assessment of managers at these companies is not clear. I don't know what criteria they use to do the appraisal, because at every business school they teach you that the only success criteria is shareholder value. But nobody is evaluating companies by this indicator. They could be ineffective, they could be extremely ineffective, they could be awfully ineffective, but maybe they are chasing after other interests, I don't know. But we need clear, transparent parameters for the performance assessment of national companies that would push them to play more effectively. Because what a startup does, roughly speaking, they're enhancing effectiveness by 3 or 5%. That's already, wow, maybe 1 or 2%, but there is a great potential to be untapped in effectiveness. this effectiveness, this performance needs to be assessed, but nobody does it. And it's the primary principle for them to the quasi-public sector. They are not seeking innovations. Maybe just for the sake of reporting, but nobody demands this effectiveness enhancement from them. May I just quickly add, in fact, I would just like to underline what I mentioned earlier. In fact, it's really hard to understand. We are thinking about limits or some barriers, what is impeding, what is hindering. That's absolutely true. And what Murad just mentioned, I fully agree with. However, we need to be aware that changes are coming very slowly, but they're obvious. While we're sitting here discussing, and we already have first Kazakhstan unicorn, Hicksville, right? They're nearly there. They're just 5 minutes away from it. There are a lot of initiatives and other companies, including from the head of the state, and the state policy is aimed to support it. And business angels, accelerators, support systems in the form of QEG and so on. Looking into the future, in 3 years' time, maybe it's insignificant, but if you look at 10-year horizon, then in 10 years, I'm sure we'll see a completely different landscape, and most likely it will change for the better, because the foundation is laid as early as now. And it's about making high-quality changes in the right time. Thank you very much, and unfortunately, we are wrapping up Q&A session, and we'll leave it there. And let me thank our panelists. They were absolutely frank and open, and thank you for your attention. Dear guests, we are concluding this session, Catalyzing Innovation Through Institutional Capital.
wherever your journey or mission takes you. Stay in control.
We start?
Greetings, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear guests. Thank you for joining this session. I wish you fruitful work. Let us open our forum.
I'm really honored to present such a wonderful part of our humanity, the woman who would be talking not mostly from the point of view of startups, but mainly from the point of view of investors in startup. Of course, we will be discussing AI issues and everything which is around this topic. But there would be more questions, and I'm planning to leave like 10 minutes for questions afterwards. That's why please prepare your questions. You are very welcome. I
will be moderating in both Russian and English. Should anyone require earphones, use this opportunity.
Excited? Yeah? Nervous? No? No? Okay, instead of introducing myself and reading your like long bios, I could really spend, I don't know, 5-10 minutes like presenting each of you. I would like you to present yourself. Tell us about yourself, what you really believe is important in your career and that made you who you are at the moment. Yeah? Shall we start from Dana? Okay.
Окей, раз, два, три. Да. Ну, в первую очередь я хотела бы поблагодарить.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event and for the opportunity to speak. Here, I would like to thank Janar as a moderator because we are discussing a very important topic, women in VC. I got into VC in venture capitalism as a business angel. Before that, I've been in the corporate world for 30 years at the international level, 17 years in oil and gas. I was attracting foreign direct investment in Kazakhstan, innovation funds, funding investments into innovation startups. Oil and gas sector, as you know, is very science incentive. They need new research, new developments all the time to stay relevant. You're a mathematician. You PhD in computer science. Have you seen anyone like that in flesh? Here she is. So the basic principle is curiosity, being open to new knowledge. Now, the environment is very conducive to that. New technologies are always there, quantum computing, and many more things that you want to learn better, learn more about the technology that is changing our life dramatically. And at this Digital Bridge platform, this is what we are actually discussing, but mainly listening to men. And I hope that our female panel will become traditional in this platform, and women will take part in panel discussion. We will open the discussion today about the role of women and their huge contribution and huge change they bring about, and actually the benefit they bring.
Please introduce yourself. Yeah, you just pressed it. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Tams. I went to, because you were talking about your education, I went to school in math, physics, and computer science.
Wow, another mathematician among us.
Yeah. Here we are, all together. And while I was in grad school for physics, I decided I didn't want to be a physics professor, and so I dropped out of the PhD program, and I went into the private industry. It was in the 90s. So I'm almost 50 to give you guys context of the timing here, and went in, like the .com was booming in Seattle. So I went and got a job actually in video games, and I was a programmer in video games for about 5 years. Then I started a game studio, And while I was running that game studio, I realized that we needed a trade association because we were working in a sector of the video games industry that didn't have representation. And so we decided, let's just go start this. And I was young enough to not realize what I was getting myself into. And I ran that trade association. It's been 20 years now, and did a lot of work in the CIS region. I actually have somebody here who used to come to our events.
Great.
I used to participate in that. And so I am coming back here into this region with the economic development work. We're going to be focusing on creative tech, so video games, film, TV, IP development.
Я хочу добавить, что Джессика, она не только консультирует.
Jessica is not only a consultant to companies, she's a consultant to entire governments. So this is a global level person.
Welcome. Мирей, пожалуйста.
Mirei, now over to you. Greetings, everyone. It's funny to see this room full of women. Usually at such panels we have men. And now we have such a high concentration of women. Mirei Ibragimova, my name is. I am representing the CVC Astana Motors. We are investing into startups that are nurturing our ecosystem, and I'm a startup founder. So I'm kind of two-faced. I'm building a travel tech startup. We are going to develop the internal tourism in Kazakhstan, national tourism. This is something we do need. This is the underestimated market. When we speak about tourism in Kazakhstan, this is what many investors say. We have amazing nature. This is an amazing country. We need to show it. We talk about Kolsai, Kayende. There are many tourists, but there are no digitized places, no digitized landmarks, and people don't know where to go. So we decided to digitize that. There will be a website and an application. The pains of a founder, the pains of a female founder is everything I know firsthand. So I want to share it today.
Thank you very much. First of all, a very good afternoon, everyone. And it's my first time to your beautiful country, and I love it already. And thanks to all the wonderful women here supporting this panel, and also the wonderful men as well who are backing everybody up. I'm originally from Malaysia, but I live in Singapore right now. I'm Singaporean. I'm currently the CEO of BHG Retail REIT, which is a real estate investment trust listed in Singapore Stock Exchange, but with shopping malls in China. That's what I do at the moment. And I recently did an executive education at Harvard Business School, and that's where I got to know one of the co-founders of Big Sky Capital, Jean. And through that, I actually joined as an LP very recently as well. So it's only very recently that I got involved in the whole VC thing. At the same time, I've also recently backed as well and Innovation Force, which is founded by another Harvard Business School alumni, and also co-founded with a Harvard Business School professor as well. And so it's women, backed by women, supported by women. I'm very excited to be here. And I think one of the key things that really I find through my whole career that's very important is to make use of every opportunity that you have. The people that come across you in your lives, we're all in this room, you know, all is all by design, right? So we have to make use of every connection that we have. And I look forward to today's session as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Islin. We are looking forward. Okay, since our panel is called The Invisible Advantage, Investing in AI to Shape the Future, it sounds quite mysterious, isn't it? That's why I have the first question to Jessica. We know that AI didn't arrive in 2022. It's been quietly running parts of the world for decades. So which industries have already been existing in the future? What do you think?
Oh, there it goes. I was like, it kept on beeping at me, the microphone. So one thing that I've noticed recently is everybody's talking about AI now. And of course, everybody's very excited. It's a national priority here in Kazakhstan. But we've been using AI and AI tools inside of the video games industry for
how many years? Like
since the video games have
right,
started.
Like 20, 30?
Yeah, well, 40, 50, right?
Even
like
40, 50?
If you think about if you have a game character and you're going to play one character against the other character needs to have human-like qualities. They need to walk in certain places, they need to speak to you in certain ways. And so we've had pathfinding state machines, like
you were creating
AI.
these statistical models that would help you in this purpose. Yeah.
Yes, so I worked on AI as a programmer
right.
30 years ago inside of video games. So when I think about AI, I don't think of it as a category, like many people do. I think of it as a tool for investing into categories. So in the video games industry, we use AI. In travel, we can use AI so that people can explore all the untapped areas of Kazakhstan. That was a little joke about her thing there.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really where we need to think about AI, is how it actually applies, not just AI for AI's sake, but how does it actually apply into a sector?
Right.
And that's where you're going to get the success now. Early, when AI first came out, you could make AI for AI's sake, but I think those times are actually gone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Then I would like, я бы хотела спросить Дану.
My question is for Dana, considering that your background is in Kazakhstan, you were one of the first women who created and is nurturing and fostering this venture ecosystem in Kazakhstan. If we talk about VC innovation ecosystems in our country, what are other, well, as an investor, we are mainly focusing on the margin or the profitability or ROI metrics of a potential project. But apart from that, what are other things we should look at when we are considering investing in a project? Thank you so much, Janara. This is a very interesting question. If we talk about the specifics of the female approach, let's say, to investment, especially venture investment, I joined a venture 3 years ago, literally. This is a relatively new sector for Kazakhstan. At earlier sessions, even men mentioned that it's like a statistical error because the volume of the market is negligible, let's say. Although men are dominating this market, they are failing to develop it. And for women, it's even more challenging to work in businesses because we have family stuff to do, we have children, and this is our #1 focus, something that we rank first. But we also need to find some time to invest and develop the economy or contribute to economy development. This is what makes female approach different. We are not just competing. We are not just making profit. We look at the social impact. We consider the environmental impact. So our view, let's say, is wider. Our perspective is wider. It's not money for money. We're benefiting everyone. Men are doing their best to dominate, with all due respect to men. But we need to state that their approach is a bit different. Women are making everyone happy. This is what they are trying to do. We're moms. We're always taking care about the family. We want everybody to feel cozy and comfortable. Thank you so much that the statement is so relatable. And I'm sure that women, if they self-actualize more actively in economy, not only Kazakhstani, but global economy, we will make this world a better place. Let's join our efforts. If you have been to the panel session where we had Arsen Tomsky, Mikhail Lamtadze, Timur Turlov, those are the 3 founders of super apps that are dominating not only our market, but are expanding beyond. They have a common feature. They are very empathic. These are the people that indeed love other people. When Lamtadze says our favorite clients, it is true. It's not a mask. He loves people. And they said, I don't care about valuation. It's important for me how I'm making this world better. For me, it's really important to make sure that everything we do is fair and equitable. I think it's a trend into the future. And it's not going to be only, let's say, a female feature. It's going to be a trend scalable to the entire humanity. So the men are no exception here.
I'm interested in your opinion. What misconceptions do you often hear about AI in business? Because we talk about, like, it's really mysterious. What is AI? Should it be the main product, or should it be just like supporting the product? So what do you think, investing, what advice would you give? Yeah.
That's a very good question. Okay, the mic, let me speak.
We need to switch off all of the mics possible because there is a constraint. There is a constraint. You need to switch off as many mics as possible if you're not speaking.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thanks very much. That's a very good question. I think one of the key things that we notice that is often sort of misunderstood about AI is that it's going to take away jobs from people, right? And it scares people. I think one of the things that doesn't help is that, with the global economy kind of slowing down at the moment, and where, certain tech companies that already had overhired people are now laying off and retrenching people, then people think, oh, it's because of AI. But actually, most of the time, it isn't entirely because of AI, right? It's because these companies have actually overhired. But in reality, what AI has actually done is to help people become more efficient in their jobs. So it means, like, for example, in the job that we're in, right? We are listed in Singapore, but we are backed by the Chinese government, by the Chinese company. So quite often, all our reports need to be translated to Chinese, for example. So of course, before ChatGPT came about, we were all doing a lot of more manual translation.
Exactly.
But now it can be done so easily. But does that mean that guy loses his job? No. It means that he can let the ChatGPT do the translation, and then he still needs to monitor a little bit to make sure the message is correct. But then he can focus on more other value-adding things like facing customers, strategies, and things like that, right? So that's one key thing. But the other thing about AI is that some people think that, it only belongs to Silicon Valley, right? To the guys in Palo Alto, for example. But no, it can be everywhere. So for example, I met some of the founders in Singapore who already have brought AI into medical tech, like, mammograms that ladies go for their breast checkup, for example. This AI actually helped the doctors come up with the results a lot faster and even more accurate and cheaper. So that's wonderful, isn't it? It means it transforms the world. So it can be, and in the shopping malls that we have in China, for example, when we hold certain marketing events, we want to reach out to the correct audience, right? So if it's like children entertainment and all that, we want to reach out to families with children. But at the same time, for example, if we're having an event that's, dating or matchmaking type, we want to make sure the message doesn't go to a married man. So all these, AI has been helping us in all these areas as well. So AI is already part of our everyday life in almost every sector you can think about. And lastly, AI actually can be pretty affordable. Some people think it's so expensive, right? But it's not entirely true. So just yesterday, I sat through the demonstration of one of our portfolio companies. It's called Glow Coach. So it basically does a 360 for the HR people, right? So everyone can do their 360, and you just talk to the thing and, to the superiors, about your peers, about your subordinates, and the whole AI thing just puts everything together for you. And I was surprised to learn that the pricing was actually very reasonable, cheaper than all the top companies out there, top consultants that charge a lot. So I think there are a few misconceptions out there, but the reality is that it's already part of us, and we just have to accept that.
It was interesting at the Kazakh Growth Forum, the author of the book Geography of Innovation, he showed us the picture of 50 AI specialists in Meta, and there were no single European. Like, there were 50 Chinese specialists in Meta AI, and we know that the competition exists also in China, in Singapore, and so on. And what are they competing? The Chinese people competing in China, competing with Chinese people in Silicon Valley. Like, what do you think? What is the secret? Yeah, what is the magical, resource? What do you bring? Like, what do you tell your young people, like, what messages that they are being so competitive in this area?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I was told not just Meta, but in Grok as well, a lot of the top engineers are actually from China. And if you zoom down to each of their resume, they graduated specifically from Hangzhou, you know, where the beautiful West Lake is. Yeah. So now Hangzhou has become like the new Shenzhen. In the past, Shenzhen was a tech place, but now it's Guangzhou. So Guangzhou now, you're right. So the government is making it making a concerted effort for people of such talents to study there and to do their research there, and there are a lot of government backing and and updates and and support for these people to create the environment. So I think that space is going to get bigger and bigger. I mean, DeepSeek was one example you saw. So I think it's an environment that is set up by the government and also by the community around. So with that, it's going to be, like I said, the next Silicon Valley is going to get stronger and stronger because it's going to attract the best talents from around China to Hangzhou to create more stuff.
We are now created the Minister of Artificial Intellect. Do you think it's a good idea?
Pardon? Could you repeat that?
We have created, the government created the Ministry of Artificial Intellect. AI ministry.
Yes.
Do you think it's a good support of the government?
Yeah, indeed. Because in everything, right, if you have the government behind you to support things, whether it's in terms of incentives, policies, and whether it's tax breaks and stuff like that, it makes a very big difference. Because in fact, anything big that a country or people want to do, if the government is behind you, it makes a very big difference. So I think with the department set up like that, it shows the seriousness of the government to want to push in this area.
Great, thank you. Мне очень...
Thanks a lot. Let's give a round of applause before I proceed. Now, those of you who didn't hear it in translation into Russian, the author of the book, Geography and Innovations, showed us the slide with 50 AI laboratories at Meta, Facebook, Instagram, and all those 50 IT specialists that work in this laboratory, they all come from China. In case you didn't hear the translation, and he said that it's so widespread that actually the guys in China and Singapore are competing with Silicon Valley and with the ethnic Chinese. So what are you? I asked him, what do you do to incentivize them? And he said, one of the key factors is government support. Government is intrinsically interested in attracting talents, find them, fully support them. So thank you so much. Now, Miri, I was eager to ask you. It is such a fund by Nederlands Magula for the entire journey and the latest Museum of Art. Those of you who haven't been there, so make sure you visit it. It's a inconceivable place, unique place for post-Soviet Union territory. So he has a fund, and you run this. Fund. What is there in such developing markets of Central Asia? How do you see AI can bring value for our market? Yes, indeed. Many thanks for your question. Speaking of Central Asia, we have the most important feature, which is our youth. The average age of our residents is 25. In Europe, much higher. In the US, 48, and so on. So the youth is following the trend rapidly, and it's open for something new. And that's what's giving us this great opportunity. So the population, like I said, in Europe and in US is a lot older, and we have our first unicorn. Congratulations! Now, yes. It's the first time for the history of startups that is worth more than $1 billion. That's been invested by top funds of Silicon Valley, First, it was a Kazakh angel investor that believed in them. He gave him an idea on Gen AI and believed in it, and gave him money for this idea. And we, as a country in Central Asia, as Kazakhstan, instead of catching up someone as a developing country, I think we can even take over and catch up with finally be on par with US or Europe. Or what is so demanded by your fund? What projects are you looking at these days? Am I getting this right, that you're looking at the market first and then you're trying to spot some interesting ideas, or that you have some laboratories that are building a portfolio? We have our venture studio where we build our products in-house, but overall our focus should make ecosystem grow. This is logistics, this is vehicles. We have 2 factories to produce vehicles in Kazakhstan. Yeah, our amounts are $500,000, $1 million. And that's how we contribute. Okay, that's awesome.
For Jessica, please. Jessica, if we insist on treating AI as a sector, areas where it has its own impact and so on, aren't we blinding ourselves to the fact it will consume each and every sector?
Yeah, I think that is really the power in thinking of it as every single sector needs AI, and every sector has AI. And the way that you're going to be able to really create companies and tools that will actually work for the very specific needs of a sector, they do need to be specialized. And so if you think about what, say, a game company needs versus what, say, an automotive company needs, it's very, very different, right? And so when you're creating a tool, we need to have these custom tools. Just like in the early days of the internet, we would have very, very generic tools. And so if you were in the early days in Silicon Valley in the 90s and you made a website, and that website, all it did was very, in today's terms, very, very simplistic things, you would become a unicorn. And it was very easy to go from nothing from your startup into something that dominated the entire industry. But as the industry matures, then the tools also need to mature, and the industry needs to mature. And so as part of that, we see, like for example, Airbnb. Like back in the 90s, if you had a search engine, then people would make their own websites, and you'd find somebody, and you go and you find a hotel if you wanted to come to, Almaty or Astana or Shymkent, to Kazakhstan, and you could find that. But now, that is not enough, right? Absolutely not enough. You have to have Airbnb. You have a very deep experience. And so as AI comes in, it will permeate every single industry, and it has. But as you're thinking about your companies and what you're starting up, think about how have other industries matured, such as as the internet, and then how can you copy that and keep that in mind, that when you're making your startup, you're going to need to go specialized so that your tool is actually really, really useful for somebody. So that's why.
Thank you so much. The translators asked me to every time to switch the mics so that they can hear more clearly after you finish. Thank you so much. We really would look at the audience. This is mostly represented by females, so that I would suggest to go to the questions which are related to women, yeah, and to understand how do we impact this world in terms of AI, in terms of new technologies, in terms of our choices, where do we invest, what projects we like, and so on and so on. Jessica, the question is for you. We know that the majority consumers in our world are women. What products do you create for them?
For women. So I think that this is something that most VCs and investors and business owners know, is that the pocketbooks in most countries are controlled by women. And so most consumer products, when you're advertising, are actually advertised to women. And the big difference now that we're seeing is that women are actually in charge of companies. We're actually creating product. And these products are becoming more successful because of that. We see female founders who are running their companies have significantly higher return rates on the portfolios. And I'm not sure how everybody else's portfolios behave, but it's a significant, and it's so significant that, you know, us and also other VCs consciously go out and try to find female founders. And so I think that this is something to keep in mind. As a woman, you might say like, oh, I don't know if they want me, and it's scary because there's all these men and they're joking around and they're doing this, like, what do I do? But no, absolutely, when you come in, they want you to succeed because they know that statistically you are going to be much, just for them selfishly, right? Them as like a selfish money-grabbing investor, you are more desirable than the men because you're going to address this market that's underserved. So if you think about, if we have 10 founders right now, you know, in the United States, there might be 9 men, 1 woman, but that 1 woman is going to go out and address 50% of the market with their products. And the products are different that we'll think of because we have a lot more constraint on our time as women, as you're mentioning. Like, we have kids. I think about my kids all the time, and I think about, you know, how am I raising them? What am I doing with my kids? When my kids need something, then everything drops for my kids. And I know, like, some people might like to hear that, but it's absolutely true. If my kids have anything, like any troubles, then everything gets pushed aside, like for my children. And that's something that most women have, and it creates these opportunities for products. And we also have obviously different leadership styles that help the industry more likely to work with other companies. So that's
great. Thank you.
Don't underestimate yourselves.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry to run out there.
You know, listening, вот я слушала Джессику и
Well, while listening Jessica, I thought to myself, I forgot to introduce myself, you know, I just missed this part. And but Jessica reminded me about it, that it's something it's worth doing. More than 25 years I've been working in insurance, banking, financial sector. I was CEO, I was owner of a company. In the last 5 years, I'm investing. I have been investing. I'm an investor, and what I'm particularly proud of is that we have such an entity called Techno Woman, and I'm in charge of advisory board at investment committee. It's an investment committee that consists of 8 highly professional women, and Dana is one of them. And we are considering pitches, so we're considering startups, female projects, and we have considered more than 20 projects, and they are all remarkable, but what unites them is that women, unbelievably modest. It's just a nightmare, quote unquote, because I invest in Silicon Valley, I invest here, and another platform. They raise as minimum 500,000. As minimum, but women ask for 50,000. I'm telling them, what would you manage to do with this 50,000? Like, it's nothing. These are peanuts. Why can't you get more? You know, and invest more in marketing? And women, they are remarkably responsible. They are super accountable, you know. They're scared of misspending $1 of investment. It should all be appropriately spent according to the declared purpose. And Jessica has mentioned it very well, that there was a World Bank study, multi-annual study, and Harvard Business Review, that they have studied women startup, and on average, whenever women are founders, it's 10% points more profitable, you know, more profitable. And I always believe that ideally there should be men and women together in a startup. Then it's just a win-win. It's a perfect match. However, those of you who have any ideas, who are nurturing some ideas that are would like to make a difference, make this world better, a better place, would like to create a product and become unicorns. Very few women are dreaming about it. They just want to create and quickly sell it to someone, so that they weren't held responsible for that. I think it's something we need to get rid of. Get rid of this feeling. Now, Dana, I know you've seen a lot at our advisory board, at our investment committee, at other platforms where you invest. How would you summarize what products women are creating and bringing, and where would you invest personally? Yes, thank you very much for another interesting question. Like I said, I started investing around 3 years ago, and I happen to know about venture thanks to my daughter, and we are studying these new sectors thanks to our kids. They're younger, they're more agile. Our market is known for its young population, young age, and thanks to that, we're early adopters. We're more digital. We are on the front line in terms of super apps, so on. However, I haven't looked at gender aspect, in particular investment, and I learn a lot from men, such as Murat Abdurrahman, Bakhat Niyazov, as a business angel, because in any field that you work in, you should be learning from more successful and experienced, and more knowledgeable, so that we could draw some lessons, some mistakes, because venture is always associated with the risk, a certain level of risk, and you need to have the right level of expertise. Most projects that I have invested in are using AI. There's industrial AI in Silicon Valley, and it says that we shouldn't make too big of a deal out of AI. It's just an instrument, while human remains to be first. So human expertise should prevail and outweigh the rest. It sets the goal, the value, while AI is just a very effective tool that is capable of analyzing large data sets, can draw some conclusions, can interpret it, can find some patterns, forecast the future, and we certainly are there to determine how we would like this future to unfold, to develop. And as for women, we believe in some long-term values that are created, such as education, such as healthcare, well-being, family well-being, kids well-being, your immediate relatives, and it's certainly your quality of life depends on your healthcare, on your body. So everything what's in this domain, in this realm, and at early sessions, a lot has been said that this is the industry that we need to pay more attention to, because our well-being depends on mental health, physical health. That's how we feel ourselves these days, because you look at the abundance of information, this immense pressure, and it's hard to orient ourselves in this plethora of information, though it's hard to maintain this balance and this harmony inside of you. I mean, all this information. Maybe we are advertising is imposing something upon us, marketing. You need to buy this and that, and we buy a lot of garbage, but we remain unhappy. So I think we need to still remember and not forget what is valuable, what is bringing us happiness, what is energizing, what gives us energy, and at the earliest possible age for your kids, for yourself, what keeps the fire inside you, what makes you get out of this bed in the morning and thank the world for being alive, and ready to go for some big achievements and accomplishments. And why are you doing all that? It's clearly not for money. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Dana is super cold-blooded. She raised 5 kids, did her PhD in computer science, and she's an investor, and she keeps teaching She's a professor. Wow. She has the right mental balance, which she spoke about.
To our woman who wants to invest, who wants to create the startups and go towards this direction, having these interesting projects with the help of AI, what would be your advice?
Very good question. In fact, I would say, firstly, earn your space at the table now, immediately, right? Don't wait, because quite often women want to think that we're 110%, ready before we do it, whereas men, they are 50% ready and they do it, right? So that's one thing we can learn from the men, actually. So you want to get into it as soon as possible, because this whole landscape is evolving, and you want to jump into it as soon as you can. And it is okay that you don't know everything. Like for me, when I come into venture capital, it's so new to me. Sometimes on some calls, I'm not shy to just take a piece of paper and start writing down notes, because it's also new to me, right? It's so different. Because in the past, I was, from a very traditional industry, from aviation, hospitality, capital markets, and now this is something so totally new. All the jargons used are also very different. So don't be intimidated. You can start learning as soon as you can. Last night I was at some dinner event, and I overheard one of the Kazakh ladies telling the other guy, she said, "Oh, I think I'm too old to start," And the guys told her, "No, not at all. You're not too old to start. You can start anytime." And that was beautiful. And second thing is, you want to network with an intent, right? If that's a space you want to go into, the very fact that you are at Digital Bridge here right now is a very good step. So quite often we think about networking very widely, but maybe you want to think about networking very deeply, because relationships and trust is formed with time that's spent with different people. You want to have the chemistry. You want to be aligned in the things you want to go into as well. And of course, last but not least, you want to be in here for the long term, right? Because, a lot of all these startup companies, sometimes they take time to mature and to do well. Initially, it may be tough, so you must have the patience as well. At the same time, you want to choose to back up certain, startups on people that you believe in, even during bad times, and, and all the VC partners that you want to be with. You want to choose the right people as well, because you never know when is the next global financial crisis. You never know whether there'll be another pandemic again. So you want to be there for the long term and choose the right people as well. So I think the very fact that you are here today already is already a very good signal. It's a very good start and call to action.
I would like to try to summarize what's been said. Don't think for too long. Women think for too long. Be more self-confident. Never think that it is too late. Some women might think that it's too late for me already. Don't look expansively. Go deeper. Understand what's inside, into depth. And
Да, и все-таки думать, thank you, Aislinn, и все-таки
and think long term, because we are not always be expecting our idea to be released and making us money right now and that's it. No, we need to be patient and we need to enjoy the process. Let's get distracted from this ruminating idea. Where's the money? When is the money coming? Be aware that this is a long story. I have a question to Mireille. Mireille is one of the founders who is not only an investor, she is also a founder. And all of those pains are the ones that we know really well. So, Mireille, what is the situation today with the venture capital representatives in Kazakhstan? Thank you for this question. I will start with the situation in the world, I would say, not only in Kazakhstan. Last year, $350 billion were invested in venture, and only eight reached female founders, those who wanted to build something useful and nice. And I think this is the situation that should be pivoted. You say that investors, they want us, they're waiting for us, but I have read researches, and after listening to many pitches for many years, this is a Harvard research, when a girl is pitching, they're asking about risks. What if you fail? What if this happens? What if that happens? All in the negative key. Do you have a plan B? As if they are a tax administration, not a Shark Tank. When they talk to men, they ask, how do you see your future? What do you do when you succeed in this? What are your milestones? Oh, they're mainly asking about growth. This has been proven by research. And we girls keep proving something to everybody that we're worth it, that we can be listened to. And yesterday I was listening to a podcast. Founder of Open Table, it's a billion-dollar company in the US where you can book tables online. So she's a cool woman from the Silicon Valley. She was sitting at another meeting, the only girl surrounded by men, and they were discussing something about AI. We need to ask advice on the implementation of this, implementation of that. And she said, like, they were thinking around all kinds of options. A person from Silicon Valley, someone from the Ivy League or MIT or Stanford. And she said, like, I was sitting there and nobody ever thought of me. I was there at that same desk. I founded a rather good company. I live in the Silicon Valley. I've been to 2 universities, both Stanford and MIT, and it didn't cross anybody's mind to ask me. So the problem is also that women are shy. They sit around men and they say, okay, and they think to themselves, well, okay, I'll be silent here, I won't say anything here, but you need to be there, you need to be heard, you need to be vocal. And she asked herself, why did I remain silent? Why don't you ask me, guys? I have some understanding of AI and I have an opinion. Well, the thing is, you need to speak up, you need to act, you need to show yourself. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to build those companies. As Janara said, you know, ladies can be shy. We'll look at those pitch decks, 50,000, 100,000. A guy comes for $1 million on 1.5 million for the same idea. They charge the same for the same idea. They are asking for bigger money. So, you know, their self-confidence is pretty abundant. Well, I hope men will forgive us. No, it's not about men. We need to step up. We need to speak up. Well, if we had a more or less equal share of men and women, then I would have built our panel discussion probably about better collaboration, a better understanding of each other. You know, it's a bright synergy when men and women work together, but I see more women here, and I think it's more important for us to bring the value of support, supporting women, help them believe in themselves, nurture their self-confidence. May I also add, I wanted to add a solution to this issue. It's easier for men to invest in men because they understand each other better. They have certain perceptions in their head. I'm investing in men. I have several successful cases with men. And there is a perception that you need to invest in a white guy from Stanford, from Palo Alto. We need more women who would invest in women. Amine is here. I think I invested in her project recently. Amine, are you here?
Sit in female project. Да, это действительно.
This is indeed the proper approach. And I think, well, before we transition to the Q&A session, let us talk about the flash forward into the future. Well, it's not every day that I see such a diverse female audience in the same room, but before that.
Very short answer. AI. Кто, не так.
what can women contribute to the eon of AI, and will women lose jobs? Who can they be? What is the place of women in this new world that is being, ubiquitously conquered by AI? Islene?
Yeah, interesting you mentioned that. I was just initially thinking about all the top engineers we talked about, right, at Meta and Grok and everywhere else, and it's like, okay, it's all guys. It's true. So maybe in the aspect, I think, hey, it would be nice to have some female, AI engineers come out of that. Those who are demanding like 100 million USD for their salary, I think women should go into that space as well. And the other thing is obviously, I think I already see women investing into AI and tech and also founding companies that make full use of AI and tech already. And I'm happy to see that, some of the male-founded VC funds also making quite a deliberate effort to say, you know what, we want to back women, we want to back more women, and that's wonderful. That's one of the reasons why I joined Big Sky Capital as an LP, because that's what they've been doing, and that's what they said, and and they're delivering on that as well. So I think women, there's some space to go. All the advice was given by all the women here. Really, if all the women, potential founders out there start using and taking them on, I've no doubt that we will actually catch up very, very quickly with the men as well.
So what women can contribute to AI? I think it's our empathy. This is a tool. AI is a tool built by men, but women have something very humane, and they can bring this humanity into this picture. And Jessica was right mentioning that 70 to 80% of the consumer spending decisions are taken by women. How we spend money, where we go, what we buy for home, where our children go to school, what outpatient clinics or hospitals we visit. Not only for the children, husbands, relatives, parents. So female expertise, market knowledge, consumption knowledge.
So I think I have maybe a slightly different perspective on this, in that I think that women already do have a lot of power in our society. It's just that we have so much power that the men feel the urge to control us because we do have the power. And once this is realized by women, I think there's going to be a very quick and rapid turnaround. And I'd like to think of it just in like a couple of stats or a couple of thoughts. And you guys can go onto ChatGPT or Gemini or your favorite AI and read more about this. But when you have a married couple and the woman dies, the man becomes very sad. He doesn't know how to connect with his friends. He doesn't know what to do. And his quality of life drops dramatically. When a man dies, typically the woman statistically becomes happier. And I think that this is something that men know, right? Like there's a reason that they go out and they court women and they try really, really hard to get you to marry them. There's a reason that they recruit you very, very hard to get you to come to their company where they are the founder and you are not the founder. And the reason is because you do have a lot of power. And I see the younger generation now coming up, and I'm pretty worried for the men of the next generation. And if you read some of the discussions in the United States, there's a lot of discussion around what are we going to do with the men now, because there is a generation, the men that are coming right now. I know you're laughing, but it's true. This is going to go on the internet, I'm sure. But the question is, what is there for them now? Now, like the world is really changing. It's changing in a way that is actually favoring women. Women are going to college more. Women make more money than men do until they have children. So you have two people, they come out of college, the woman makes more money than the man does until they have kids, and then we put our kids first, and so then obviously our income drops like precipitously. But I think that is coming, and I think governments that are supportive of women in their workforce are going to really see the benefits of that. Governments who are not supportive of women in their workforce are going to be surprised at how quickly they fall behind. And I think we as women need to be gentle with the men because there is going to be a time. And I have two little boys, and I worry about them. So, and I think, oh my gosh, I hope they just marry us smart, like two smart girls, because if they don't, then they're in trouble.
Очень нужно беречь наших мужчин. Берегите их, потому что, действительно, им сейчас очень-очень сложно. Вот говорит Джесси.
Yeah, we need to take care of our men. Yes, they are fragile right now. So they are showing us that time is coming up. Just a couple of words. I've listened to the colleagues, and I have this crazy idea, considering that AI is more about routine tasks, the tasks that are repeated day after day, and there are certain templates and so on. It could be great to use AI to free women up, free female hands up, because, everyday job at home, chores that ties us to home. So my startup idea is, let's train a robot who would do the routine chores, making food, ironing, washing, stuff like that. And put sensors on a woman, and AI would collect information, how much effort a woman puts into keeping a house in order every day. So when our hands are untied, we might become more creative. Well, that's really dangerous. And these women, they go into creativity. They will start building fashion, art, books, paintings, movies, games, entertainment and sports, whatever area dominated by men right now. Thank you so much. We've got several minutes for questions and answers. There will be 4 questions taken from the audience. You were the first to raise your hand. You can address any person here. Greetings, my name is Aigirim Biktimirova. I have a question to Dana and probably Janara. I have 2 ideas for startups. One of them is tech, and one of them is, let's say, soul. I want to build a female sacral bathhouse where women will replenish their energy, mental health in science and serenity. So the question is, everyone around is telling me that a tech project will be more successful and easy to attract investment to. But if you talk about anything sacral, nobody will give you $500,000. So what do you think? You should follow the path where you feel more energy that is relatable for you, or you go for the money. Should you follow the money or your soul? Let me answer you. Well, IT and AI are easily scalable. In internet, in digital, that's easier to scale if you find something, a business model that is properly working. It can be about anything. Today we talked about Horeca. Askar Baitasov was talking about Horeca, and he said that he built a very nice restaurant. He learned this business deeply. He knows how to create atmosphere, how to make good food of various cuisines. But now he has this ABR Plus app, and it makes more than their actually key business. So if you found an idea that is interesting people offline, and you add some technology to that, it is pretty scalable. So think about the way how you can digitize a part of this bathhouse business. And maybe people across locations will build the same bathhouses for this mental health and balance. Okay, let us proceed. I get him. You should always follow your soul. This is where your success is, your passion, your aspiration. It helps you overcome barriers. But you shouldn't be scared. People, when they come to us, you don't have to be a venture business that is going to be scaling up. You can be like a solid, good, small or medium business. And for that, you have other sources of funding. You can go to the bank. You can go to a private investor. So if you have an idea, if you have a market for that, it can always happen. It can always come true. Apologies, the time limit is up. We need to prepare this room for the next event. We had an hour, 50 minutes. So it's gone, right? Let us ask the questions outside this hall. Thank you so much, dear ladies. We're still here. Apologies that we went out of our limits. Thank you so much.
Session Women in VC, the invisible advantage, investing in AI to shape the future has come to an end. We sincerely thank our distinguished moderator, Жанна Kaliyeva, and all of our speakers for their valuable insights and inspiration. Please give them a round of applause. And now we're moving forward with the next part.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Daily, CEO of Korea Venture Investment Corporation. It is great honor to be here today, and I would first like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Republic of Kazakhstan and its government officials for hosting the distinguished gathering. I'm also very pleased to share with the honored guest here today the innovation of Korea venture investment ecosystem. On the past decades, Korea has grown into a top 10 global economy encompassing advanced industry such as semiconductors, biotechnologies, and renewable energy. Alongside this economic progress, Korea venture investment market has expanded as well, producing many unicorns. However, amid the unprecedented technological changes triggered by the AI revolution, Korea's venture investment ecosystem now faced a critical turning point in securing global competitiveness. Today, I would like to speak about three main themes. First, the achievement of Korea venture ecosystem, and second, the Korea funds of funds, the role of the Korea funds of funds in global competition, and last but not least, opportunity for cooperation with Kazakhstan. For venture companies to achieve growth, multiple drivers must move together, including institutional improvement, human capital, financial support, and investment. Over the past 20 years, Korea venture investment has fostered technology innovative company from the perspective of investment through Korea Funds of Funds. The Korea Funds of Funds, established in 2005 under government leadership and managed by Korea Venture Investment Corporation, is the unique model developed in Korea. When it was first launched in 2005, Korea's venture investment market has been contracting in the aftermath of dot-com bubble burst. However, introduction of the Korea Funds of Funds, backed by government capital, quickly set the market on the course of the recovery and revitalizations. By committing capital to private venture capital firms, the funds has served as a priming force in the venture capital market, investing preemptively in the early stages where private capital hesitates, thereby activating the market and encouraging subsequent participation from the private sector. As of first half of 2025, the Korea Funds of Funds has formed sub-funds totaling about 45 trillion Korean won, about 30 billion US dollars, and invested in approximately 11,000 companies, playing a central role in the building and expanding Korea's venture ecosystem. Importantly, the effort of Korea venture investment has not been confined to Korea. Together with the leading manager in the US, Europe, China, and Singapore, we are operating 74 global funds, thereby extending our influence worldwide. On the strength of this effort, prominent Korea AI startup have achieved success in the global stage. Companies such as Rebellion, Furiosa, which developed NPU chips, and Upstage, which has created its own language model, have all demonstrated remarkable achievement. Recently, Rebellion became unicorn. Supported by investors and partnerships, this accomplishment have continued as a sustainable trend, and with this momentum, we can expect Korean company to play an even stronger role in the many regions around the world. Recently, Korea government announced its ambition to build a world-leading innovation economy, setting forth strategies to become one of top 3 nations in AI and one of top 4 in the best venture investment. To achieve top 3 status in AI, the government plans to secure 200,000 GPUs to establish world-class AI infrastructure, support the development independent AI foundation model at a global standard, nurture key talents, and secure next generation AI core technologies. To become a top 5 venture nation, the government is working to build an annual venture investment market of 40 trillion Korean won and to foster 50 innovation unicorns. In line with this national vision, Korea venture investment is striving in 3 key areas. The first one, we have established the Next Unicorn Project, a dedicated venture fund designed to discover and grow promising companies in AI and deep tech. To reach global leadership in AI, large-scale and focused investment must be provided at every growth stage, from founding stage to scale up. AI and deep tech companies face high technology uncertainty, require massive upfront investment, and often need more than 5 to 10 years before commercialization. To these reasons, private capital alone cannot easily enter this field. Recognizing these challenges, in July, Korea Venture Investment launched the Next Unicorn Project and create a dedicated venture fund of approximately 600 billion Korean won to invest preemptively in AI and deep tech. Second, we are working to bring in new partnership to venture investment, including institutional investors such as pension funds, so that Korea can rise as a global venture powerhouse. The AI revolution has heightened the importance of venture ecosystem, leading to the entry of many new players beyond the traditional investors. Pension funds in particular now increasingly regard venture investment not merely as part of alternative asset, but as an asset class in its own right, and are seeking to expand its share. The National Pension Service, for example, is planning to enlarge its commitment to venture funds in accordance with policy to increase investment in AI and deep tech. To this end, Korea Venture Investment is proposing various cooperation models that can channel the resources of pension funds and insurance companies into venture capital. At the same time, we are striving to extend the participation of foreign capital. By working together with global pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, we are forming global funds of funds and strengthening models where Korean and overseas LPs make joint commitment. Finally, through our global strategy, we are supporting the growth of Korea venture ecosystem on international scale. With world-class ICT infrastructure and rapidly growing startup ecosystem, Korea has ample potential to emerge as venture hub for all Asia. To realize this potential, Korea Venture Investment Corporation is pursuing two-track strategies, positioning Korea as the central hub of Asia's venture ecosystem, while at the same time advancing into major global markets. We are diversifying investment platform that directly connect Korean startup with global capital and through overseas venture capital global funds. We have also created AI and DTech dedicated funds with voices in the United States, Europe, and Asia, thereby enabling Korean startups to access global capital network from the early stages. These efforts go beyond the mere supply of capital. These initiatives are positioning Korea as global hub for Asia venture ecosystem and advancing Korea venture investment as key link in the investment network that connect Korea with the world. As a global base and connector, Korea Venture Investment Corporation will faithfully serve as a platform that attract overseas capitals and promising startup into Korea, while enabling Korean startup and venture capital firms to expand abroad. Finally, I would like to speak about the potential of cooperation between Korea Venture Investment and Kazakhstan. On September 8, during his national address, President Tokayev of Kazakhstan officially declared that AI, smart cities, nuclear power, and rare earth industry will be the central pillars of the nation's strategy. In particular, government announced plans to establish the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Development, demonstrating its determination to accelerate digital transformation and AI integration under strong state leadership. This direction is closely aligned with Korea's own AI strategy, and it opens a broad opportunity for cooperation between both countries in the year ahead. Above all, what I wish to emphasize is the importance of investment and ecosystem collaboration. Korea has successfully grown its venture ecosystem through the government-led Korea Funds of Funds managed by Korea Venture Investment Corporation. And this public-private partnership model has attracted global attention. If Kazakhstan pursues its AI-based national strategy in cooperation with Korea Venture Investment Corporation, will generate tangible synergy and create new opportunity for both countries. If the investment institution and startup Korea and Kazakhstan work together, we can build sustainable platform for innovation that goes beyond simple capital raising. On this basis, our partnership can evolve into a long-term strategic collaboration at the level of both investment and ecosystem development. I hope that today's discussion will lead to concrete cooperation that allow AI startup in both countries to grow together and to make meaningful contribution to the transformation of strategic industries. Thank you. Thank you for kindly listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dae-Hae Lee, for your insightful keynote on Korea AI and deep touch innovation. Your perspective has highlighted the importance of collaboration between Korea and Kazakhstan. Please give him a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our
Okay, everybody ready? Everybody awake? Okay, assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ghalam Imanbayev. I come here to speak with you all with two roles. There's no slides. You can just pay attention. Don't worry about looking at any slides. I was born in Kazakhstan, in Almaty when I was young, but we grew up primarily in the United States. And I'm here to speak to you in two roles. First, as a partner at Lightspeed Venture Partners on the topic of venture capital, but also secondly, as a Kazakh man who cares for his country and its development. Just to begin, I'd like to begin by giving you just a sense of Lightspeed, and we'll get into the topic. Lightspeed Venture Partners, where I am a partner at, is a fund, a global venture capital fund. We manage about $30 billion of AUM. We have about $5.5 billion invested in AI. We are across 7 countries, 11 offices, and interests very different from other funds. We are global. We are based in Silicon Valley, but when other funds retreated back to the United States in the geopolitical sphere, we did the opposite. We grew globally. We were in India before the e-commerce boom in the mid-2000s. We entered Israel in 2006 before it became known as the startup nation, and we were in Southeast Asia before the unicorns were born there. I am here partly to explore, on the behalf of my fund, the Central Asian market. Obviously, I have a kinship to it naturally, but it's one that I wanted to, we're also exploring as a fund. Now, I'm sure you're pretty tired of talking and hearing about AI. I am here to talk to you about something that I think personally is more fundamental. I want to talk to you about the fuel that gives rise to massive transformations of the world. And I want to make you rethink this concept of venture capital. In 1492, Christopher Columbus approached Queen Isabella of Spain with a bold proposition. He said, "Fund my expedition to find a new trade route to Asia. And in turn, I will give you some return." The Spanish crown invested about 1 million maravedis, which is about, now actually, interestingly enough, similar to US dollars. Christopher Columbus had to raise a little bit of his own capital, and then he took some other investors. In total, he raised about $1 million for his adventure. That venture capital investment nearly 500 years ago returned the equivalent of $1.7 trillion in gold and silver over the next century and positioned Spain as a global power for 2 centuries. That was a return of over $1 million of initial investment. But we don't need to look to Europe for examples. Right here in Central Asia, the Silk Road was history's greatest venture capital ecosystem. Sogdian merchants from Samarkand and Bukhara pioneered the Suftaja, an early form of venture financing where wealthy families would fund caravans from China, sharing both in the enormous risks and the spectacular returns. One successful caravan could bring back about 1,000% profit. These merchant families, though, did not just provide venture capital. They provided networks, expertise, protection, and risk management across thousands of miles. Today, in some ways, our ancestors were the Sandhill Road, which is where Silicon Valley is today, of the medieval world. But these are examples of venture capital, not some shiny modern concept that people think got invented in Silicon Valley. Venture capital has been the catalyst of technological and socio-political transformation for hundreds and hundreds of years. Today, unfortunately, people have lost sight of this true definition and its value. In fact, the role of venture capital is often defined by the perceiver. In Europe, it is called risk capital. That is just the name of it. And so the focus is on risk, what can go wrong. But in America, we call it venture capital. And where the term venture is actually a subset of the word adventure. Adventure, in Russian is pутешествие, it's a journey. It's a very different mentality of what it means. But what many people don't realize is that Silicon Valley's venture capital did not emerge from pure private sector innovation. It came from deep government academic partnerships, Stanford University, DARPA funding, NASA contracts. These created the substrate for venture capital to flourish. Early venture capital backed deep technology projects, semiconductors with Intel, networking with Cisco, biotechnology with Genentech. These were fundamental infrastructure investments that took place because the capital was patient and backed by deep expertise. Now we're seeing this pattern repeat globally, but with a little bit of a twist. Governments aren't just funding research, governments themselves are becoming venture capital backers. In the United States, the America's Frontier Fund now has deployed $500 million in government-backed capital. Internationally, Singapore's Temasek, with $400 billion under management, makes direct venture capital investments themselves. So the message is pretty clear. The new formula for technological leadership combines sovereign capital, venture expertise, and local execution. And that is exactly where I believe Kazakhstan's opportunity lies. We should just simply look at some of the examples of the world. We don't need to rebuild the wheel ourselves. Temasek, Alibaba, has an investment of digital economy to Singapore, Saudi's $40 billion vision fund. You have Korea exerting ecosystem. You just heard from the person right before me. There is power in venture capital in bringing also soft power and strategic intelligence to the nation, and obviously for economic diversification and strength. I think one of the most important things for a nation like Kazakhstan is to leverage its capital base as a strategic asset. And I believe that we have not done enough. I'm not from Kazakhstan myself. I am in the United States. But when you look at the comparative funds and what they're able to do, what kind of investment intelligence they're able to bring back, I feel like we are just scratching the surface here. So capital in Kazakhstan can be a force multiplier. Right now, we let sit in some European banks collecting a little bit of interest. That is not money working for the country. I think the money and capital working for the country has to be active. It has to be invested in projects that then bring back know-how, technology licensing sharings. There are other ways that you can make capital not just be a return of ROI, but bring strategic and advance Kazakhstan's most strategic priorities. So with that, I also see that, from my perspective as a partner at Lightspeed, there are certain things when we look at new regions. We look at new regions a little bit like a venture capitalist looks at new startups. We look at team, traction, market. what I see so far in these 4 or 5 days that I've been here is that they're, the teams that are being put together, Minister Madiev, the people who he's putting together, some of the folks around him, these are, I believe, actually folks who are really putting the ground, they're putting it, these are talented people. And I think that from what I've heard of the last 5 days, they're making some real movements. Second is around traction. People can talk about AI, and right now everyone's doing that. There's a lot of good PR and everything, I understand. But it is unique that they're turning, they retrofitted the entire sphere. These are starting actions that don't just come with words, so I am hopeful to it. But all of this infrastructure and all of this work is efforts by the government to create the conditions probably for the people. But ultimately it takes the people to actually go ahead and have that venture mindset to go ahead and try and take risks. I think the infrastructure is built. The people seem very optimistic, walking around even the big expo hall. I'm surprised by the optimism of the young people in Kazakhstan. It's very energizing, actually. But I think it also, to truly capture its potential, you have to marry it with capital. There's no other way. And right now, I think capital is the part that is kind of lacking in our system and needs to be thought about a little bit differently. So with that, and the last piece I will say is about market. As a venture capitalist, we make a lot of big risky bets, so on and so forth. The one area that if you make an investment, it's for some reason it ended up being so much better than you expected. The number one category we often miss is not the team, is not the technology, it's not it's market size. We consistently underestimate markets. And in some ways, I think Kazakhstan and Central Asia could be a market that seems small from the outside, but actually could be a very unique and large market that we're underestimating. But what I mean by market is not Central Asia itself. Imagine if we were back in the medieval ages and we only traded if the Silk Road was from one awul to another awul, would that have done anything? It wouldn't have done anything. Changing money from one party to the next within the country. The reason why the Silk Road was successful is because we allowed 1,000-mile trade routes. I think in a similar way, in a digital format, we can reclaim that role in the global sphere. It will take time, it will take lots of learning, but I see the people that are here and I see the kind of things that they are building, and we can build these bridges between Silicon Valley and here and other parts of the world. I think we have a big future ahead. But you as a people, or just Kazakhstan as folks, I think it's important to feel that venture capital is not far away. Venture capital is a choice by the nation's capital holders to decide where they invest. They can invest into Wall Street, or they can invest into funds and projects that actually bring strategic value to Kazakhstan. And that choice, I think, is very important. And that capital, it's not for some one person to decide. That capital is the nation's resources. It was probably oil and gas, whatever it was, wherever it came, but that is the people's resource. So I urge you to think and push and creatively ask everyone around, how is our nation's capital utilized? What projects are we funding? Are we funding the projects of the past, or are we funding the projects of the future? And with that, if there's any time in the American style, I'd be happy to open up for any Q&A. Any questions? But anyway, that's it. That's my speech. Any questions? There we go. Yeah, so that's a good question. There's different funds invest in different things. I would say the fund that I'm at, we are one of the large global multi-stage, multi-sector funds. I focus on healthcare. Someone else on my team focuses on insurtech, enterprise, consumer. So different funds specialize, but there are also a class of funds like Lightspeed, Andreessen Horowitz, Sequoia, people that know. We are multi-stage, multi-sector. You just have to go ahead, look, find out, and then find the right partner for you. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead. A little louder. Louder.
So you said rethinking venture capital in the era of AI. So, but you didn't say much about what really changed from AI.
That was a part of the speech that I completely took away to make it fit. Because I felt like you all probably learned, you've been in this conference, you probably heard everything that's changing. I'll say in one simple observation, I will say, that encapsulates it all. In the past, technology and venture capital was competing for IT budgets, 200 billion worth. Today, with the current advent of AI, it's competing for labor budgets. It's us, human tasks. That is a $100 trillion market. So just to give you a sense, that is the size of the prize we're talking about. That's why everybody keeps hyping it up. I wouldn't call it hype because the business value actually matches the performance of what is coming. It's not blockchain. It's not just cloud and mobile. We're in a completely different paradigm of the jobs that can be done. Not just IT budgets, software. These are human jobs that are now at place to be at risk.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, last question, yes?
Yeah. So what is the competitive advantages of Kazakhstan? Because we are cut off from the oceans, we don't have ports, only railway, which is like more expensive way of transportation, and also like, and from my point of view, it's like railways, solar energy, maybe nuclear power, agriculture. What else you can suggest?
I think it's human and financial capital. That's it. Today it's human and financial capital. We're a top 20 sovereign wealth fund, not acting like a top 20 sovereign wealth fund. Okay? Let's make a point. The second point, sorry, I know I got to run. But the second point is human capital. Israel is a 6 million rough population people, and look what kind of startups that are exporting. It took them 30 years. The goal is, can we make this in 15 years, 10 years? I have some ideas, but we probably have to give it away, give some time. Okay?
Thank you.
Many thanks to Mr. Gal Mumbai for his inspiring keynote, Rethinking Global Venture Capital in the Era of AI. Let's thank him once again with a warm round of applause. Our third keynote session is titled From CEO to VC.
Basically, a Singapore-listed REIT is we're listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange, and we hold shopping centers around China. And at the same time, I'm also the limited partner for Big Sky Capital, and founded by two Kazakh guys who are based here as well, based here in Miami. And I've got quite a bit of diverse experience across different sectors, from aviation to hospitality and to capital markets, and now into VC as well. So a little bit on the companies I worked at, Singapore Airlines, but I must say that Air Astana is a beautiful airline. I flew on that 3 days ago. I came in here, my first time to Kazakhstan, via Istanbul. So it was very nice. I could tell immediately because I was with the airline for about 9 or 10 years. So I can tell a good airline when I see one. When I started talking to people here, they say, oh, they're very proud of Air Astana. Indeed, it's a very well-run airline. And some of the countries that I have lived in quite a lot. I was born in Malaysia, and when I was at the age of 8, I came to Singapore to study, so Singapore, and I went to UK, England, to study for my undergraduate. And during that time, I spent about 3 months on an exchange program to Italy. And when I joined Singapore Airlines, they posted me to countries like Frankfurt, Copenhagen, New York, Hong Kong, and of course, I had some experience in China as well. And some of the places I have spoken to at before as well. So I think it reflects, my kind of lifestyle reflects a lot of the Kazakhs I've met so far, although it's only been 3 days. But I can tell a lot of people are sharing with me about how they love to travel. Diaz told me he has hit 25 countries, and his adding more to it. That's great, fantastic. And I think you should really make use of opportunity these days to travel more. And this is me. So what happened was, just like these days, you have internships, right? You know, when, you know, after university or before university, you want to take time out to, you know, to do something different. Nowadays, it's obviously internship at AI and, you know, tech companies. In the past, it was maybe internship at different places like shopping malls or hospitals and all that. But for me, I decided to try Singapore Airlines. And that's a very good brand out of Singapore and Southeast Asia as well. So I took a gap year. So after my A-levels at the age of 19, I took a gap year and I decided that I will fly with Singapore Airlines. And can you tell which is me? Do you know which is me? Of the four? Number 4 or number 3? 4, 3. Well, okay, number 4. But the girl, number 3, looks a lot like me. Yes, so that's me. So we flew, and this is the safety training on aircraft. They teach you how to jump down the slide. So that was fun. So that was my first venture, my first job, really, so to speak. So what I want to share is that actually no pain, no gain. If there's any opportunity that comes about in front of you, just take it and try it out. And subsequently, I went to the United Kingdom to study, and then I came back, and because I fell in love with Singapore Airlines, I thought, oh, why don't I rejoin the Singapore Airlines again? So that's what I did. And what was interesting was that at that point of time, Singapore Airlines only took in men to be what they call a station manager or airport manager. They send you to different parts of the world to take care of the airport operations of that country. So during my time, they decided to give girls an opportunity. So I made Singapore Airlines history by becoming the first female station manager for Singapore Airlines. And so they sent me to Frankfurt, Copenhagen, New York, and Hong Kong. So that was a very interesting opportunity. And after that, whilst I was still with Singapore Airlines, there was an opportunity to move, to change industry altogether into hospitality. So, you know, some people say, oh, are you sure? Because the airline is different, right? From hotels and service apartments. But I decided to be brave. Let's just try it one time. So I left Singapore Airlines and I joined Far East Organization, which is one of the top 3 richest families in Singapore, and they're developers. So I joined them in the hospitality background, taking care of service apartments and hotels, and then subsequently to shopping centers as well. So whilst with them, an opportunity came about to move to China. So if you look at all the countries I worked in before, at that point of time, there was no China. So I felt that it was interesting. I wanted to learn a little bit more. So I moved and joined my current company, which is the Beijing Hualien Group. They are basically retailers that's based out of Beijing with shopping malls around. So at that point of time, my role was to take care of the operations, the performance of about 25 shopping centers around China. So I got to travel around China. I learned a lot. At that point of time, my Mandarin wasn't so good. So I was thrown in and I had to practice a lot more before my Mandarin got a little bit more fluent as well. I would love to learn Russian as well and Kazakh. Hopefully I get an opportunity one day from one of you. So that was where I was. I moved to China and I lived there for 2 years. And whilst I was there, the group decided that they wanted to list a real estate investment trust. They call it REIT. So it's basically like a fund, right? But it's actually a public one. So we list it on an exchange, and based on the shopping malls' performance in China, we then give out dividends to our shareholders, to all the investors that invested in us. So this is basically how it works. Not exactly the same as a VC fund, but similar concept, right? So that's what I did. And from there, I had an opportunity to build my own team from scratch from the beginning. And I mentioned earlier during my panel, some of you were around, was that I did a management program, executive program at Harvard Business School. And during that time, Linda Hill, the professor, did a Harvard Business School case study on me based on my experience at Far East Organization when I was in hospitality, on how we changed culture in a male-dominated kind of sector as well. So that's her. Professor Linda Hill has written several books. And what's interesting now is that from this whole CEO job, which I'm still currently holding, I'm now transitioning into
VC. So it's like, what am I doing here? Like, this is something so new to me, right? You look at my history, right? Aviation, hospitality, and now VC. So basically, I think Jean is right outside. He meant to come in to listen, but I think he's very busy. He's very popular outside. So basically, Harvard Business School alumni, Jean, who's also the co-founder for Big Sky Capital, we reached out, we got connected, and the chemistry was there. And very recently, I joined them as LP of Big Sky Capital as well. And over here, Adil, he's also somewhere outside. These two are the co-founders. So Adil is based in Kuala Lumpur. So that's why it was very easy for us to meet up physically, because I'm based in Singapore. So it's just half an hour flight away. Nearer than here to Almaty, I think, right? Very near. So I transitioned, and I think people may ask me, oh, why do you go into VC, and why this VC, for example, right? But I think what's important is the chemistry we have with the founders, and we believe in the same thing as well, and that makes a very big difference. So we started from then a strategic partnership. And Big Sky Capital has also been holding a lot of, board member mastermind program on board positions, board governance. So it was held in Singapore, and I took part in the in-person event. At the same time, there's also some online ones which I joined from Singapore as well. So I think I'm happy to contribute in this area and to work with everyone in the VC. And another thing I love is the fact that Big Sky Capital also supports the underrepresented people, including ladies. So this is one very interesting example. Over here, Christina in white, she's actually the founder of Yasa Education, based out of Kazakhstan. And recently, they brought a team of entrepreneurs and students, adult students, to Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. And some of the students or entrepreneurs, they said, we want to visit some hotels and we want to visit some furniture shops. Can you help us arrange? So over here is a very beautiful Raffles Hotel in Sentosa, only opened in beginning of this year, very new, right? I know the GM there, so we went to pay a very nice visit to them over there. And this is another hotel, it's Conrad Orchard Road. So Orchard Road is a very busy street, you know that. In Singapore, we visited them as well, and we learned about how they use AI and tech in the hotel operations. Interestingly, Raffles Hotel is not using AI and tech. So when I said, can I visit, do you use AI and tech? We'd like to visit you. They said, you can visit us, but no, we're very traditional. We like to keep it that way. So that's okay. That's the DNA of the hotel. But when we visited Conrad, it was interesting, Conrad Orchard Road, and they shared with us all the housekeeping and even though all the front desk and concierge and how they make use of technology and AI to help them service their customers better. So from that, we could tell that there are different, companies have their own different DNA. And one of the founders said, oh, can you connect us with an outdoor furniture company? Because she's in that business, So over here, we have connected them with Om, a very beautiful company where all their woven outdoor furniture is made from organic things in Philippines. So yesterday, I met the founder yesterday, and I asked, oh, did you connect with them? She said, expensive, maybe I'll connect with China better, because it's true, right? So that was interesting, but that was nice. So that was a study trip. And I believe before coming to Singapore, they went to Kuala Lumpur. I didn't join them in Kuala Lumpur, but I know they were there. And it was wonderful because I think Boom Grow is actually one of the startups that Big Sky Capital has invested in. Honestly, I must admit, it's only half an hour away from Singapore, but I've not flown there yet to take a look at Boom Grow. I will do that. But that's interesting. Again, they use technology to grow vegetables and organic stuff. And in countries where there's not much space for agriculture, because I know Kazakhstan is the 9th biggest country in the world, fantastic, but where I come from is a smaller place. So people are using containers to actually, grow all their vegetables and everything else, and AI timed, how they give the water, fertilizer and all that. So that's very exciting as well. So they were there at the same time. So another thing which I started, Linda Hill, you remember her? So then I got to know that in just the recent 1 year, there were a couple of ladies, another Harvard Business School alum, a lady, has actually founded a company, a startup called Innovation Force, and I realized that Dr. Linda Hill was actually behind, Professor Linda Hill was actually behind the startup as well. So I got involved, And so basically what do? They want to democratize and reach a billion knowledge workers. They're targeting corporates so that when, within a company, when different staff have a lot of good ideas that they want to contribute, how do you execute that? So Innovation Force helps with that. And recently I found out that they are going into the energy space, power. They want to go to build smart cities, universities. So they're doing that. And in fact, next week they're coming over to Singapore. Not Linda Hill, but the founder Kim. So that's going to be exciting. So another thing I've ventured into now is a women-founded, women-backed startup, right? Which I think is pretty interesting. It's starting from USA, it's coming beyond to Southeast Asia, and hopefully it will definitely come up to Central Asia as well. So with that, I'm happy to share that the journey has been interesting. It was never planned like that. I mean, like with Singapore Airlines, I didn't plan that one day I'll wake up and say, I'm going to, join the airline. But quite often things will come to you, and one thing leads to another. And it's up to you whether you want to take that opportunity. Sometimes you may not, but sometimes you think, hey, why not, right? As I shared earlier on in the panel as well, sometimes you may not need to be 120% ready for something. Just even your 50, 60%, just do it and try it and learn along the way. Venture capital to me is very new, so I'm still learning. I mean, Diaz was there, he saw me yesterday, we were on a call with the United States, and I had my paper and I was taking down notes. So I'm happy to say that there are a lot of things that I do not know, but I'm not shy about it. I'm willing to learn and take down notes as well. So I'm happy, I hope that, with my experience as CEO, I'm able to contribute towards the VC, from my experience of learning about how to operate a company, perhaps, and maybe dealing with the board, right? So, because a lot of VCs have boards, the boards are a little bit different from a listed company, but similar concept in terms of governance and, and structures and all that. And of course, hopefully, network to open doors, to assess talents, customers, and capital as well. So, I don't know whether Damir, have I hit 20 minutes? This timer is not on. I have 4 minutes left. Okay, so if there are questions from the audience, I'm happy to take some questions. I have some time. And that's my LinkedIn. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Yes, please. Oh, wow. That's a very good question. Okay, that's a lot of questions. Okay, good. Okay, first of all, in all the countries that I've worked in, especially with Singapore Airlines, we have an unfair advantage because all the staff that work with me in those countries were already Singapore Airlines staff for a very long time. So the setup was quite there, right? But I can share with you which was the one I was most scared of going to and what happened after that. And that was New York. So when I was in Copenhagen, they told me, and that was right after 9/11. Can you imagine? After September 11, they said, "Oh, we are going to send you to New York." I'm like, "You're joking, right?" And we have two airports there, JFK and Newark. They said, "Oh, in fact, we're sending you to JFK. That's the one with 9 terminals, the crazy one." I said, "Oh my God, you're kidding me." They said, "No, you're going there." So for me, in that job, you can't say no, right? So I was very worried. I was like, "Oh, can I deal with it?" And all of us had to drive. There's a car that belongs to Singapore Airlines, you have to drive. Or when the bosses come, from Singapore, we have to drive them around Manhattan and everywhere else. So I was very intimidated. But then I told myself, it's okay, take it easy, take a deep breath, and with time, I realized the very country that I was most scared of, the very city I was most scared of, turned out to be one of my favorite places in the world right now. So when things went wrong, and during that time, there was, I'm not sure many of you are too young to know that, during that time, there was a 50-hour power outage in the entire eastern seaboard, so which means the whole of Boston, all Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, there was a blackout. But yet we had to get our aircraft to depart on time. So everyone came together, and that's when I felt that the spirit was really there. So I didn't answer your question directly, but I want to share with you this experience because I will never forget how I was scared of one city and I ended up loving it. So I think that also shows that if you give any place a chance, it will turn out okay. Thank you for that question. Yes, next question.
Sorry, last question. That's all, yeah?
Okay.
Sorry, when you're choosing the VC, obviously you choose it according to your competences, right, where you've been a CEO. But actually, how this process is done in reality? Do you pick VC companies, or do you ask to get connected to some interesting projects? How is this connection goes? Like, why would VC invite you as a board member, as an application, as an example, if you could make?
Sure, thank you very much, thanks. That's when I feel that this is a classic example, honestly, of really leveraging on the alumni network. Because, you know, honestly, being a busy CEO of a listed company, you know, I wasn't actively looking out to find, you know, which VCs can I join and all that. I wasn't doing that. But what happened was, it was serendipity and it was timing as well. So it started off almost simultaneously with the Harvard alumni. When, you know, when Jean reached out to me, you know, and because my case study was taught in a lot of the Harvard curriculum, so they got to know me and we got connected. I was on his podcast, and, you know, and next thing you know, oh, we're in this VC, and, you know, and we got to know one another a lot deeper. And Adil was also in Kuala Lumpur, so he was flying to Singapore for meetings. We met up 2, 3 times, 4 times. And through that, I felt, oh, okay. That's when I felt, oh, the connection was there, and I believe in what they were doing, right? And, you know, going, investing in this part of the world, in Southeast Asia, and also focusing a lot on the underrepresented people as well. So I thought, oh, that's a wonderful thing. So that's what brought me, yes. And the Innovation Force is mainly because of Professor Linda Hill. There was that connection there, and fantastic professor. I thought, why not? So I've only just begun, maybe there'll be more, but it's great. But based on that, the synergy is important. Because if the synergy is not the same, then I'm happy. I don't have to, you know, I don't have to do that, right? So that's how it comes about, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Islinshan, for your engaging keynote. Your journey is inspiration for all of us. Please join me in thanking her with a big round of applause. Founder of Trust Me, Chingiz Dodetbaev. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Let me turn on. Okay. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. Today's topic is AI-powered startup from seed to scale. Let me first of all introduce our distinguished speakers today. Next to me is Jean Karsbayev. He's a co-founder and managing partner at Big Sky Capital. Jan leads Big Sky Capital, an early-stage venture fund focused on enterprise SaaS. He is also an experienced board member and advisor to several international companies. Please, yes, applause. So, next one is Rob Abanant. He is the CEO and co-founder of Glow Coach. Rob is the CEO. It's an AI-powered leadership development platform. A former NASA aerospace engineer, he has built companies across the globe in edtech, private equity, and AI-driven talent development. Yeah. So, yes. Next is Yagis Karadeniz. He's a managing partner at Dominus Venture. Dominus Venture investing in high-tech and global from day one startups. He supports founders solving global challenges in AI, deep tech, and beyond. Yeah. And our last but not least speaker, he's Miras Ahmed Sadiq. He's an entrepreneur and venture investor. He is a CEO at Most Holding. He has backed dozens of startups and plays a key role in shaping the future ecosystem in Kazakhstan and the region. Please applause. And me, as I said, I'm a founder and CEO of Trust Me, a B2B SaaS ecosystem for document management and e-signatures. In past year, 1.5 million people from over 50 countries have signed contracts on our platform. So, as you understand, today we have venture investors and also founders. So we will explore the journey through the eyes of both investors and founders. So my first question to our distinguished speakers will be, it's the question to everyone, if you please shortly tell why AI and why now? Okay, Jean, please, let's start from you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to join you guys today. As Chingiz mentioned, we invest early stage, seed, pre-seed, sometimes even before the pre-seed, when it's actually a drawing on a napkin. So at the end of the day, AI or anything else that goes on as a current, maybe industry hype, we focus on the founder. We focus on identifying unique talent in markets like Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and US. We have 3 offices, one in Singapore, in Almaty, and in Miami as well. And our investment thesis is really investing into underrepresented, diverse founders, immigrant founders who are looking to build solutions that are scalable, going into bigger markets, finding the product market fit locally, let's say here in Kazakhstan, and then scaling that to something big like US. So those are some of the things that we really pay attention to. Female-led teams, female founders is very interesting, very important for us for various reasons, and one in particular is because of the kind of tolerance for pain is a lot greater than men. And as you guys know, being the CEO of a startup is very difficult, very challenging. It's a very lonely job at the end of the day. So we completely understand those dynamics, and we look for very unique talents in those markets. So that's why we're very excited about opportunity like this to explore startups here in the region as well.
Yeah, great. Okay. Rob?
Yeah, okay.
So the startup is in AI, yeah? So
yes, and in fact, we're in Jean's portfolio, and I'm guessing I must be on the underrepresented side because I'm definitely not on the female entrepreneur side of that. So why AI and why now? So Glow Coach was actually founded back in 2018 as an online coaching platform. And we learned very quickly that in order to scale that business, we had to apply technology. And we actually started working with AI back in 2019, before it became all the rage with ChatGPT. And we were experimenting with machine learning at various points along our coaching journey for various applications. And to be honest, we were struggling with it, because in order to implement machine learning, you really need a lot of data. And as a relatively small startup company, we just didn't have access to that data. So we were having some limited success with our AI in the form of machine learning. However, it really gave us a leg up when ChatGPT emerged, 2 years ago, because we had already been thinking about it and how we were going to apply it. In fact, we already had the foundation laid, and when ChatGPT became something that was easy to work with, we were able to swap out our machine learning applications and swap in ChatGPT. And that gave us a head start over a lot of our competition, and that's been a key factor for us to actually scale relatively quickly and sort of rise to the top of the pack in terms of an organization that really understands how to leverage AI. So I wouldn't say that we're doing it now. We've been doing it for a while, but it has a really big impact on our ability to create a scalable solution for organizations where they can take a talent all the way from the onboarding through assessment, growth planning, and development, all in one seamless platform.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I guess let me dive into this question. What makes AI startups especially attractive or challenging for investors as you today?
Hello, everyone. It is Yagis. I am managing partner of Domina Ventures. We are a Netherlands-based VC, and we invested in Central Asia just for 2 years. Totally, we invested 21 startups, but we have been investing like 8 years, and then we invested 80 startups. We invest AI, deep tech, and clean tech. We are 20 people working in Domina Ventures, and Central Asia is quite new for us. We are trying to learn from the big sky and Asia, and we have good friends in the region. So I guess next 10 years we will invest more in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and also Caucasus to Georgia and Azerbaijan. The AI is, I guess, in our lives like 10 years, 15 years. The guy sitting next to me is no better than me because he's an AI founder, but it's like right now after OpenAI, every startup has trying to just develop their AI situation. So the thing is here, from my opinion, startup is always being disruptive. Startup meaning for us, for the VC, is always being disruptive. Also, the startup products are changing and the optimization in the market and in all the process. So that's why we are investing in that companies, because there is some normal situation in other corporates, but some startup comes and they change the world. They change everything in the market. They do that quick. They do with the more optimization and the quickness. It's pretty important. So AI is really supporting that process, because startups is just doing and examine their products from the data, and they are disrupting the market with the AI and the data. So that's why pretty important.
Okay. Yes, Miras. Yes, Mirat. Yes. Yes, the same question is to you. Yes, why AI and why now? Or do you think it's just another hype, or it's a long-term transformation process?
Yeah, thank you. Я отвечу на русском языке, чтобы переводчик.
I will answer in English. It's a Russian-speaking audience. Indeed, for 3 days, starting from the president, everybody was speaking about AI. There was a nice simile by Doronichev when he said that AI is like electricity. It's a technology that will be fuel for everything else. This is the technology that goes vertically and horizontally through the sectors, and we see clearly that they are changing the industries. AI for us is not exactly the hype, not a source. What we should be running towards is following the changes. We should follow the wave of investment, and we should see what this wave is going to change. So we as investors are searching for the first sector that gets the low-hanging fruit of change. For instance, language models, where you replace people, call centers, social networks. If it's not LLM, then it can be something else. We call everything AI, but the majority of projects are based on machine learning. some hallucinations, prevention, and so on. Machine learning is the actual changing agent, and it is the foundation of all projects that are accelerating or augmenting human labor. So it's no hype. Language models, well, they might be overstated as of now because they are not changing the value per se, but how you use LLM, where you use it, whose work is going to augment or accelerate, this is where we are moving. Thank you.
You invest in early stage startups, and in AI startups, when you evaluate what you are looking for mostly.
As I mentioned, really, we underwrite the founder. At the end of the day, the industry, the sector, the traction, a lot of those things are important, but that's not the main criteria that we use to evaluate whether the company is investable or not. Because at the end of the day, the technology, the strategy, and the product itself, it will change many, many times. Because by the time you reach your first client, you're going to pivot, you're going to experiment, and a lot of things will change along the way. But what's important for us is the key characteristics of the founder, who at the end of the day will not give up. Relentlessness and making sure that the founder is capable of finding, treating every problem as an opportunity and finding creative ways to solve problems, but also think strategically and think big, because a lot of the founders that we see, especially here in Central Asia or small markets, I think they think too small. And given the current context of AI and how scalable the models are, it's a great opportunity to actually take your product and think very strategically and think very globally. So some of the criteria that really goes into is really evaluating the traits, the personality traits of the founder. We do a lot of projects and exercises to make sure that there is a synergy between our partnership, because when we invest, it's a marriage. It's a long-term play. It's very, very, long-term thinking from both sides. So you have to make sure that the founder actually treats this as a partnership as well, because when we invest, it's not interesting for us just to give money and then sit and observe. We work very closely with every single founder, develop the strategy. Of course, we don't get involved operationally, but for us, it's very important to really see that we actually can help the founder before we make that decision to invest. Because if I don't see the synergy, or if I don't see areas where I can actually be of value to that particular founder, it probably doesn't make sense to invest, because there's just so many different startups, there's so many different ideas. So those synergies are very important. And I always share that message with every single founder, that you shouldn't look at the investors, you shouldn't look at the VCs as some type of gods or some type of saviors. You should really treat them as strategic partners and very long-term partners, and evaluate them the same way that they evaluate you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and Rob, how do you think? Like Jean, he said that there are mainly focus on founders. Like beyond that, what Jean have like mostly like why did he choose your startup to back?
Thank you. I couldn't speak for Jean as to why he chose my startup. You probably should have to ask him that question. But I would absolutely 100% agree that the vast bulk of the value of a startup is in the founder and the startup team. Because as Jean pointed out, a startup is going to pivot multiple times before they reach any level of success or scaling. In fact, we have already pivoted since Jean has invested in us. And with the help of their advice on how we should do that. And I think perhaps it was because I was able to convince Jean and his partner Adil that where we were when they started evaluating if they wanted to invest in us, that I was quite willing to pivot. In fact, I already had some ideas in mind where I wanted to pivot to in order to get us to the next level. And I'm grateful that they took a risk on that, because we hadn't pivoted yet, and who knows, maybe after they give us the money we wouldn't pivot, we'd be stubborn. But they gave us that chance, and we have pivoted, and it's been growing quite quickly since then. So we feel we have a lot of opportunity. And then, of course, you have to look at, beyond the founders, you have to look at what space are they playing in? Do they bring something to the table that's going to give them some competitive advantage in that space? Do they have the background in order to be able to, once they do the pivot, manage the new technology? I think those are probably all things that a good investor will look at. But again, you might have to ask him that question as to why he made the decision with us.
But as he said, he looks mostly on a founder, so I think because of that, he invested in you. And Yagis, yes.
Maybe he's handsome, that's why.
Pardon?
Maybe he's handsome.
Maybe. Okay. Yagis, yes. Now, most of the AI startups, lots of AI startups nowadays, they are built on top of, let's say, ChatGPT, OpenAI, and so on. For example, for you, do you consider such startups and to invest? And if yes, why you choose to invest in such kind of startups?
Startups like OpenAI?
Yes, they build their AI startups on top of with using an API. So, yep.
So here, I believe in emerging markets. I don't believe that we can do something like OpenAI. This is my opinion. We are more than SaaS countries, and we are more than sometimes deep tech countries, sometimes SaaS countries. We need in that markets. We need that products to be global quickly. So that's why we don't have too much capital in the region. So right now, when I look at the Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, all Central Asia and the Caucasus, we are giving that 250Ks, 500Ks, 1 million, until 2 million, then it's finished. So the thing is, we need more for that kind of OpenAI startups, so for that kind of, huge operation startups, we need that 5 million, 10 million, 50 million. So if we don't reach that numbers, we need to be, the more enabler, AI enabler startups, we need to be more, if you are doing some SaaS, you have to solve some problems, the corporate problems with the AI. So I just believe in that, AI startups area. So why? Again, we need to be more quick. We need to be more, attract our product to the global market quickly. So that's why I'm more, into the AI enabler and any sector startups that uses AI. But I don't believe that we can do, something like OpenAI.
Thank you. So, thank you. Мират, следующий вопрос вам.
Mirat, the next question is for you. As of today, when the big tech AI companies are releasing updates, on the next day, several thousand new startups are dying. What about Most Holding? How do you assess those risks? Do you actually look at the possibility of upgrades killing the startups you're about to invest into? Well, basically, yeah, we do look at that. But we need to understand that venture investment is a portfolio investment. It's an investment into more than one company. So mathematically, you are working on investing into several companies that are diverse. And we are looking at its, let's say, copyability. So if another project can do the same within a couple of months, well, probably this project doesn't have many chances. AI is trained with data, and a lot depends on the quality of data. For instance, the AI patient simulator for medical universities that are graduating doctors, there is a requirement that every student, before they get a medical degree, they must make 100 simulations with patients. For instance, come up to them and check if they have fever. Before AI, the number of simulations was always limited. The types of medical conditions were limited. But now that they've fed over 3,000 patients, some unruly, some senior, some younger, and with the same condition they may have different symptoms. And AI was used to dive deeper into the types of medical conditions that can be tested in this safe environment with less errors. So what kind of open AI would work here? Different contexts, different regions, different treatment guidelines. So it's not just another LLM model. It's not just another bot that answers calls. It's a complicated model. It is not that easily reproduced. It is specific to a certain unique geography. Thank you.
But you are investing in our region.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. We are what?
You are a Netherlands-based venture fund, but you are heavily investing in our region.
Yes.
So yes, from your perspective, what is the most like in our region, the most interesting industries, like startups, in which industries are like mostly interesting for you?
First of all, in emerging markets, again, I believe that we don't have a chance to choose too much. This is the real answer. So when you look at developed markets, when they create $200 million, $1 billion funds, they choose. Why? Because there are a bunch of startups with different sectors. For example, they collect money, then they focus just blockchain startups or just AI-backed startups, just software as a service startups, because they're a startup pipeline. But when we look at the emerging markets, we are trying to find best teams in every sector. So we can't just hang out like the cool guys and we can just, okay, I just invest in this area and in the clean tech and I don't invest anymore, the other sectors. So this is the first reason that we are sector agnostic. So we don't, just choose sector. But to be the sector agnostic, there are some actually problems because you need to create the team you should try to understand every aspect of the sectors and the business. So that's problematic. And again, why we invest in Central Asia? We believe that when you look at the emerging markets in Turkey, in 2018, the whole investment capability of the country was $20 million, just $20 million, all the VC activity and investments to the startups. Right now, it is $1.5 billion in 7 years, 8 years. So now, we believe that as we see as a population and the good numbers and the good, the future, Central Asia and the Caucasus will be, but mostly Central Asia, will be the new star of that emerging markets. So that's why we are here. Your engineering base is pretty good. Your language skills are pretty good. So all of the startups here they have headquarters in Delaware, UK. That's what you have to do. Because when you want to go to global and when you want to be successful startups, from my opinion, you have to keep your OPEX, your engineering team in your hometowns. In Turkey, we do the same. You keep your OPEX and the engineering base in hometown, but you have to sell your company you have to sell your product to the global markets. To do that, we need more global investors in your country. So that's why we need more Domino Ventures in the region. And as an answer, yes, we are emerging countries and we love to invest all of the aspects of the sectors because we love to catch the best teams.
Thank you. Thank you. Jean, next question is to you. You said you are trying to be a smart investor, but there is an opinion that in our region there are not too much smart investors. So I have two questions. First one is why do you think is like such opinion emerged? And secondly is what are you doing in order to be like such kind of smart investor? Like what kind of help are you providing for startups?
So let me clarify, you mean smart money investor or smart investor?
No, smart money investor, yeah.
So I understand what you're talking about. We tend to think we kind of smart, but at the end of the day, we're also trying to be very self-aware of a lot of things that we don't know. But it's true, VCs are very, very famous. It's all over our websites that value add, value add, value add. That's all we do. That everyone tries to be a little bit different. But at the end of the day, it's I think it's very important to really understand, for me as a VC, am I very passionate about this particular problem that this founder is solving? Because if this particular area is not interesting for me or somebody from my team, then the motivation, the drive, the energy is going to fade. So as I was mentioning, VC is a very long-term play. We tell that to all of our investors. It's a very long-term game. It's huge horizons. So if you're looking for something short and sweet, it's probably not the right play for you. But at the end of the day, for us, providing that value add for the founders, it's that's how we pride ourselves, and that's the biggest reference point for us as well. That's how we're able to get into very competitive deals, because founders talk to each other. As they should, and you as a founder, you should talk to other founders and find out, hey, you took the investment from, let's say, Big Sky Capital. How are they? Have you even heard from them? Or are they actually very helpful? Or maybe they're sometimes too helpful because they're getting involved too much. So you got to find that balance, and you got to make sure that you as the founder, you do that homework way in advance. You talk to other founders, you talk to other VCs and everybody else, so that you have an understanding that there is synergy between you guys. We love the concept of dating. As I mentioned, taking the money from the VC, it's a marriage. It's a long-term play. So we love doing a lot of different small projects. Like, for example, I would do an introduction for the founder into a company that they're trying to sell to. And I observe how they actually work with that particular introduction, or if anything actually happens. 8 out of 10 times, nothing happens. So those founders who are able to actually take that, run with that, and get that to some type of a result, it's a very unique skill set. So those are some of the things that we really pay attention to. Those are very important for us when we try to at least exhibit or demonstrate that there is some type of value that we provide to the founder besides the check.
Thank you. Rob? Yes, the next question is to you. Like, for example, how Jean in Big Sky Capital, there are like smart money. Do they support you in terms of like in terms of scale?
Well, what can I say with my investor sitting right next to me here? I've been in the game for a while. GlowCoach is not my first startup. And I've worked with other investors in China and the US and Europe. So I do have a little bit of experience in the matter. I will support what Jean says, that every investor tells you that they have value add. But I will also point out that actually very few of them actually deliver on that. In fact, many of them, they sign a contract, and then you're lucky if you can ever get their attention again. And I would say they honestly, Big Sky Capital has not been like that. In fact, I'm here today because they introduced me to this opportunity and brought me into it. They've made lots of introductions, and they've supported me, I would say, better than any other investor that I've worked with. And I'm not just saying that because he's sitting right here. I'd like to reflect on another question you posed to the other panelists earlier about using OpenAI, and also some of their comments about whether or not companies that simply ride on the back of an LLM are viable, and as Mustafa pointed out, the importance of data. So at GlowCoach right now, our model currently runs on OpenAI's model. But the process that we built into it, we actually built before we had AI. We had a team of consultants that would do certain aspects of our journey. And we learned that process very well to the point where the customer really liked it. And it's really a piece of proprietary IP about how we do this process, and it's embedded with other IP, like our leadership model. So when we embedded OpenAI and created an agent called Lance to do the job of some of our consultants, we weren't just putting a thin wrapper around the LLM. We were actually embedding it with other IP that we developed, which makes it much more valuable and much harder for people to copy. And then on top of that, every time our agent does an interview, which is part of his process, he's collecting more data. So I would support what Mustafa said about the importance of if you're going to use an LLM, you have to find a way to create other value around that, and a big part of that will be the data that you collect in the process of using that. And then you can, the LLM becomes a layer in your technology stack that is intertwined with other IP, and it all works together to create much greater value. And the way we've built our technology stack now is we're sort of agnostic. We're riding on OpenAI, but we've built it in such a way that if tomorrow Claude came out with a set of APIs that make it better than OpenAI, we can just swap it out. So we're somewhat LLM agnostic in that sense, and a lot of our value is in the other IP that we've built around it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Yagis, next question is to you. How do you evaluate like our startups, which AI startups which work in our region compared to AI startups in other regions? What is like, do we have a competitive advantage? And if yes, what is that competitive advantage?
Comparing the other markets that we invested, we have a few investments in the Eastern Europe, but there are also emerging countries. In Turkey also, I mean, like, there are not too much difference with the teams. But the thing is, so with the developed markets and then here in emerging markets, so before pandemic, even the New York-based or I mean like the UK-based VC, they don't believe to emerging markets. But after pandemic, everything gets fast. Everything gets, I mean like the quickly happened because it's like too much. I see too much VC turn their heads to emerging markets. So comparing the teams. Also, we invest to diaspora founders. We invest to immigrant founders. So they have same education with the developed market startups. I mean like they have the same products. They have sometimes same teams. So I don't think that there's too much difference between the developed market startups. Just sorely to reach the money is different, sorely. Sometimes we believe that. Sometimes in our countries, yes, as I told you before the other questions, to reach the money is a little bit, not a little bit, but too much harder than more in our countries. So that's the biggest difference. And also market, population, market. In Europe, if you are, I mean, like any German startup, you can send to all Europe quickly. In here also, sometimes our funders are, I mean, like sometimes they don't take action. They just want to, I totally respect that begin local and then global strategy. This is, I mean, like in every startups, for example, fintech startups, you should begin local. I mean, like this is totally, I mean, 90%, 90, 95, 99% maybe, that's the thing. But for our funders, we always, I mean, like push them. We always push them to, I mean, like, yes, okay, you can sell your product to the local markets, but also you should make it in the global markets because there are not too much difference. You are texting local corporates from LinkedIn, and it's the same in Europe. You are texting their, I mean, like sales manager or any, I mean, like the other, for example, for you have some, or like Robert, you have some HR tech, I mean, startups, and you're reaching out to the HR managers or the CHROs to reach out. I mean, Kazakhstan is the same, and in Europe is the same. I mean, like there is no difference, but we have to convince our founders to be more brave, And they need to do everything in English. Sometimes, sorely, when I get into any startup in Kazakhstan, I totally respect the language. In Turkey also, we have a Turkish portfolio. I kill them if they put any Turkish word in their website. But always I see Russian, there is no English. just Russian and Kazakh, just Russian and Uzbek. I totally respect all languages, but guys, just put one more language and you are getting bigger market. So we have to be more brave. This is the best difference.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Mirat, действительно.
Mirat, indeed, what Aegis has mentioned, we have such an issue, and many startups aimed at local markets are not thinking that they could scale it up across the world. And just regarding your opinion, there is a fund of funds in Kazakhstan. To what extent this should change the situation, according to your opinion? How would this impact the market? What do you mean, the market? The ecosystem, the venture ecosystem of Central Asia, so that our startups were more global and not only local, right? It's a good question. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, and I have, that's my personal opinion, very subjective. In Kazakh there's this phrase, I don't know how it's going to be translated into English, but an entrepreneur who doesn't care whether he has capital or he doesn't, a person who is a true entrepreneur, he doesn't really care whether the money is there or not. He will find a way how to scale it up. You know, it's a form of it's the way how they move to success. Yes, sometimes capital is more easily available, and some heavy R&D projects, R&D intensive projects that require upfront investments. AI sometimes are complex projects that require a long-term funding and large capital. Maybe Kazakhstan is complaining that there is no money. No, it couldn't be the case. There are a lot of rich people. They're just people are just lacking in investors' thinking. And entrepreneur just need to convince these rich people to give the money. Those who complain that there is no money, these are entrepreneurs that do not deserve to be successful. They can go to another country. So the fund of funds is likely to sort out the issue of difficult projects, you know, at late stages with heavy funding and expertise. Those who didn't find money, most likely, it's okay that it didn't work out, because they are weak entrepreneurs. That's the reason why. Jean, then I have a following question for you. Okay, so you said you concentrate more on early stage startups, right? And now we are expecting the fund of funds to start operation in Kazakhstan. In Central Asia, there was an issue, like Mirat has mentioned. There wasn't any investment, there wasn't any funding at late stages of startup. Are you planning to revise your strategy at Big Sky Capital, bearing in mind the launch of this fund of funds?
We're going to get money from the fund of funds, so I can't quite comment on that. But to add what Mirat was saying, I agree. It's a huge precedent for the market, because at the end of the day, when we invest into a startup, even before we make the decision to invest into the startup, I have to go through the entire due diligence process to make sure that I have an indicator that there's other VCs that are going to join this round. Because for me to invest and then try to, you know, and just sit and observe, as I was saying, it's not interesting. But also, for me as an investor, I try to take on as many tasks as possible from the fundraising perspective from the founder. Because fundraising is very difficult, fundraising is very challenging, it's very time consuming, it's very energy draining, and all you do is just hear no, no, no all day long. So for me to see the founder running around fundraising for a very long time is not a good idea, not a good strategy. And because founders should be building the company, they should not be spending most of their time fundraising. So vehicles like the fund of funds, the sovereign wealth funds, the endowments, and other institutionals, it's very much needed, Because if we invest, us and Most and Domino Ventures, early stage, then we need to have a clear understanding who is actually going to support that startup on the next stage. And for us to have that dialogue with other funds that are much larger than us, it's a very important exercise in those early stages so that we have an understanding that if this particular startup achieves certain goals, milestones, and objectives, then at least we have a certain pool of investors who are going to back them on the next stage. So that's just kind of how we view, you know, the whole vision that the fund of funds and other vehicles are going to be supporting early stage VCs like us.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are run out of time. We just like 6 minutes left. So my question is like to Rob, and then we will gonna like to have one piece of advice from each of you. So Rob, scale, in terms of scale, what kind of challenges do you face like when you are scaling your AI startup?
I think a lot of startups think about scaling too soon. And we had our first investment, a small investment through Orbit, which used to be called China Accelerator, which was founded by this guy, Sean O'Sullivan. And he said something to me that struck me. It stuck with me for a long time. He said, early stage startups spend too much time trying to raise money from investors when in fact they should be trying to raise money from customers. Yeah. So you really need to figure out, you need to find that product market fit, because I've been down the path before where you don't have the product market fit, but you can convince an investor to give you money. And they give you money, and you burn through that money because you can't find the product market fit, and then you need to go raise more money from the next investor, and it gets harder and harder because you've been around and you haven't found that product market fit. So for scaling, I think the first thing is spend less time focusing on investors and more time focusing on customers to make sure you can build a product that the customer really wants to buy. That would be my #1 piece of advice.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mirat, what's your would be advice for founders, like from the beginning to the scale?
Да, наверное, первое, то, что я поддержу.
First, fully agree with Yegis. Learn the languages. Would like to bear in mind this feedback. Decent language is important to communicate with investors. Second barrier, visit a psychologist. Most likely have some pains or fears to enter foreign markets. That's 100% in there. The founder, I know many founders, they keep promising, and they, just like Yegis has mentioned, they just write it in the pitch where they're planning to go, but they never go to these countries. They don't have enough courage, you know. They have some issues with parents, children, and so on. So the key barrier is lack of this courage. Where is it going to come? These are just barriers in their minds. And the language, again, if he is an entrepreneur, he will sort things out in any country. He will find the right people to communicate, to raise capital. Two barriers, but they are hard ones. The language and your mental barriers. Fears. We have some startups, 100, 200, 300,000, but to go 1 year for US, you just need $50,000 to go there, to live there 1 year, to understand the market, you know, as little as that. And until they overcome themselves, there is no advice that can help them. Well, it's great that you're patriotic, you know, remain in this country, but if you want to be global, then be bold enough, you know, make this first step and go where you would like to scale it up, you know. Awesome. That's an awesome advice.
Yes, what piece of advice you would give for a founder in 2025?
Robert, Jana, and Mirat gives great, advices that I agree. But I will tell one more thing. Between the VC and the startup relation, startups think that we are totally different, but we are the same. So the thing is, startup has products. We have a product. Our product is our fund. They are trying to raise money from investors. Also, we are trying to raise money from the investors. So they have a quarterly reports. We have a quarterly reports. We have a monthly reports. We have some sales emails, and we love networking. So it's like we are the same. We are in the same situation. We will earn together. So sometimes I see that the founders think that we are at the castle and they're sitting there. We are the kings, and they don't come to us. They wait too much. I mean, like, yes, our time is limited sometimes, but we need to talk more with the founders. Also, our teams, I mean, like, they can just maybe couldn't text to managing partner, but they can text to associate analyst. Before even creating product, they should go to VC and talk and discuss, because that VC, maybe they have 80, 70 investments. That's the same path with the other startups. The path with the same path. So that's why we need to talk more. Startups need to go to, I mean, the investors more than acceleration, I guess. Always startups going to accelerator. It's good, accelerators is good, but more than accelerators, the startup founders should go to investors more.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And John, yeah, the same question for you, piece of advice for founders in 2025.
Great advice already been offered, and I would just add a question a lot of times I ask the founders when I meet them for the very first time is, what is really the motivation for you to build this type of company? Because you have to have that understanding how difficult, how challenging, and how painful it is to build a startup, to get your first clients. It's super, super difficult. So I have tremendous amount of respect for the founders who are actually doing it on ongoing basis for many, many years and actually able to succeed. So before you jump into this game and maybe think that there's so much going on in AI and I cannot miss it and I have to do something, take a step back and do that self-reflection, that analysis. Do I really understand how painful it is? Because it's very, very hard. And second piece of advice, I already told you guys, stop looking at investors as some type of gods, some type of saviors. Be very selective. Choose your partners. Just like with your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your wife, and your husband, you don't just jump on anybody that you meet on the street. Just do homework. Ask questions. Don't be afraid. Do your due diligence and try to make sure that there is a partnership between you and the investor that you're going to choose.
Great, thank you. And one piece of advice from me, like since I want to also talk a little bit. So since we raised like investment from Team Draper for Trust Me, $1 million, what we have found out is that if some doors are closed for you, there are always other doors. So other doors you can find. So just think global. Don't look just in your region. Go and find also investors from other regions who already who is also interesting, like in such kind of startups as yours. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Yes. All the best. Yeah. Thank you, distinguished speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel session, AI-powered startups from seed to scale, has come to an end. We sincerely thank our speakers and our moderator, Chingiz Davletbayev.
Dear friends, this is the end of the second day of Digital Bridge 2025. And we really enjoyed spending this day with you, and we are looking forward to the next day. Dear guests, this is the end of the program.
И стали свидетелями вдохновляющих дискуссий и обменялись ценным опытом. Завтра форум продолжит свою работу, и мы будем рады вас видеть снова. Желаем вам прекрасного вечера и до завтра. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of the second day of Digital Bridge 2025. Today has been filled with the inspiring discussions, valuable insights, exciting ideas shaping the future. Tomorrow we continue with even more engaging sessions, and we look forward to welcoming you back. We wish you a wonderful evening and see you tomorrow.